The national battle in the scenes of chaos.
Over there, ayaw niya magpapanggit po.
But I need a mechanism or even initiative or even
But you just want to turn on their camera? Possible?
Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnection. Number 2. To be the best, you have to look the best by observing and wearing appropriate attire fit for the meeting. Number 3. Be on mute at all times and listen attentively to whoever is speaking. Number 4. Maximize the use of chat box and other tools made available by the system whenever you want your voice to be heard. Number 5. Avoid interrupting the speaker and make sure that you are acknowledged before you speak. Number 6. As much as possible, turn on your video so that we could have a wonderful conversation. Number 7. We encourage you to station yourselves at a place free of destructive noise so that you could focus on the meeting. And lastly, number 8. We want to capture the moment with you. Kindly stay until the end as we will have a group photo after. Thank you, and have a good day ahead.
Three, two, one.
The nation erupted into scenes of chaos.
Dalawang suicide bomber sa ulo. Over there, ayaw niya magpapanggap po.
Karena mechanism or even initiative or
Anybody else want to turn on their camera? Possible?
Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnection. Number 2. To be the best, you have to look the best by observing and wearing appropriate attire fit for the meeting. Number 3. Be on mute at all times and listen attentively to whoever is speaking. Number 4. Maximize the use of Avoid interrupting the speaker, and make sure that you are acknowledged before you speak. Number 6. As much as possible, turn on your video so that we could have a wonderful conversation. Number 7. We encourage you to station yourselves at a place free of destructive noise so that you could focus on the meeting. And lastly, number 8. We want to capture the moment with you. Kindly stay until the end as we will have a group photo after. Thank you. And have a good day ahead.
Three, two, one.
community will lead the nation of Bangkok into scenes of chaos.
Dalawang suicide bomber sa ulo. Over there, ayaw niya magpapanggit po.
Kena ni mechanism or even initiative or
Anybody else want to turn on their camera? If possible.
The nation erupted into scenes of chaos.
Dalawang suicide bomber nasa kulong. Over there, ayaw niya magpapanggit po.
Kena ni mechanism or even initiative or
Anybody else want to turn on their camera? If possible.
Good morning. Eko lang. Nakapatay naman, ma'am. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Grabe yung echo.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first Mega Technology webinar.
Ayong buntag.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome.
Tapos yung echo.
Nakatanggal naman na siya. Ba't natanggal siya? Pakol na naman siya.
Pakol ko na lang kayo, ha?
Actually, nakatanggal siya. Pagdating ko. Nakatanggal siya pagdating ko.
Doon sir, baka nandito siya sa sa mismo wala pa siya sa baba.
Sir,
Iwalay kasi yan.
anong inulok?
Alin?
Anong inulok ng 9 o'clock? Yung final?
Ano ba yung 9 o'clock?
9 o'clock to 9:15, waiting sa separate.
Ito yung ano, Nick, dalawang video.
Yung dalawang video.
Yung
Yung
final?
final tsaka yung sponsor.
Final and sponsor.
Wala naman na siya sa
Wala naman siya dito. O July. Wala kung kanina pa siya. Tingnan mo na isa pa.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first Mega Technology webinar.
Yun ang hindi ko alam kung sagot.
yung kay Sir S.
Sa receipt mo pasok sa inyo yung ano.
Yung kay Ma'am.
Oo, narinig ko. Good morning,
Klaro
everyone.
naman. Ma'am, sir, one more.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first Mega Technology webinar.
Plus. Ito. So, kailangan tatlo. Kaya lang naririnig ko rin kayo. Ito, mag-ano kasi, nag-feedback siya dito, yung sounds niya dito. Dapat ni
Morning.
Oo, yung mic lang na rin.
Malakas yung boses natin. Oo. Oo. Nandal. Baka dito. Wait lang sir.
Hindi nakamute.
Hindi nakamute.
Hindi na, kahit mute may rin sumunod.
Pag nakamute yung sumunod.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first Mega Technology webinar.
Ano, dinig ba? Dinig tayo.
Salita mo narinig.
Dire.
Teka lang, may nalaman ulit ako. So, ito na. Okay na.
Okay na.
Sige.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first Mega Technology webinar.
Hanapin na natin ha. Wait lang po.
Shh.
Yan, wait lang po. Hanapin na natin ha.
Malakas.
Go.
Malakas.
Ano yung mas malakas? Sensitive yung mic.
Nabalik ka.
Kaya ganun. Kawa ba ako? Sige ba?
Sige sir, salita ka. Ay, naririnig ko yung boses mo.
Papat
itatry ko lang to sandali
Hindi tayo. No wonder. Ma'am, yung
Yes.
microphone natin, diretso lang sa'yo.
Okay.
Kasi sa atin nakaturo yung mic. Pero hindi naririnig. Dito ma'am, dito na lang po sa
Ito na lang.
Kasi
Ayan.
ear nyo pala nandito. Sige ma'am.
Okay lang. Lipat na lang natin.
Yan. Ma'am, sandali. Ganun na lang po. Yung papunta sa mic. Yan, pag ganyan. Medyo nakastop.
Ayan.
Balik na lang.
Ayan. Left or right?
Dito, papunta dito. Yan. Sakto.
There. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first Mega Technology webinar. Okay na?
sige magsalita ka ako tayo magsasalita ako ayan
Pero hindi na ganun kalakas. Hindi na ganun kalakas.
patayin ko tong audio line may audio line kasi ako dito
One more.
Tashimnika, good morning, everyone. Magandang umaga sa inyong lahat.
So, nasa kanya na. Wala na big sabi. Siya nakapokus na sa kanya.
baka naman
Maririnig mo talaga. Kasi yung microphone niya sensitive talaga. So, dapat talaga walang tahimik dito. Tahimik talaga. Kasi kami, pag nagko-control, nandun kami.
Ano?
Kaya kumbaga medyo minimal lang tayo.
yan na lang natin sa ano naman next na lang hindi huwag na natin baguhin yung for tomorrow na lang tayo sa source na lang play na ako play ka na tapos start na rin na tayo wait lang tulog na ako
Wala pala akong monitor para makausap ko yung ano.
Dominic?
Yes po, ma'am.
Yan.
Ay,
Ako yan.
dito? Oo. Pero nag-feed. Ha? Pero hindi naman nag-feedback. Sige nga, pag gano'n sa TV tsaka to, kasi di ba sensitive yung mic. Ayun, nag-e-echo. Oo. Monitor. Naka-on po ang mic ninyo. Thank you. Yes, sir. We're just working on our technical, sir. Bakit daw ang sound nag-uling?
Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnection. Number 2. To be the best, you have to look the best by observing and wearing appropriate attire fit for the meeting. Number 3. Be on mute at all times and listen attentively to whoever is speaking. Number 4. Maximize the use of chat box and other tools made available by the system whenever you want your voice to be heard. Number 5. Avoid interrupting the speaker, and make sure that you are acknowledged before you speak. Number 6. As much as possible, turn on your video so that we could have a wonderful conversation. Number 7. We encourage you to station yourselves at a place free of destructive noise so that you could focus on the meeting. And lastly, number 8. We want to capture the moment with you. Kindly stay until the end as we will have a group photo after. Thank you. And have a good day ahead.
Three, two,
Good morning, everyone.
one.
Game na? Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first Mega Technology webinar.
Yes, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. We are under a practice session. We will start in a few minutes.
Yes, morning, Monique. How are you? That's good.
I'm great, sir. Thank you so much. go live in a few minutes. Hirap nang walang monitor kasi. Good morning, everyone. Yung latency. Hello, Sir Joseph Darren. Can you hear me po?
Yes, Monique.
Yun, hindi ko siya maririnig si Sir Joseph pag mahina yung conversation.
Yes, yes.
We're checking, sir. And I... Hello, good morning, everyone. Okay na? Hello, good morning, everyone. Am I heard? Is
Loud
the
and clear.
Sounds clear, sir?
Sound clear with no echo.
No echo. Sounds clear, no echo. Confirmed. Di po naririnig po ang mga background staff. Kanilang conversation. Loud and clear po, ma'am. No echo po dito. Wala naman daw.
Ilakasan lang konti, Monique.
Lakasan lang daw konti.
Yes.
Pwede ba pakalaksan yung mic ko? O lalaksan ko na lang yung sarili ko? Ano na lang yung microphone ko? Hello? Hello? Yan, sir. Much better po.
Better.
Medyo mahina pa rin po.
Mahina pa din yung mic ko daw. Sabi ng ating panelist.
Sir, baka mababa yung volume ng PC mo.
Lakasan daw ng konti yung background. Lakasan daw ng konti yung background, lakasan daw yung mic ko.
Hindi, yung background dapat hindi masyado malakas.
Hina lang daw yung background. Masyado malakas yung background. Hina lang, alalay. Dagdagan daw konti yung mic. Good morning! Yung boses niyo po ay parang ipit pa, mukhang malayo sa mic po. Hello? Pag ganito, ito ko lagay. Good morning! Hey, sound check. Ayan, sir. Mas malakas po. Okay na po ba, sir?
Okay na, okay na.
Medyo okay na po. Lessen the background, increase your mic volume. Lessen the background, natatabunan yung boses. Lessen pa daw yung background, sir. Hinaan pa daw. Bawasan pa daw. Pwede na yung background. Ayan, ganyan lang daw kahina yung background. Good morning! Good morning, everyone! Morning, sir. Lessen the echo. Good morning, everyone. Okay na? Hey, sound check. Hey, sound check. Hey, sound check. Okay na tayo? Hindi ko marinig dito, monitor. Huh? Thank you, sir. Gambate! Thank you, sir Hero.
Good morning.
Good morning po. Medyo climatic kasi yung background audio. Increase the mic volume, ma'am, or decrease volume ng background audio. Konting bawas pa daw po sa background audio. Yan. Kinakain daw ng background yung audio ng MC.
Tatanggalin natin yung sound store. Dito ko na lang sa
Wala akong monitor. Lord. Better na daw. Basta ganyan lang daw kahina yung audio. Hey, good morning! Hey, sound check! Hey, sound check. Tanggalin na daw yung reverb ng MC. Or bawasan lang ang reverb. Oo. Good morning, everyone! Dahil ngayon dito.
Siguro yan, dami na nag-aantay.
Everyone! Hello, hello, hello! I'm sure you're all very excited for this morning.
Let's proceed na siguro. Okay naman na yung audio. Konting adjustment na lang yan.
Dami na nag-aantay sa ano.
Oo, sayang yung oras.
Sir Oli, hiramin ko na lang yung Bluetooth mo dito para may feed ako. Yung earphone mo na maliit, pwede ba yun dito sa laptop? Naka-off to yung mic nito. Hiramin ko na lang yan para may monitor ako. Patayin na lang natin yun. Paano ito ikabit? Isa lang.
Try natin kung pag naka-earphone kung ano.
Wag na, eto na lang.
Kasi hindi ko lang paano eh. Okay na ba? Meron na?
Wala pa. Ano daw name, sir? Yan?
Morning, everyone.
Hey. Hey, hey. Hey. Hey, hey, hindi. Hey, hey, hey. Konti pa, sir. Mas sobrang hina na.
Bale, ito mas pipindutin yung function. Laksan. Kung gusto niyo po laksan.
Okay.
Function key.
Ay.
Sabay po.
Okay. Okay na? Try na tayo? Good morning, everyone! Okay na? Hey? Nag-echo po ba sa inyo mga sirs? Sir Joseph? May konti.
Okay na yan, Ma'am Monique.
Okay na daw, okay na daw. Pwede na tayo mag-start?
Start kasi dami na nag-aantay.
Sayang yung time. Mag-alas 9 na. 1 minute.
Order na daw po. Okay, let's go. Okay na. Thank you, Lord.
Okay. Isang ano muna, isang ano na lang.
Okay naman na po. Thank you po, mga sirs.
Looping muna, para sige, ano na lang.
Pero naririnig kayo. Wala akong mic. Earphone lang.
Hindi, kaya looping ako.
The nation erupted into scenes of chaos.
Dalawang suicide bomber sa kulong. nagpapanggit po.
Kaya ni mechanism or even initiative or
Anybody else want to turn on their camera? If possible.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings from the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated. Welcome to the first Mega Technology webinar. In conjunction with the holding of the IIEE's 46th Annual National Convention. This forum features the latest ideas and technologies in the electrical engineering industry. We have an impressive lineup of speakers, and we encourage everyone to make the most of this gathering, take time to interact, and absorb the best practices and latest innovative ideas. Before we officially start the program, we appreciate everyone's presence, our delegates, exhibitors, sponsors, officers, and distinguished guests. It's indeed a privilege working with you all. By the way, I am Monique, and it's a pleasure to be your host for today. Again, welcome to the first Mega Technology webinar. To start with, let us witness the invocation, the Philippine National Anthem, and IIEE hymn.
Dakilang may likha sa kalingat pang-unawa, mangyari ang iyong diwa sa langit at sa lupa.
Yang kay tagal lang ng babaya, diyan ko sa ngalipupuduan ko, nadidakim gayan lugay, kimitan yung barog nun. Yalang bago si Balya niya, tawag si Danginan. Napagtanaw-tanawin mo, pagsiring-siringin mo yan yung mga dato binukaw. Mga biyakaw bayan niya mababay maging kudya matapid mga atang. Sansirid luwang nangabat luskod ng binunsali. Yang kay gaong kaingat ko yan, yung kabayaw ko. Pagpanguyab-kuyaban mo, pagpamayad-payadan mo, ng pinandang pinagalyo, pwedeng dinagansuli. Kahit tagal lang, ikaw yung matigam ka namin, na walay pagkaibsan, walay pagkawasan. Panganam mo sang wangay, patpid mo sang barantak, barantak ng pwedeng mo, wangay ng marigang mo. Yan, kahit tagal lang, naga untong salamat kan mo, ng kaliko ng bibutang mong babawin ng dunya, o yan ka namin paggiginawa. Tagal lang malatso ka namin, inaagis ang anak mo na tamisa, nagatang ang hawanan ng kutsang patiwayan.
Allahumma innaka tara anna hadihi al-qulub qad ijtama'at ala mahabbatik wattaqat ala hadihi al-makan imanik wa tawahaddat ala da'awatik فوسك ربيطاتها يا الله وأدم أدها واملأها بنورك الذي لا يخبو واسرح صدورنا بفائد الإيمان بك وجميل توكل عليك واهدنا سبل الوحدة والسلام والصلاح ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار يا الله أنت مستجاب لهذا الدعاء وعليك توكلنا وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين آمين الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر.
Mahabagin naming Ama, Ikaw ang aming sandigan at lakas. Ikaw ang kaligtasan ng aming katawan at kaluluwa. Naway takpan mo po kami ng iyong mapagkalingang kamay upang mayadyak kami sa mga pahirap at karamdaman at sa lahat ng masama, dala ng makabagong mundo. Hinihingi po namin na sana'y ilayo po ninyo ang mahal naming lungsod ng tagong sa mga mapinsalang kalamidad at sakuna. Mahal naming Panginoon, Ikaw ang aming proteksyon at gabay. Sa oras ng pasakit at pangamba, bigyan niyo po kami ng sapat na lakas upang aming mapagtagumpayan ang lahat ng pagsubok sa aming buhay sa pangalan ni Jesus. Amen.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. God, our loving Father, Creator of heaven and earth, we thank you for your generosity and kindness, and ask that you hear us in times of needs. Make us worthy of your blessing, and keep us from further want. Help us restore our abundance here on earth, so that we may turn more attention to your divine kingdom. Help us become a blessing to our family and others, to glorify and honor your name. We ask this to our Lord Jesus Christ, your Son, who lives and reigns with you in the unity of the Holy Spirit, one God, forever and ever. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Iadya niyo kami sa pagmamataas upang maiwaksi ang lupit at dahas. At samahang lumikha ng pamayanang payapa sa kalikasan kabuhayan. Kakanyahat paniniwala.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang magiliw, telas ng silanganan, alam ng puso, sa dikit mo'y buhay. Upang hinirang, tuyag ka ng magiting, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisingil, sa nagagang tutok sa simoy at sa langit mong bangaw, ay hinagang tulang awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang isang ng matawad mo'y tagumpay na naghihindig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan ang may di magdidinig. Lumalang araw ng walhaging pagsinta, mo'y langit sa piling mo. Ang inigaya ng pagkay mga amin, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
We are one in IIE mission and vision, instilling excellence in electrical profession, having a dynamic professional association, making innovative contribution to our nation. Rising to any challenge involving what's comes and bolts, BEREE and RME, connecting industries by the electric circuits. Join us together, IIE. Join us forever, IIE. With power cords cannot be broken. Join us together, IIE. electricity, making rigid transmission, grid for reliability, ensuring little power loss and high efficiency. From shifting from one place, the use of all energy. Bind us together, IIB. Bind us forever, IIB. With power horns cannot be broken. Bind us together, IIB. Bind us together, IIB. Bind us forever, IIB. Synchronize our hearts to reach greater heights and brighter light. There's only one institute, no one else can substitute. There's only one
To start the ball rolling, let us all be inspired with the opening remarks from the Deputy Director of the Technical Sessions, the energetic Engineer Joseph Darren Claire Solicar.
Okay, thank you very much, Monique. To our IIE Board of Governors 2021, headed by our National President, Engineer Alan Antonio Alvarez, former regional governors, chapter presidents, and of course, officers, chairmen and members of different committees of IIE, IIE staff, IIE members who are joined today, special guests, and of course, to all suppliers and sponsors. Good morning. Today is the first IIE Mega Technology Webinar. This is one way to cater the other suppliers that can join our 40th virtual annual national convention due to limitation of product presentation during the ANC proper on Friday and Saturday. It is very timely activity because face-to-face haven't realized due to health protocol, but still the suppliers can present their different products anywhere throughout the globe where you came from. In addition, this is also our added source of funds in order to help our organization. To our sponsors, thank you very much for your support to IIE, especially this first Mega Technology Webinar. To our IIE staff from Marketing Department, headed by Ma'am Ann Guillen, and TCPD staff, Ms. Yela Mirain Santos, and the team. Congratulations for the job well done. And finally, without much ado, I formally open the first technology webinar. Thank you once again. Mabuhay tayong lahat. Mabuhay ang IIE.
To jumpstart the program, thank you very much, Engineer Solicar. From one inspiring message to another, we're very lucky to witness another special message coming from the Institute's National President, no other than Engineer Alan Anthony P. Alvarez.
Thank you, Monique. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Yeah. Magandang araw po sa lahat. I'm right now in Bataan. We are doing our Bali, unveiling ng ating dalawang IAE marker. So this is not an ordinary marker. This is an emergency marker. No, we would like to put some markers sa ating mga areas in order to help yung ating mga members in terms of emergencies. This whole week from November 22 to 26, it is our electrical engineering week, no? And timely, we will be doing a little bit of caravan together with our heroes, no? If you already know our newest hero, si HB or si Hero Voltaire, no? And together, of course, with the original one, si Sir Kito. So, this is like an opening up, going to a new normal. Our ANC is still on the digital mode, pero with this kind of activity that we have, we would like to open up na yung business environment. And we are very thankful sa ating mga sponsors who are participating itong mega seminar. No? This is the first of its kind as well. And of course, yung first topic natin is very equally important sa mga members, yung ating professional practice manual. So that's the revision 2020, which will be discussed by our PPC. So it embodies yung ating mga kung paano magkakaroon ng balanse sa ating mga members, employing their practices, yung equal opportunity, yung equity, and so on. So again, congratulations to the organizer of this event, Chairman Jodax of PCPDC and your team. Of course, to your overseer, PP Tech Jojo Padua, and the rest of the Secretariat members who are present now. Maraming salamat po. No? We will be doing the caravan starting from the first point of our emergency marker, dito sa Exitex, near the Exitex exit. Then we will go into the second marker sa Mount Saman. So join us virtually as we transverse this point-to-point marker natin. Maraming salamat po sa lahat and good luck. Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you very much once again to our National President, Engineer Alan Anthony Alvarez. So take care, sir, and with all of you guys there. At this juncture, we will officially start our sessions. We would like to remind our research speaker that if you hear this sound, you have 5 minutes remaining to wrap up your presentation. And please stay with us for the open forum. Allow me to introduce our first research speaker for this morning. He obtained his Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering at Rizal Technological University, Mandaluyong City. A professional electrical engineer, he took up his Master in Business Administration at National College of Business and Arts, Quezon City. He also took up Manager's course at the University of the Philippines, Diliman, Quezon City. Likewise, he also took up his negotiating skills at Ateneo Graduate School of Business, Makati City. He attended various trainings and seminars locally and abroad. He is the current chairman and president of Polypace One Construction Incorporated, which engaged in general engineering specialty and electrical. His engagement in the professional organizations. He is a member of evaluators and monitors of CPD programs for electrical engineering by the Professional Regulation Commission, August 2019 up to present. He is the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated Senior Member, Advisor of the Metro West Chapter, Chairman of Professional Practice Committee, 2014 Metro Manila Regional Governor, the Executive Vice President and member of the Board of Governors, Society of Philippine Electro-Technical Constructors and Suppliers Incorporated, the Secretary General 2019 to 2021, ASEAN Federation of Electrical Engineering Constructors, National Headquarters, Singapore. The National Chairman of the Mechatronics and Robotics Society of the Philippines, Incorporated, 2021. The National President of the United Professional Electrical Engineers of the Philippines, Incorporated. Board of Trustee, Rizal Technological University Grand Alumni Association, and the Director of Rotary Club of Rizal Mid-East. Let us all welcome no other than our resource speaker for this morning, Engineer Ariel P. Duran.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Monique, for that introduction. Maraming salamat po. Before I start, I would like to congratulate the organizers of this event, to our energetic chairman of TCPD, Engineer Chodax, Joseph Darren Solicar, and to our national president, Engineer Alan Anthony Alvarez, and to the Board of Governors 2021 chapter officers, regional officers, magandang umaga, magandang gabi, magandang tanghali. Good morning everyone. So I have to share my slide. My topic this morning is okay, so good morning again. So my topic this morning is the professional practice manual. So we have to update you on the professional practice manual 2021 edition. So this professional practice manual has been approved and adopted through IIE Board Resolution number 2021-09083 last September 17, 2021. So to start off, so what is the PPC mandate? PPC is responsible in all aspects of electrical engineering, professional practices in accordance to the values of the Institute, the professional practice manual, the rules in handling cases lodged before the Institute, the Engineers Code of Ethics, and electrical engineering law. So I highlighted the professional practice manual because this is the topic I will present this morning. So another mandate of the PPC is to handle complaint and recommend action to the Board of Governors for approval. The last one, PPC also acts as a grievance machinery for IIE membership as well as the National Secretariat. Okay, so let's start the ball rolling. So this is the Professional Practice Manual 2021 edition in your monitor on the left side. This is the cover page, and the 2017 edition of the Professional Practice Manual on the right side. So ito yung pagkakaiba nung dalawang cover page natin ngayon. So new to this edition, this 2021 edition of Professional Practice Manual is a major revision to the 2017 edition. So the major changes are as follows. New definition of terms is added. New provisions and explanations are added, unique to the hospital and healthcare facilities, and transmission and distribution are included under design and construction supervision, operation, and maintenance section. Also, this new edition is we provide a proper delineation between design, supervision, operation, and maintenance practice requirements. New requirements were added and expanded provisions and clarification to existing section were made. Also, the operation and maintenance requirements and clarification were included. We also provided the supplementary informative notes and elaborated description to better understand each new and existing requirements. Yung 17th edition of professional practice is only up to chapter 3. In this new edition of the professional practice manual, we added chapter 4, which is very important in our profession. So we added chapter 4, the professional ethics, which describe the required professional conduct, limitations, and potential risk in the execution of overall electrical engineering practice. Also, we updated the professional compensation and fees to relevant and prevailing industry wages. So ito po ngayon yung mga updates doon sa manual po natin. Ito yung medyo mahabang portion na ginugol ng committee, yung professional ethics, then yung pag-update ng compensation and wages for across the 3 grades, the PE, the REE, and the RME. So ito yung nakafocus doon sa chapter 4. So introduction, what's the purpose of this manual? So the professional practice manual is to guide licensed electrical practitioner in the practice of their profession in accord with the tenets set forth in the new electrical engineering law, referred to us as RA 7920. This is also serve as an instructional guidance in teaching of professional ethics in electrical engineering students. Also, this manual will give the reader a walkthrough of the different fields and areas of practice of a licensed electrical practitioner. As one will go over the pages, this manual, the reader will be enlightened of the endless possibilities of being in the electrical engineering profession. So tatakal po natin lahat, pero yung mga major revision lang po ang itatakil natin this morning, kasi kung iisa-isahin po natin, hindi magkakasya yung time slot natin na 45 minutes. Another one is of this manual, for the electrical engineering savvy, the professional practice manual have been prepared by the PPC committee in order to set guidelines of practice which all licensed electrical practitioners should follow in providing professional electrical engineering services consistent with the mission of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines. Number 1 is to enhance the competence of electrical practitioners to make positive contribution towards new trends and technologies. Number 2, to be an authority of electrical engineering services that results to safe and reliable and efficient system. Number 4, consistently deliver high quality products and services duly recognized by international organizations and institutions, and to promote awareness in the use of environmental friendly electrical products, services, and resources, as well as active participation on disaster preparedness and recovery programs. Also, to continue, the commitment of the Institute is to improve the quality of services that its members provide in order to standardize the guidelines in the practice of electrical engineering. This revised manual was crafted. While there might be variation in the application of this manual, it is not intended to alter binding contracts between member and clients. A licensed electrical practitioner must always exercise professional judgment in dealing to the public and to the client. So please remember that this manual is not intended to alter the binding contract between the member and the client. So at the end of the day, we have to decide what is due for the client and what is due for our profession. Also, in cases where the division failed to meet the standards, the IIE shall have an ipso facto right to the Institute disciplinary action against concerned practitioner. So automatically, kung may mga malpractices and concerned in our profession, automatically I can conduct or render or investigate disciplinary actions against the practitioner. The guidelines stipulated herein are intended to be a benchmark of the minimum standard of the practice with which all practitioners shall comply in order to fulfill its obligation with clients, taking into consideration electrical safety and the performance of any electrical engineering field of practice. Another one, the IAE supports the idea that the practitioner shall receive fair and just compensation for electrical services rendered. Thus, standard rates are prescribed in this manual, and any violation thereto may be subject to disciplinary action. Any practitioner may use this manual as reference for services and contracts with clients. So, i-highlight po natin dito mamaya yung compensation, yung updated compensation, wages, and computation. We will explain it later. So what is the scope of this manual? This manual contains electrical engineering practices which may contribute to the effective delivery of services, at the same time to promote a spirit of fraternity to all electrical engineering professionals with due regards to ethical standards. Bear in mind, so pwede tayong magtulong-tulong, but at the end of the day, yung ethical standards pa rin dapat ang mag-prevail sa atin lahat. So what's the authority of this manual? This manual is approved by the Board of Governors of the Institute. It's binding to all electrical practitioner, and any deviation or violation in the provision of this manual shall be subject to disciplinary action. Again, kailangan natin mag-comply, or the minimum requirement as presented in this manual later, we have to comply. Any violation, magkakaroon po tayo ng disciplinary action. So dapat, pero kung walang magsusumbong, walang magko-complain, wala tayong magagawang disciplinary action. So the members or the practitioners should inform the institute para magawa ng action. So responsibility and jurisdiction. This manual will be used and applied exclusively, bear in mind, exclusively by licensed electrical practitioner, electrical engineering students, or Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering, and authored by IAE PPC. Any doubt or assistance in the interpretation of this manual must be consulted in writing to the chairman of the PPC. So kung mayroon tayong mga katanungan or concern, you can write the chairman of the PPC, which is every year nagpapalit naman po tayo ng mga chairman ng mga committees. Hopefully, kung sino man ang susunod na PPC chairman, he will be abreast of this new edition of manual. So enforcement, let's go to the enforcement. So the specific privileges defined in this manual are to be rendered within the framework of the general welfare and safety of the public. All members and officers of the institute are mandated to adhere to the provision of this manual. So maliwanag po yun. We have to adhere to the provision of this manual. We have to follow fellow practitioners. So we have to summarize the fourth chapter, the chapter 1, definition of terms. So hindi ko na po inisa-isa yan dahil napakadaming definition of terms tayo. For the chapter 2, the electrical engineering practices in various fields. So yung mga highlights nung every section of chapter 2, just like the 2.1, the consultation, investigation, valuation and management services. 2.2, design, preparation, plans and specification, and programs of work, supervision of electrical construction and installation. Then the 2.4 is operation and maintenance, supervision in the manufacturing, government services, educational services, sales and distributions. These are the chapter 2 comprises of the different section. So I will not tackle point by point in every section of this chapter. Anyway, we can provide documents. We can review all these documents. Kung meron kayong luma na yung 2017 manual, kukonti lang po ang pinagbago nitong chapter 2. May mga nadagdag lang po tayo doon sa mga section. So, kukonti ang mga revision dito. Pero yung sa sales and distribution, we emphasize kung ano yung delineation nila, operation and maintenance, also in the government services. Kasi medyo naiiwan po doon sa section na yun, yung practices ng mga other professional po natin. So in chapter 3 for the compensation, siguro dito tayo mag-focus kasi ito yung demand ng market natin, ng mga members natin. So chapter 3 for the compensation, terms of compensation, electrical engineering consultation, design services, electrical construction or installation, electrical inspection, audit and appraisal, operation, then maintenance service, educational services, sales, research and development, and special studies. But more on the design, this will we can tackle across on this chapter 3, but in the part of the compensation, on the computation, tapos yung salary standardization law, which doon natin na-refer yung mga minimum requirement para magkaroon tayo ng benchmarking sa ating practice in the government. So then the chapter 4 will focuses on the professional ethics. Sabi nga natin na ito po yung naidagdag sa chapter, sa new edition, 2021 edition. So this chapter presents the ethical and moral guidance and rules in conducting professional practice and business conduct. Ethical practice and laws would generally come hand in hand because laws are often a product of collective sense of morality, justice, and fairness within the society. So, dinagdag po natin ito kasi minsan nakakalimutan po natin sa ating sa field of practice yung professional ethics. So, marami po ditong idagdag tayo. Buo, the committee nagsunog nagkilay po yung committee natin to finish this chapter 4. So this is the product of collaboration of the committee members of the PPC. So for the professional ethics, yung mga section, so professional ethics and legal responsibility under section 4.1. Then 4.2 is the professional liability, which consists of duty of care, then conflict of interest. So ito dito ini-explain po natin kung paano yung mga liability po natin. So I will not also read the point by point on this matter kasi mahaba yung content po nito. And then let us buy na lang the manual and we have to review point by point. Basahin po natin itong manual na to. Malaking naitutulong po nito sa atin. Then the 4.3 is the professional duties. So ano yung duty natin to the public? Duty to the profession. Duty to empower our client. So, and then under 4.1 in section, the professional ethics and legal responsibility. So doon sa mga PEs, the ethics of the PEs sign and seal, in-explain po natin dito na hindi basta-basta. So may kaakibat na responsibility po ang sign and sealing. So dapat we have to have good ethics on how we will deal on this sign and sealing of documents. So public and environment safety and protection, we tackle also in this chapter 4. Duty to inform, due diligence. So very important na magkakaroon po tayo ng due diligence. A professional collaboration, which is also very important in our practice. Reviewing or modifying or relying on work done by others. Sometimes nagkakaroon po ng mga conflicts in this area. Lalong-lalo na dun sa mga old designs, kung kailangan reviewin or i-modify. Ano yung mga professional ethics na po pwede natin gawin bago natin ito review or i-modify? So in-explain po natin dito sa chapter 4, sa under section 4.1. 4.6. So napakahalaga po nito sa ating mga practitioners, lalong-lalo na sa mga PE. Not only this will not only cover to the PEs, also to the REs and RME. Let's be aware on the professional ethics. Continuing professional developments, kaya po tayo nandito ngayon. We have to attend the training, seminars para magkatuloy-tuloy po yung ano natin, upgrading ng profession natin or knowledge. So also in the chapter 4, bit mo ang dami, no? Sa professional liability, the duty of care, the conflict of interest. So inano yan, tinakil point by point yan. So ang professional duties natin, lalong-lalo na duty to the public, duty to the profession, duty to the employer and client. Sometimes tayong mga practitioners, nakakalimutan natin yung duty sa employer natin or sa ating client. So we have to adhere with professionalism. Tandaan po natin, naka-imply po dito lahat, na idagdag po natin. Na-incorporate. Can we mute Ms. De Leon? Okay, thank you. So we have to continue. Okay, let's start in the computation kasi medyo yung time limited. Dito maraming ano dito, maraming medyo excited dito in the updated kasi ito yung clamor ngayon sa mga members natin, sa mga practitioners. Ano yung mga salary grade, ano yung mga how we compute. So how we compute the salary and wages kung nagtatrabaho po tayo. So we based on the two consumer price index as a benchmark to compute. This formula is coming from the PSA, Philippine Statistic Authority, and we collaborated. And this we also use this old formula in 2017. If you will notice, this is the formula also they use how we can compute our salaries and wages. So for the 3 grades, so the minimum wage in 2017 based on the salary standardization law, step 1. So yung beginner, ito yung doon natin ipinasok yung how we can compute. Kasi pag higher level, anyway may table naman, papalitan na lang naman yung mga formula natin diyan, yung how we can compute. So the PE as per the SSL is salary grade 22. This is the per day. RE salary grade 12, then the RME is salary grade 4. So these are the rates in 2017 according to the consumer minimum wage of the SSL, step 1. For the 2021 consumer price index, because we have to have the multiplier is 126.20 which bumaba. Then yung minimum wage po natin sa SSL step 1 sa ngayon ang per day ng mga PE, RME as follows. So 3,109.77, 1,184.18, then the RME is 654. This is in a per day basis. So to substitute the formula or the legend in the formula is, so S is the updated minimum service fee, this one. So SO is the minimum service fee or salary as established in the standards in 2017. So kailangan natin mayroong multiplier previous para makompute natin yung current natin. So W is the current minimum basic daily wage at the time of your computation. So based ito ng SSL step 1. Then the WO is the minimum basic daily wage sa 2017. Again, from SSL step 1. Then P is the current consumer price index. And the PO is the consumer index in 2017. So to compute for the PE, to substitute this formula, so we have to have the parameters. So we have to substitute from SO multiplied by the W over WO plus P over PO, then over 2, then the salary wage of our PE as of to date is this is the minimum or average kung nandito ka ngayon sa Pilipinas, yung mga nasa abroad, iba yung mga computation nyo. But again, this computation is only a minimum reference para magkaroon kayo ng overview how we can compute your salary in the different grade. As now, pinapakita natin ngayon sa screen is for the PE, it's around 44,518.25. Ito yung mga beginner, mga bagong PE up to first year to 5 years of experience. But this will depend on how you will negotiate to your employer. Hindi naman ibig sabihin na ito na mismo ang may bibigay sa again, it depends on your experience and your qualification. This is only on the basis on how we can compute your salary. In the same manner, also for the REE, this is your salary compensation as of to date. The minimum kung fresh graduate ka, dapat ito ma-receive mo, or it depends on your qualification. Again, it will depend on your qualification, how we can compute your salary. This is the minimum computation. So this direct substitution only. We can use this one. This is very updated formula and very updated data. So as of now, if you're from fresh grad or up to 5th year practice, so you can earn 28,562.35. Then for RME, so around 14,100. So ito po yung mga beginner, mga bagong pasa, pero kung ano ka na naman, medyo batikan ka na sa industry or sa practice, I think malayo naman ang mararating mo in terms of your salary. It's how you negotiate. Again, it's how you negotiate. So this is the indicative as we computed salary for employees as of 2021. So up to 5 years, yung PE, sumisweldo. This is an average, 44,518.25, the REE, then the RME. Then over 5 to 10 years, you have 57,873. Then the REE is 37,131. Then the RME is 18,330. Then for over 10 years to 15 years, 75,234. 48,000 for REE to 70, then for RME is 23,829. Over 15 years, it's how you negotiate. Again, it's how you negotiate to the employer or to the client. This is the average salary. So 97,806, 62,000 for REE, and 30,000 for RME. So this is the 2017 SSL. We got this record from the website, but it is an official from NEDA. Then the hanggang salary grade 26 kasi ang government po natin, ito po yung pinagbasihan po natin on how we can compute our salaries in the field of practice. So let's go to the okay na po ba tayo doon sa sa salary? If you have question, you can do so, or maybe after presentation na lang po. So this is the matrix for personnel required for each field of services. So in the consultancy, nandun naman po ito sa manual po natin. Naka-inclusive po ito, naka-attach po itong mga matrix to, itong salary computation, nandun po ito sa manual. Embedded na po ito. So sa consultancy, so ang classification general, then capacity of 2.4 kV to up to 2,000 kVA. So minimum requirement doon sa facilities REE. Then kung specialized, any other than PEE. So planning, design, and commissioning. So kung it's institutional or commercial or industrial building, any voltage. PEE, however, yung personal required. However, REE may do design provided he is under the immediate supervision of a PE under the plans and documents and signed and sealed by the PE. So he can do so. The REE can make it. Halos parehas lang naman yung yung scope ng PE and REE. The difference lang is yung sign and sealing. Also in the transmission and distribution lines and substation. Mukhang nagka-interchange yung ano. Ito yung updated sa SSL nung as of January 1, 2021. So ito po yung mga, kung government employee kayo, ito yung nare-receive nyo from salary grade 1 up to 26, from step 1 to step 8. So hanggang 26, so kung step 8 kayo, then salary grade 26, yung pinakamataas mong sweldo sa an average 125,150 as of January 1, 2021 as per salary standardization law. So balik tayo dun sa matrix. Supervision or taking charge of installation and construction. So kung classification is institutional or commercial or industrial building, so from the capacity of 600 volts and below or 500 kVA, personnel required is RME as supervisor or 1 RME for every shift of operation. Then the same classification, but different capacity from 2.4 to 2000 kVA. So 1 PE as a retainer or consultant, 1 RE as superintendent, then 1 RE as supervisor, and 1 RME as shift lead man for every shift of operation. Maraming facility naman hindi nagko-comply dito, so it's how I don't know if how the institute or the BE can resolve this compliance, but this is the requirement. Above 2000 kVA, so 1 REE as a superintendent, 1 RE as a supervisor, RME shift lead man. And okay, then for institutional and commercial or industrial building above 2.4 kV or 5000 kVA, again, the personnel required is 1 PE as superintendent, 1 RE as maintenance superintendent, 1 RE as per shift, and 1 RME per crew per shift. So kung yung planta is 24 hours nag-operate, so 3 shift, so in every shift dapat may ganyang requirement po tayo. So for transmission and distribution line classification, then the capacity of 13.2 kV or 3000 kVA, personnel required is 1 PE as a retainer or consultant, 1 RE as operation or maintenance head, then 1 RME per crew per shift. So yun ang kinakailangan po natin for transmission and distribution line. Also above 13.2 kV and then 10 MVA or 10,000 kVA, isang PE po ang requirement dyan as superintendent, then REE as a maintenance superintendent, RME per crew per shift. So kailangan kung 3 shifting, dapat may RME po tayo na nakalagay as mandated by our practice. Again, for the substation, so supervision or taking charge of installation and construction for substation 13.2 up to 10 MVA, PE as a retainer or consultant, inaalaw naman po yun. RE as operation maintenance head, then RME or shift in charge. So you can hire. This is the minimum requirement. Then 13.2 to 15 MVA, PE superintendent, then REE as maintenance superintendent, also the same 1 RME per crew per shift. Kailangan na kailangan po yun. And then up to the 2.4 kV to 2000 MVA in the substation. So pwede na po tayo mag ng REE as superintendent, RE as supervisor, 1 RME as shift lead man or shift of operation, then P as a retainer or consultant. Then for the supervision or taking charge of maintenance and operations in an institutional or commercial or industrial facility. So from 600 volts to 500 kVA, then the minimum requirement, RME as supervisor or RME every shift of operation. For the 13.2 kV to 3 MVA, so kailangan na po may PE as a retainer, then isa pong REE as operation, and isa pong RME per group per shift. So kung 3 shifts po tayo, dapat 3 yung RME na nagro-rotate po sa atin. Sa facility na po yan. Then 13.2 to 3 MVA, isa pong PE as a superintendent, and then RE as a maintenance superintendent, then RME, same pa rin, per group per shift. In a manufacturing facility sa mga economic zones, so in the capacity of the above 2 MVA, so kailangan po natin ng sa pang PE as a superintendent, then RE as supervisor, then RME as shift leadman for every shift of operation. So sa manufacturing, ito po yung requirement. In magiging supervision or taking charge of maintenance and operation. So ito yung minimum requirement of personnel. So yun, yun ang sa matrix po natin sa mga facilities. Then sa Annex B, ito yung mga attachment, design analysis. Hindi ko na po ipapakita lahat yung mga forms kasi marami po siya. Titingnan na lang po natin dun sa manual. Then, ang ipakikita ko na lang po dito, I have to show it to you, is the PE prescribed minimum tariff. This is in collaboration with the UP, United Professional Electrical Engineering Engineers of the Philippines Group, and other PE group. Nagkaroon ng consultation po ito. Ito yung na-arrive na mga minimum tariff rate for PE. Doon sa dulo nito, nandun yung RE at saka RME also. Ano yung how much is the minimum tariff as of now. So kung doon sa electrical wiring design, so kung residential or light commercial up to 60 amperes, so ang design fee po natin sa ngayon, this is already approved and this presented to you is 5,000. This is a minimum fee only. Then for residential and light commercial above 60 amperes, so we need our design fee is 5,000. Then in excess of 60 amperes is 50 pesos per amperes. So this is the minimum. You have to multiply kung 75 or 100 amperes yan, yung excess, i-multiply mo na lang per ampere. So 50 pesos per amperes. So for 8.3 commercial and residential building, it's the design fee is 300 per kVA. So this is the minimum. Again, ulit-ulitin ko po, this is the minimum. It depends on your field of practice right now. Pwede mong taasan ng konti, pero mas maganda kung susundin po natin itong manual po natin sa ngayon para mas across the board, para parehas po yung practice po natin. Then for industrial, it's 500 per kVA. So this minimum also. Yung mga industrial facility kasi medyo malaki-laki yung capacity, then complicated yung design. So it depends upon on the factory or the industrial facility you have to design. So special project, so may ito sa mga indigenous, so not doon sa item K. Hindi na natin i-reflect dito. So notes, so yung kung makikita nyo kanina, may dito sa may naka-apostrophe na 1, 3, so may mga notes po tayo kung anong ibig sabihin yan. So 1 is the fees for single unit only. For multiple units such as apartment, this is to be multiplied to the number of units up to 4-story high. Then 2 is 5-story and above. Then yung apostrophe na 3 is applies to stalls in malls or other similar in a commercial establishment. So yun ang coding po natin. For the pro bono services, especially for charitable and indigenous project, so that's a maximum of 30 amperes single phase 3 to 30 volts. So karamihan po sa atin, marami po sa mga probinsya, yung mga nandun sa mga nagdo-donate po tayo sa mga katutubo, yung mga indigenous project po natin. Maraming nagpa-practice po to nationwide. Marami namin kaming na-receive na complaints sa PPC. we recommended na hindi po lahat, but up to the PE, if he will, kung lilibrehin po niya yan lahat, or ngayon, para magkaroon tayo ng equal footing, let's have the maximum rate of 200. So this is i-implement po natin on 200. Pero kung pro bono kayo, so it depends on you, mga PEs. Kung ililibre nyo yung services nyo, kung halimbawa ilang bahay nagkaroon kayo ng outreach project, most likely you can have it for free. But doon sa mga nag-a-apply, maliliit na mga shanties o kubo-kubo up to 30 ampere single phase, then we can have it at 200 pesos na design fee. So sa sign and seal of plans for new project, so residential or light commercial up to 60 amperes. So we have a unit rate of 500 pesos per sheet. Kasi sa ngayon sa practices natin, minsan may naniningil na 3,000, naniningil na 1,000, 1,500, or minsan may 100. So to even the field of practice, so we have to establish that this is again this is a minimum 500 per sheet, diba? Original only, ha, all sheets to be paid. So kung 3 yan, 4, so you have to multiply it by 500. So kung isa lang yan, so at a minimum of 1,000. Kung isang sheet lang yon. So ito yung premise dito, and at 1,000 minimum. So for residential, above 60 amperes, so we have a unit rate of 800 per sheet. So this is a maximum of 7 sets of document. Di ba, pinaphotocopy natin para bigyan lahat ng mga different agencies. So lahat yun, all sheets to be paid, then at a minimum of 1,000 kung isang sheet lang yun ang papagawaan sa'yo. Then for the commercial and residential building, also is 800 per sheet po tayo. So multiply, medyo marami-rami naman ng sheet na ng commercial and commercial facility. So ganoon po siya. For industrial, we have a unit rate of 1,200 per sheet. Again, this is for original sheet only. Kung ipa-photocopy, yan, nandito naman sa notes natin. Doon sa naka-apostrophe fee, yung 4 includes the signing of electrical wiring permit as professional who reviewed, signed, and sealed the electrical plans. Then 5 is a maximum of 7 sets. So 5 sets for LGU, 1 set for the owner, 1 set for the contractor. The quantity or number of sheet in an electrical plan is herein defined as the total quantity of the original sheets to arrive to a complete set of electrical plans. So yun, minention po natin original lang po ang sisingilin po natin kung photocopy. Siguro ang client na magpo-photocopy, you have to sign and seal yung original. Ang bayad po nun is doon lang sa original sheets. So sign and sealing of plans and for as-built, same category, yung residential to light commercial up to 60 amperes. So 600 pesos per sheet po tayo, and at a minimum of 1,200. So kung isang sheet lang ang pagagawa sa'yo, you can have, pwede mong singilin po yun ng 1,200. Pero kung marami siya, that's 600 pesos per sheet. Multiply yun. Then the next is above 60 amperes. So it's 800 per sheet. Then at 1,000 minimum. Mukhang typo siguro ito. I think this is 1 to also, if I recall. Commercial residential building, so you have a unit rate of 1,000 per sheet. So sa mga as-built, pag sign and sealing. So lahat ng sheet is babayaran. For industrial, 1,500 per sheet. So yung special project, nandun to sa dulo, makikita po natin mamaya. Sign and seal of preventive maintenance and services or PMS test report. Kasi kadalasan nire-require na po ngayon yung PMS. So ito yung mga standard rates po natin sa ngayon. So for residential is 2,000 for per 1 bedroom. Ito yung mga minimum fee po natin. 2 bedroom, 3,000, then 5,000 for 3 bedroom and above. Okay, then for the commercial residential building, so this the unit rate is 15,000 per sheet. Again, the remark is minimum fee only. For industrial facility, 5,000 50 pesos per KBA or 25,000 minimum. So depende sa capacity, it's how you negotiate. So item E, sign and seal for electrical safety and soundness certification for buildings and facilities and other related documents. Kadalasan ngayon, annually nagre-request na yung LGU or OBO ng electrical safety and soundness certificate, annual. Marami siguro dyan sa mga PE, marami nang nagre-request sa inyo ng mga ganito. For commercial and residential or residential, the unit rate ng mga ganong certification is 20,000. It's a minimum fee. So it depends on the facility. You have, syempre, magkakandak kayo ng mga, i-review nyo yung preventive maintenance, kung nasunod ba ng maayos. Then before you can have the soundness certificate given to the client. Also the industrial, the minimum fee for the certification is 30,000. Then other documents, kung may iba pa diyang papagawa sa'yo, that's 15,000. So for the PE attendance fee, ito marami pong mga consultants siguro dito in attendance. So FYI, ito yung minimum fee sa ngayon. Site meeting, 1,000 per hour, minimum of 3,000. So 8 hours per day. So it's how you negotiate only. Then site inspection, kung may mga nagkakandak kayo ng mga site inspection, yung mga PE consultant dyan, this is a minimum. Pero kung siyempre napakatagal ka ng consultants, yung rate mo, it's up to you. But if we can control according to this rate, the better. 2,000 per hour, sa 8 hour only. Then, ito, for the purpose of computation, but kung nag 2 days kayo, nag 3 days, you have to multiply it according to your hours. Number of hours. So other PE appearance is 2,000 per hour, minimum amount of 4,000. So note, not included are the meals, accommodation if needed, and transportation if the site of the project is more than 25 kilometers away from the PEE's established office, and subject to agreement of the client and the PEE. So, pag-uusapan po ninyong dalawa ng client nyo po, hindi po to unilateral. So, it's a bilateral agreement. Normal naman po yun sa negotiation kung consultant ka. Appearance in virtual meeting, conferencing will be the same rate as face-to-face meeting. This is for face-to-face and virtual attendance fee. So for power system study, for the load flow, voltage drop, short circuit calculation, etc. So ito yung mga rates po natin sa ngayon. For residential up to 4-story, so for the voltage drop and short circuit calculation only, so a minimum of 5,000. That's one lot already. For the commercial and residential building, that's for less than 500 kVA or is 30,000. That's the unit rate as of today. So 500 kVA to 2 MVA is 80,000. That's a lot. Complete power system study for VDA and short circuit voltage drop. Industrial, less than 500 kVA is 80,000. 500 kVA to 2 MVA, 150,000. Above 2 MVA and 4 MVA is 300,000. This rate, baka magulat kayo, is benchmark natin ito sa mga practitioners right now. So in average, nagkaroon ng consultation, meeting halfway. So that's why we arrived these numbers. Itong number na to, hindi lang po ito na-arrive because gusto natin ilagay. Nagkaroon po tayo ng consultation dito. The scope of work for item G on power system study is the validation of electrical system of the building or facility which is not part of the original design. Example, after 5 years from the original energization as required by the property manager or LGU. So itong item G, ito yung mga ano niya. So this for the facility na 5 years onwards, medyo may edad na building. So for electrical consultancy,
Okay, Ma'am Jean, ano lang yung mga status?
Sir Japet, can we off the microphone, please?
Good. Sige lang, may kaso, don't worry.
Sir Japet, Sir
Di don't worry, sinaya,
pwede
kay kon mo lang ya, kita mo lang ya, internal lang ya sa aton. Kasi
okay. Thank you. So again, let's go back. So for residential up to 4-story high, so 1,000 per hour. This is electrical consultancy. This is a minimum fee again. For commercial or residential building, 2,000 per hour minimum fee. So industrial 3,000. PE retainer 25,000 per month. Other electrical consultancy scope is 3,000 per hour minimum fee. Again, let's have a good negotiation to the client. Wag naman natin sila ipitin. So kung magkakaroon naman ng maayos na negotiation, it's up to you mga PE on how you negotiate. So yung notes na nakalagay dito, PE reporting for particular day on time to the office of the client is subject to agreement by both parties. So again, in-explain natin dito ngayon na kailangan pag-usapan ng maayos ng client at saka ng party, hindi brasuhan. Example of consultancy scope of work includes yung peer review, feasibility study, electrical audit, cost estimate and valuation, value engineering study, risk assessment, system reliability, and other engineering studies. So ito yung nakapaloob the electrical consultancy. So P in charge in the installation and supervision for residential, so 2,000 per hour minimum fee. Commercial and residential 3,000 per hour. Industrial is 4,000 per hour. Then for REE in charge of installation and supervision, so residential is 1,000 per hour. Then for commercial and residential building is 1,500 per hour. Then for industrial is 2,000 per hour. This is a minimum fee. Kung REE ka naman na medyo batikan, then you can adjust your it's how you negotiate to the client. But this is only our reference right now para magkaroon lang ng even playing field. Then for the RME in charge of installation, so 1,000 per hour for residential up to 4-story high. Then commercial 1,500, then industrial is 2,000. Parang halos lang sa RE, the same lang doon sa RE ang nagiging rate nung RME. Again, minimum fee. So for other electrical engineering professional service fees, so in general, other scope of services not mentioned above shall use the IA professional practice man as a guide and reference for charging the wrong spelling, fees to the client. For example, complicated or specialty design for a particular commercial, mixed use, or industrial building project may apply the 5 to 7% of the total project cost method as generated by the quantity surveyor or cost consultant, or the professional fee per square meter method in the absence of reference architectural schematic based plans. So pwede tayo kung total, kung yung mga special arrangement, so pwede yung 5 to 7% from the total project cost, pero pag-uusapan niyo po yun. Kung hindi kayo magsusunod doon sa mga naka-table po natin sa ngayon. So I would like to present to you the Professional Practice Committee. So as your chairman, Ariel P. Duran, then the vice chairman for the PPC is Juan R. Agtarap, we call it Johnny. He's from Northern Luzon, from La Union. Then Elmer O. Casal, the secretary of PPC. He's now in Middle East. Then Denny Hornea is a member of the committee, is for Middle East also. Then Primo Beltran, batang-bata pa si Primo dito. Then he is from Canada right now. Then Alwin M. Lunas, the Bicol region. Ito yung pinaka namin, nagbibigay sa amin lagi ng enlightenment, invocation, prayer, si Alwin. Then Ramil Umbina from Northern Mindanao. Yep. These are all former governors. Si Governor Ramil Umbina, si Sir Willie Canizares, former governor also from Eastern and Central Visayas, and 2014. Then Roslyn Rocio from Southern Luzon, from Batangas. Then Higo Violi, Yolanda Pihudan from Central Luzon. So this is a 2014 Board of Governor. Then our overseer is Jun Herrera, or CNSEC Alberto Herrera Jr. Then our champion or advisor is former President Larry Cruz. Then our staff, our secretariat of PPC is Brian Pasqua. So with that, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for listening. Mabuhay. Ma'am Monique? If you have question, yeah, you can do so. Thank you. Ma'am Monique, nakamute ka, parang mahina. Nakamute ka, Ma'am Monique. Parang may technical problem siguro.
Yes, okay. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Sir Ariel. I'm Jonathan Medalla. So,
yes, sir. Good morning.
For the Q&A portion.
Okay.
Si Ma'am Monique, so ako na lang siguro. So, for everyone, if you have any questions throughout the webinar, please write them on the Q&A box located below panel. Then there will be an opportunity to have your question answered at the end of the topic. Okay. So, Sir Ariel, for the first question. By the way, I'm Jonathan, one of the TCPDC members, sir. So I was assigned here to take the Q&A portion. Okay. So
okay,
good morning,
Sir Jonathan. Go ahead.
First question, sir. Our first question. Good morning, sir. Saan po nakategorize ang mga kasamahan natin sa IIEE na nasa electric generation and electric distribution para po malaman din po namin ang just compensation para sa amin?
Kasi dito, sir, we follow the salary standardization law. So may formula naman po tayo. Across the board naman yung formula po natin na ginagamit. It's either nasa transmission and distribution ka, nasa utility ka, nasa industrial ka, or nasa residential. Our formula is across para sa pangkalahatan. So kung ano yung salary grade mo ngayon, kung halimbawa sa utility ka or PE or RE ka, that utility, you can use the formula para ma-determine mo yung level of competencies mo kung nasaan kang salary grade ngayon. Kung 5 years and above, pinakita naman po natin kanina, ito yung pumapaloob na rates mo ngayon, 5 to 10 years, 15 years and above. We can calculate that based on that formula. Ang pagbasihan lang po natin yung salary standardization law as of January 1, 2021.
Okay, Sir Ariel. Another question from the same from Perry De La Cruz. Good morning, sir. Saan din po pwedeng mag-file ng complaint sa mga practitioners na may gross negligence to the point na masabugan ng power transformer?
Kung sa practice po natin yan, is a profession, on the part of IIE, you can have it file to professional practice committee kung mga complaint in terms of professionalism, ethics. But for this, kung sumabog yung substation, I'm not so sure kung mako-cover ito doon sa IAEE Professional Practice Committee. But we can I will get back to you kasi mahirap sumagot sa ngayon ng direct to the point. Maybe kung sinong mga seniors po dyan, you can help me out answer this question. Kung nasabugan yung substation, tama ba sa PPC yung complaint? I cannot answer yes or no right now, Jonathan, dun sa nagtanong. Balikan na lang po natin. We have to verify kasi baka mag-quote po tayo, mahirap na po.
Sige, Sir Ariel.
Thank
Yun
you.
po, Sir Perry de la Cruz. As of now, hindi pa masagot yung second question mo.
Yes.
And then the next question, sir, paano po pag-purchase? Siguro yung PPC natin na manual.
Sa ngayon, nasa production process pa po yung manual natin. You can purchase your itong manual po natin sa IIE National Head Office. Maliban siguro kung i-distribute ito sa mga chapters, but right now kasi kapapasa lang po ng manual natin, nasa production proper papa-imprenta pa po natin. Once na available na po siya sa central office or head office na lang po natin bilhin. Maliban lang kung magkakaroon ng programa yung national office na i-distribute ito sa mga region para mapadali yung pag-distribute nitong 2021 Professional Practice Manual.
Sige, thank you po, Sir Ariel. And then from anonymous attendee, when I was employed po in the government agency as REE with zero experience in 2013, the RE starting salary was salary grade 13 po, not salary grade 12 po.
Okay. Yes. Thank you for that suggestion. But nung mag-review kami, nag-survey kami yung pinaka-level of grade ng mga REs is that's right in the 12 and 13. So if that falls on that 13, meron naman tayong bracket doon. Yun ang mga minimum requirement nyo po ngayon nung salaries and wages nyo po. So thank you for that information, sir.
Okay, thank you, Sir Ariel. And another good question here from anonymous attendee. Hi, sir. What if our salary is below the standard as discussed? What do we do with our employer?
Sa ngayon, you can negotiate to your employer. Pwede mong maipakita yung manual natin. But again, it's depends on your experience, qualifications, and how you negotiate to the client. So the best thing is you have to negotiate. Kung medyo mababa ng konti, then pakiusapan niyo po yung employer niyo po na baka pwede pa pong i-adjust according to the new standards ng industry po natin para hindi po kayo masyadong madihado. So at the end of the day, negotiation naman is the best key kung how you can get your best salaries and wages at the end of the day.
Okay, thank you, Sir Ariel. And then napakahaba ng question dito. Next question, Danny Dave Fabiana. Sir, it's good step that we have now the new RA 7920 Section 33 Article 4 on Republic Act 7920 entitled New Electrical Engineering Law, which states that except as otherwise provided in this act, every electric plant, industrial plant, or factory, commercial establishment, institutional building, watercraft, locomotive, and other installation where person and properties are exposed to electrical hazard shall not have less than the following complement of professional electrical engineer, registered electrical engineer, and registered master electrician. It promotes electrical safety and support to electrical practitioner to be employed to maintain the electrical system of an establishment. In my understanding, as of now, there is releasing of certificate of compliance for establishment following this section 33. In the releasing of certificate of compliance for RA 7920 section 30 is the OBO involved as they annually required every establishment to renew per naputol. I don't know, Sir Ariel, kung nakatch po ba yung question?
Oo. Sir Jonathan, mahaba yung tanong niya. Pero sa pagkakaintindi ko, may mga, yung RA 17 natutuwa daw siya na meron na ngayon na nagsusupervise siguro, pero baka doon sa dulo, baka sinong mag-i-implement, parang ganun siguro ang ano niya dyan. Sa ngayon kasi, di ba meron tayong RCAM committee, yung RA 7920, Compliance and Assessment Committee. Sila ngayon ang nagpupunta doon sa mga facility, nag-i-inform sa mga facilities, yung compliance, minimum requirement as per RA 7920. So sila po ngayon ang nag-monitor niyan. Yung PPC, hindi po kami nagmo-monitor dyan kasi mayroong nakatutok pong committee po tayo dyan, yung RCAM, yung RA 7920 committee. Which is dun, ibabato na lang po natin, Sir Jonathan, yung tanong ni Sir para may direct natin yung kasagutan sa kanya.
Sige po, Sir Ariel. So, I think we'll be entertaining last 3 questions siguro because
sige,
time check, it's 10:27 na. So, okay.
Sige, Sir Jonathan.
Okay lang ba, Sir Ariel?
2 questions, 2 to 3 questions.
Okay. Sige. So, here another question from anonymous attendee.
Mas maganda kung hindi anonymous para pwede ba siya magpakilala? Total, mga engineers naman tayo.
Paano natin maano dito, Sir? Hindi ko pa naano yung question ito.
Mahirap yung mga anonymous eh. Mas maganda kung magpakilala sila, yung mga nagtatanong.
Siguro yung mga anonymous, hindi na lang natin basahin.
Oo, kasi we have to respect also the attendance na yung nag-ano. Kasi yung anonymous, bakit siya nagpapa-anonymous?
Okay.
What's the purpose?
Correct, yes. So, another question from Ferdinand Joy Zumaraga. There are many municipality, city office of building office in the Philippines don't have licensed engineers. Are there laws that surround this? Yun po, Sir Ariel.
Yes, meron naman po tayong mga batas with regards to this issue. Ang kailangan talaga lang natin is yung massive information sa mga LGUs. Kasi marami pa rin hindi nakakaalam ng mga LGUs yung mga minimum requirements na kailangan sa field practice po natin. Doon sa mga malalayo. That's why nagkakaroon ngayon ng caravan po tayo. Makakatulong po itong mga chapters natin na ma-inform po yung mga LGUs natin, yung walang mga REE or yung PEE in that area, na ma-inform po sila. Siguro yun ang gawin po natin as an officer, as a member, or as a practitioner. Let's inform the LGU. Kasi kailangan natin gawin para yung mga malpractices doon sa area, ma-correct na po natin. Kasi may mga dumarating pa rin sa Professional Practice Committee na mga complaint na pumipirma ng design plan pero hindi naman siya PEE. Meron naman doon nakalagay lang license practitioner lang doon sa sinelyuhan. So yung mga ganitong malpractice, tama yung tanong ni Sir na hindi pa well informed. So let's have my suggestion to the institute is i-massive natin yung information na ito yung dapat gawin ng mga LGU, dapat maglagay ng REE or PE in terms of sign and sealing, or kung design nandiyan ang REE at saka RME sa installation and supervision. So something like that ang pwede natin maibigay or sa kanila. Yun lang po ang mabibigay kong inputs. But mayroon namang committee tayo na nag-handle dyan. Siguro i-refer po din natin din, Sir Jonathan, para mabigyan sila ng ano yung nararapat na information na po pwede nilang gawin.
Sige po, Sir Ariel. Thank you for that answer. And then I think one last question na lang po.
Sige
siguro. Po. From our IEC PEC Subcommittee Convenor, Engineer Conrado Binondo. Sir, good morning, sir. So the question is, are those rates inclusive of VAT and EWTs?
Expanded withholding tax.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, oo. And not yet po, sir. That's only parang yung bare cost yon. So kung merong mga taxes with your client is additional. So that's a bare cost. Yeah. So plus kung magbigay ng VAT, pag-issuing ka ng resibo, that's plus 12, expanded plus 2, something like that. And other related taxes is plus.
So thank you for that answer, Sir Ariel. And then sorry po no sa ibang mga question na hindi po nasagot because we're running out of time na. I
Yes.
think i-forward na lang yung mga answer, yung mga questions nito to Sir Ariel, sir.
Yes, sir.
So,
Tapos sagutin na lang po namin sila.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sir Ariel, for the enlightenment regarding the topic. So I think Ms. Monique, the co-host, let's present the certificate of appreciation.
So thank you very much once again to Engineer Duran and of course to Sir Jonathan Medalla for facilitating the question and answer portion. So, sir, I am now turning you the floor for the awarding of the Certificate of Appreciation.
Na-project na ba? Sige, may kopya naman ako dito. So, okay. Okay, sige. So, this certificate of appreciation is presented to Engineer Ariel P. Duran for imparting valuable insights as resource speaker on the topic Professional Practice Manual 2021 edition during the simultaneous technical session in conjunction with the 46th Virtual Annual National Convention with the theme GAT1 IIEE at 46th, transcending the challenges in the new normal by embracing resiliency and complementarity. Held on November 22 to 27, 2021 in Manila, Philippines via Zoom video conference, given this 27th of November 2021. Signed, Engineer Alberto P. Herrera Jr., National Secretary. Signed, Rolando P. Vasquez, National Vice President, External Affairs. Signed, Engineer Lyndon Baggy, National Vice President, Internal Affairs. And signed, Engineer Alan Anthony P. Alvarez, National President. Thank you so much, Sir Ariel.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Salamat po.
Thank you very much once again to Engineer Duran for providing us insights on the PPC Manual 2021 edition. So we are very sure that our delegates have learned a lot from your presentation this morning. So of course, we would like to acknowledge the presence here with us in the venue of our VP for Internal Affairs, Engineer Lyndon Baggy. And of course, later on, the presentations or the sessions will differ per session room. So please stand by. Nakakaba.
Ber, punta ka sa loop. Good morning once again. Welcome to session room 1. I am Yella Miraran Santos and I will be your host for the entire day today. At this moment, we officially start our sessions. We would like to remind our speaker that when you hear this bell, you have remaining 5 minutes to wrap up your presentation. And may we request you to please stay with us for the open forum. To introduce our speaker, may we call on the member of the Technical Sessions Committee, Engineer Jonathan Medalla.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Yela. So, hello and have a blessed morning, everyone. Am I audible, Ma'am Yela? Okay lang ba?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Sige. For most of all, we thank God for giving us another wonderful learning day. So this morning, it's my honor to introduce our first resource speaker for this very first mega technology webinar in the history of our IIEE. So our speaker is from Enphase Energy Incorporated. He will be sharing with us how Enphase provides smart, safer, and reliable solar rooftop solution to people. With this, I ask that you give your full attention to our speaker. Therefore, let's empty our cup, sit back, and relax. And so, my fellow electrical practitioners and guests, please join me in welcoming our first resource speaker, Engineer Arnel Miranda. Sir Arnel, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to be part of this event, our IIEE event in the Philippines. So personally, I'm a member of Pampanga chapter. So I'm a registered electrical engineer and currently working as a sales engineer for Philippines in Enphase Energy Inc. So for a while, I'll be sharing my screen, my presentation. Just to check, is it showing now on the screen?
Pinarinig ko lang mamaya. Walang makita, sir. Oh, meron na.
Okay. Mali yata. For a while po.
Hello, Sir Arnel.
Yes, ma'am.
Your presentation is visible na po kanina.
How about this time po?
Clear, clear.
Okay. So again, thank you very much, IIE, for having us Enphase in this wonderful event. We thank you for giving us the opportunity to introduce Enphase here in the Philippines. So Enphase is a developed company in North America. Our headquarters is in Fremont, California, and just recently we entered Philippine market to provide smart, reliable, and rapid shutdown ready solar technology in the form of microinverter. So I would like to quickly introduce our team for APAC. So we have Ryan Turner, our lead field application engineer for Asia Pacific region. And then we have Robin Yan, our general manager for emerging markets. So he handles all Southeast Asian region and Middle East region. And of course, I'm Arnel Miranda Jr., your technical sales engineer for Philippines. So Enphase is a leading global solar energy solution founded in 2006 with over 1,000 employees as of June 30, 2021. We have shipped more than 35 million microinverters worldwide, which is approximately 10 gigawatt of power. That's also approximately 1.5 million systems of homes and small commercial systems across the world. Just recently, we already enter the energy storage system as well. So we are shipping more than 800 megawatt hour of megawatt of inverters quarterly and 100 megawatt hour of energy storage shipped already. So Enphase is a very stable company with over $300 million revenue quarterly. And our non-GAAP net income for 2020 is 188.5 million USD. So that's a record non-GAAP for profitability for Enphase. And we are continuously growing in the market. So what is the value of Enphase? So Enphase microinverter versus traditional string inverters, that Enphase is a distributed energy architecture. We are a semiconductor integrated system that converts DC power to AC power at each solar panel level. We also provide proprietary networking technology, which we call Enphase Envoy Gateway. This is a very powerful communication device that communicates with our microinverter and with our cloud. So we can provide a very exceptional system interface to our customer. And then we have our cloud-based energy management system that can be viewed through your mobile phones, mobile devices, computers, and other smartphones. So comparing it to string inverter typically contains solar panel which are connected in series. And these solar panels converts power from sunlight to DC power. And that power is aggregated through a single point of conversion, which we call string inverter. So string inverter converts DC current from the solar panels and to AC current, which is usable to our systems. So what's the main difference here is that we put the conversion power to each solar panel. So we go away with the PV mismatches. We go away with the our problem with shading and other mismatches on top of the roof. So that is an added value for Enphase. So our core differentiation is that Enphase integrates its own semiconductor to each microinverters. So these microinverters are very smart. They can detect any and adapt on any grid application for each countries. So we are compatible for US grid, European grid, and also for Philippine grid as well. And then we are software-defined company. So we provide a very sophisticated monitoring platform to our clients where they can view their energy system, production, their home consumption or building consumption, and even the power exported to the grid and even imported from the grid. And of course, our ultimate solution will be a complete energy management technology wherein you can control your power from the sun, power from your energy storage, from the grid, and even through your load. So with our software-defined monitoring app, you can control all this energy. So Enphase is well known because it's smart. It is the smartest technology in the Philippines, in the US, and of course in the Philippines as well. So we have a plug and play system, Enphase cloud service, and we have the advanced grid function where we can, as mentioned earlier, adapt to any grid settings available out there. And we are the most scalable system since we are scaled 1:1 for each solar panel, meaning to say we provide a maximum power output for each solar panel that you install. And then we have the highest performance. We eliminate any type of losses caused through streaming, and we have our what we call burst mode. So Enphase operates at a very low voltage, low power system that enables us to create that enables us to convert power at a very low light. So even at 5:30 a.m. to even 6 p.m. in the Philippines, we can still produce power. And of course, this is what we are very proud of. We are the safest technology out there since we are all AC architecture. We eliminate the DC high DC voltage on top of the roof or even in your system. And of course, it is rapid shutdown compliant. And then we have the most reliable system with 0.05% failure rate that cannot be matched by any other technology out there. So this is how our energy monitoring platform looks like. So we have what we call installer toolkit that it is available for each installers to commission their system. We have a very six simple steps to complete the installation commissioning. And then we have the Enlighten for our end consumer, the system owner. They can view the energy production, energy consumption of their house, and even the net imported or exported energy from grid. And then, of course, we have the Enlighten Manager, which is a very sophisticated and detailed platform for installers where they can easily pinpoint which panel or which microinverters are performing well or performing poorly. So there it is. We just for looking into this monitoring platform, you can easily identify and maintain your system without asking your personnel to go on site and check each panels. And we have the scalability, of course, as mentioned. We have the power to for the homeowners to have a future expansion possibilities that suits their energy. Of course, our energy consumption depends on the economy, right? So once the economy is scaling, our consumption for energy is also upscaling. It is a very good system for our homeowners to have Enphase energy in their homes, so they can easily upgrade. Let's say for now I have a consumption of 3 kilowatt system, and after 2 or 3 years I upgraded my house and requires another kilowatt system. So that would just require me to install 2 or 3 panels. I'm not forced into buying a bulky string inverter, which is a huge investment for me. And then for the installer, it will be a recurring business for them. Since of course, you install their first Enphase system, and then for their expansion, they will just clearly contact you for an additional system as well. So in terms of performance, these are what causing the swing inverter to produce less. First one, we have the shading and obstruction. Next, we have the manufacturing mismatches. Even though these solar panels are produced in batches, so there are still mismatch within the wafer themselves. And then we have the nonlinear degradation for solar panels as well. So these are scratches. These are the other factors that involves weather conditions in sites. And then we have the temperature difference. This is a very big deal for Philippine market, as we are sitting on a tropical region of the globe. So our temperature is quite high as compared to other regions. That's why there's a big impact on temperature difference on each panels. So in an array, if you have a very a huge array, let's say 4x3 array, temperature between the edges, solar panels at the edges will be different on the temperature on the middle one, because of the factors like wind application to your array. And then we have, of course, the soiling. So this soiling is also causing issues on your solar panels power production. So in order to demonstrate it clearly, so this shows the power production capability of your solar panel. So in a string inverter, when solar panels are shaded, solar panels are being soiled, then your output for this string, since they are connected in series, will just be the same as your least producing solar panel. So that's the main disadvantage of having a solar PV system as your main source of power, the shading and soiling. But with Enphase, we maximize the capability of each solar panels in producing power. So if the other one is just producing 50, then the rest will just produce their maximum capability as well. So in other words, it is as if we maximize each capacity of solar panels power production, and your system will produce at a most of 84.2% in this scenario, as compared to just 50% into a string inverter. So next, here's how we got the 0.05% defect rate. So for every 2,000 batches that we produce, we had just one microinverter that is defective and can be replaced right away. So this is also the reason why we give 25 years warranty in our system in North American region for our system. So before we go to safety, I would like to explain here the differences between the DC and the AC arc fault. So for the AC arc fault, since AC is oscillating system, supply of voltage and current. So we have a point in time wherein in every cycle, the voltage and the current reaches zero at some point for each cycle. Then that's the point where we can easily extinguish any form of arc in a AC arc fault. But for the DC, since DC is with the name itself, it's direct. So not unless we pull off the two conductors far away, then we cannot really extinguish the DCR. So it will continue to the electrons from one end to another will continue to jump into air and forming a plasma and and then results to burning your conductor, burning whatever material that can be burned on site. So for string inverter versus microinverter in a system, so string inverter is a system that each solar panels are connected in series. Therefore, all the voltage is a summation of a singular voltage per panel. So if you have, let's say, 40 volts for each solar panels, and you have 10 panels on top of the roof connected in series, that's already 400 volts DC, which is extremely high and can create easily a fire. But for Enphase, on the panel itself, we already converted the power from DC to AC. So your output will be already 230 volts AC, and each solar panels are connected in parallel. So your voltage across the whole string will be the same, while your current is additive. So it's just a matter of how you will be sizing your home run from your roof to your electric distribution panel, which can be computed in reference to our Philippine Electrical Code. And as mentioned, that each microinverter is just low power, low current, and even low voltage device. So our device is just 1.45 ampere output current. So it is very minimal to be concerning. So for the DCR fault in a string inverter, the most common one would be series or parallel fault within PV module. So this is caused by miswiring on a solar PV panel within its wafer. And the next one would be the fault between ground and active conductor. So that would be, it's either from the negative node of your string or positive node of your string to the ground. And next we have the parallel fault, or fault between positive and negative, or accidentally touch. Your wires accidentally touch each other. So this is common when we use a cable tray on your an open cable tray on your home run, and accidentally the wires are cut, and so yeah. And then we have series fault inline within conductors. So this is the most common fault that can happen in a string inverter. So typically it happens within the MC4 connectors. So this MC4 connectors has an aluminum inside where we crimp the conductor itself. So if we accidentally misalign those aluminum conductors, so it will create a gap between them and eventually cause an arc in between line. So that will easily burn your conductor and burn the whole thing. So the last but not the least is a parallel or series fault within the junction box. So the technology evolves. That's why some other module manufacturers separate the junction box for the positive and the negative one. So our main battle here is in this fault in line with conductors. So Referring to rapid shutdown, when AC utility source is removed in any way, the microinverter automatically performs rapid shutdown function because our microinverters are grid-tied system, grid-tied microinverters. So fails or turn off, our microinverter will automatically turn off at an instant. So here's the rapid shutdown PV system on buildings 2014 NEC in accordance with NEC 2014, which is effective for our PEC 2017. So it is stated that it is required for residential or commercial buildings, but not required for ground mount. So of course, the market for Enphase is purely on residential and small commercial system. That's why we really take into account that we are compliant in these requirements. So the requirements is we 10 feet boundary between array. That would be your so it is allowed to have a 30 volts. I mean, it is allowed to have 30 volts, 240 VA in 10 seconds outside that boundary. So inside that boundary, it is okay. But outside the boundary, it should not exceed 30 volts DC. So, but then again, in NEC 2017, they even shortened the boundary into just one foot. So, and outside the array should not exceed 30 volts within 30 seconds. I mean, should be lessened into 30 volts within 30 seconds and should not exceed after 30 seconds. So inside boundary must meet this A, B, or C. So there should be a label listed and label system between modules, rackings, and any other devices in beneath it. So the DC voltage should not within inside boundary should not exceed 80 volts within 30 seconds as well. So all these requirements has met by Enphase system. So now we summarize the advantages of Enphase. So we have a comparison for Enphase microinverters, string inverter, and now we also have string inverter with DC optimizer. So for Enphase microinverter, it is a flexible design, of course. We don't have any stringing involved. We can operate at a multiple configuration, and it's all AC design, which gives our installer I mean, safety in mind that they are safe during the installation. And then for string inverters, of course, we need to string them based on their operating voltage. Typically, it's around 100 volts to 600 volts for residential and string inverters. For commercial string inverters, it's typically around 200 volts DC to 600 volts DC and even up to 1000 volts DC to operate. So that's a very high DC voltage in between. So for stringing, you will be forced to string an average of 8 panels for each string inverters. So when it comes to a multi-configuration roof or a roof with a lot of shading involved, then it will be a very difficult for the designer to go string inverters. Well, in terms of shading and mismatches, the DC optimizer comes in place wherein it optimizes each solar panels to their maximum potential. But again, this system is still a DC system. So you're still converting high DC voltage into a single point of equipment, which is the string inverter. And then we later found out in an independent study that Enphase produce 3.1% more energy than other string inverters, other technologies out there. So this 3.1% more energy is attributed to our burst mode system, wherein since we operate at a very low voltage and low power requirements, then our microinverter, our system wakes up early and sleeps late at night. And then we have the higher reliability since we are a 1:1 system. So our solar panels is independent for each within each other. But for string inverter, we just have a single point of conversion that when it comes to operation and maintenance, where you need to maintain your string inverter or maintain your string inverter, or worse, your string inverter fails, then your whole system will be down. So that's the reliability that gives Enphase. And of course, we have no moving part. That's a plus points for system. So other string inverters as well doesn't have a moving parts like fans, but they have natural cooling. But still, they have they operate at a high power. So the components inside are much getting a lot of stress than our system. Then we have greater durability, of course. We will not, Enphase is not full enough to give 25 years warranty to its customer if we know that ourselves that we are not durable. So our system is IP67 enclosure. It is double insulated, so there's no way that outside element can penetrate the inside components. And we have the increase in safety, of course. We don't operate at we just operate, in a very low DC voltage and current that doesn't exceed 80 volts. So Philippines case study, some of the projects that we have done successfully. One was 12 kilowatt in KFC, Dau, Pampanga. So this is a three-phase system. And then we have also installed residential projects in Pampanga, Tarlac, Metro Manila, and our latest is in Albay. So gradually we are expanding our reach, and hopefully we can have one of the participants here in ANC IIEE 46th anniversary, who is located in somewhere in Mindanao area as a customer. So these are our residential projects as well. So now we move on to Enphase system overview. So this is how it looks like. So you have your microinverters beneath each solar panels. And then these microinverters are connected with our pre-manufactured Q cables. So this Q cable is a duplex dual core, and that makes our microinverter connected in parallel. And then we just have a single home run here that can be used. We can use actually a THHN cable for as long as it is properly cased by electrical fittings as required in a PAC. And then we have on the bottom the Enphase Envoy meter. So this Envoy has a capability of metering, where when you buy this Envoy, it is provided with two CTs, one for production and the other one for consumption. So we can monitor the output of each microinverters, and then we can also monitor your consumption from the grid. And then from the Enphase S meter, we have the Enlighten Cloud. So for as long as this Envoy, the communication device, is connected to internet, either through Wi-Fi or internet cable, then we can upload all the data to our cloud and download them to our monitoring app. So just overview again of our Enlighten Manager. This is how it looks like. So you can arrange your solar panels in such a way that it can mimic the array layout on top of your roof. And then you can see here each power generated for each solar panel, the voltage, DC voltage and current produced by each solar panel, and the AC frequency and AC voltage for each microinverters. And then we also have a fleet management dashboard where if you have installed a multiple system, which is in a one customer or in one account, then that customer will have this feature wherein it can view all those projects at once, at one glance. So an example of this is a shell system. So we have multiple sites, and then we integrate all those sites into one platform to see and monitor the performance of each and every site's Shell gas stations. And then we have the monitoring platform for system owner, which is a very slick user interface. And then you can also monitor it through your mobile devices. So how the system communicates is for each microinverters and Envoy, they communicate through AC power line communication. So you don't need an extra data cable to run from your roof to your distribution board. It's just purely the THHN cable that you install to electrically wire your microinverters will be sufficiently enough for the Envoy to communicate. And then the Envoy is communicated to our internet, of course. And then through that internet router, it will be send the data to our cloud, and our cloud to your mobile devices. So now we move on to our microinverters. So for Philippines, we have IQ7 Plus and IQ7A available right now. So these are compatible for 60 cell module and 72 cell modules. And later, during some of our installation, we found out that some 92 cells or 96 cells modules are also compatible for these microinverters. So PV modules compatibility range. So this is what we saw in our, what we are going to see in our datasheet. But in practice, our RQ7 Plus is recommended for 300 watt peak to 390 watt peak for Philippine application. And then for IQ7A, it is 400 watt peak and above. So we have tested 500 watt peak solar panel paired with our IQ7A, and it works really, really well. So yeah, I believe right now our panel modules are drastically upgrading their power. I mean, upscaling their power, but we still have out there some panels from 300 watts to 500 watts. So our max DC input for each microinverter is 6 volts DC for IQ7 Plus and 58 volts DC for IQ7A. So here's how we provide the burst mode in our system, because our microinverters operates for, if it is IQ7 Plus, it operates at 16 volts DC. While for IQ7A, it operates at 18 volts DC. So at a very low voltage, it can actually convert power right there and then. So the peak power for IQ7 Plus is 295 volts VA. I mean 295 VA, and for IQ7 Plus, I mean IQ7A is 366 VA. So for 230 volt system, you just divide it directly. So you'll get 1.28 amps and 1.59 amps, respectively. And then our microinverters can operate from 184 volts to 276 volts AC, uh, nominal operating voltage from the grid. And then, since we have a pre-manufactured wire, this wire is a duplex of 3.5 square mm. That's why we limit we limit the number of microinverters connected in parallel into a 20 amp circuit breaker. So for IQ7 Plus, it would be 12 microinverters per 20 amp circuit breaker. So if your requirements exceeds, let's say you require 16 panels, then you will be forced to have two circuits in two separate circuits. So you can divide that into two, or you can maximize one circuit, then the rest will be on the second circuit. The same goes as well with IQ7A. So here's how our cabling and accessories saves time from you. So it is a plug and play system. So we already provide these connectors available when you purchase an Enphase system. And then this how our microinverter looks like when it is installed. So it is installed in a railing underneath the panel. So this will be our AC cable, and this will be our DC input from the panel. As mentioned, it is a number 12 AWG or 3.5 square mm wire for each cable, which limits us to. It's supposed to have 25 ohms, but since we don't have an available 25 amp circuit breaker in the market, so we lessen it to 20 amp circuit breaker. And then this is our accessories. So we have the ceiling cups. These are used for unused Q cable. And then this one, when you skip one connector in your connection, so you will be forced to have this one. And then we have the Q terminator. Since this is a continuous cable, so you need to terminate the other end to avoid the cable from touching each other, causing a short circuit. And then, of course, we have the disconnection tool for an accidental connection for the connectors. And then we have the Q cable clips to wire manage your wiring on top of the roof. So this is an example. Let's say you have 5 microinverters, and then this is the Q cable. It is continuous cable with connectors distance between each other. So we have two types of cables. We have the portrait one and the landscape one. So the portrait is recommended, of course, for portrait orientation of panels. The landscape is recommended for landscape orientation. So the portrait one is 1 meter between connectors. So from one end to the another is a 1 meter wire. But for landscape, it is 2 meter distance. And then this is how the Q terminator is being used. So the end one of the Q cable should have a Q terminator. And the other end should have a, this is where the splicing took place. So you'll be having terminal box here to splice from Q cable to THHN cable. So an example of layout extension, let's say for example, you have your microinverter here and the next microinverter will be here. So you will be forced to use Q seal, ceiling cups. So Other approach will be you can just cut in between, and then you'll put terminal box there, a weatherproof one, and then you just splice or yeah, splice the both ends of the connectors. So as mentioned, it is outdoor rated and a 12 AWG conductors inside. The black one would be the line 1. The red will be the line 2 or the neutral on other distribution utilities. So it is 1.3 for portrait and 2.3 for landscape. So now we move on to how we design Enphase microinverters in an application of rooftop. So of course, in designing a solar rooftop, we would like to identify where is the optimal roof that we can put our solar panels. In order to figure that out, so we need to run an irradiance heat map. So this irradiance heat map will help us identify where we'll be putting the solar panels. So the lighter orange indicates higher irradiance. So that means you can have more sunlight, so more power production for solar panels. The darker red will signify low irradiance. So we don't want to put solar panels up here and here. So we only want to put solar panels in those areas with good irradiance. Yep. So for landscape orientation, you can, with Enphase, you can maximize your roof. And then, so we have less than 5 minutes now, so I'll just fasten a little bit. So we have, this is how we connect them. So for each solar panel, we have microinverters. So with string inverters, you cannot do this one because this is a different orientation to this panels and this one. So you'll have a very high mismatch in this configuration. So, but with Enphase, you can physically connect them since we maximize each solar panel output. So for this sample, we have 42 solar panels, and then we use IQ7 plus 42 as well. And then we use 50 cables. So normally we have the same quantity of microinverter and cable, but since we have we will be skipping cables here, so we have greater number of cables. So then we have 4 Q terms. So for each Q term, it is required for every circuit to have a Q term at least a minimum of 1. And then so you have 4 circuits. So this one circuit, 2 circuit, 3 circuit, and your 4th circuit. So this is how our microinverter looks like and how microinverter looks in the roof. And a plug-and-play components is installed. So we have a single bolt mounting, then the cable snap together connectors. So we just snap them in to connect them. And then no metal, so no grounding for this. But we recommend grounding to your solar PV panels framing. So just in case the roof was struck by lightning, you can direct that high voltage current to your directly to ground. And then, of course, before we have a serial number for each microinverter. So before you install them, we recommend to peel them off and put them into this array mapping. So this will help you during the commissioning to locate where you put each solar microinverters. So then we have the Envoy system, the communication device. It comes with 2 CTs. So this device captures data and energy management. So it can control our microinverters and AC battery if it will be available in the Philippines for the next few quarters. And then can be connected through Wi-Fi or Ethernet or cellular modem. So it's a real-time production and consumption metering as well. It is built in here. So it is applicable for multi-phase, three-phase, and single-phase as well. So there. So this is sample wiring. So solar panels, we have one microinverter for each, and then we have the AC junction box where we splice from Q cable from our pre-manufactured cable to a local THHN cable available in the market. And so this red line here, we just need to compute if the current is sufficient for the ampacity of the wire. So we put into consideration the voltage rise and drop within the length of this wire. And then also, so we install two CTs, one for production. Of course, this CTs has arrows. So you just follow the flow of current from solar panel to the circuit breaker. And then for the consumption from your service entrance to your power distribution board in your house. So more wiring examples, it's just in case you have multiple circuits. So you'll just run your home run into the same CT, so they can CT can add two currents between lines, and then same it here as well. Or just in case you have an existing string inverter, you can still upgrade your system into N-phase by just putting an additional CT and parallel it to the production CT. So N-phase feature products. So right now we have IQ7 Plus and IQ7A. And then in the future, we will be having the IQ7-8 series in the Philippines, which it is the first grid-forming microinverters. Meaning to say, even without grid and without battery, for as long as you have sunlight, these microinverters can still provide power to your home. But again, there will be an additional device which we call smart switch that will separate your home to the grid, so we can still be compliant with the anti-islanding provision. And then we have the IQ8D, which will be available for commercial, which is 2-panel for each microinverters. And ultimately, we are very excited to have the ensemble, which complete the whole system package of Enphase. So that summarizes my presentation for questions now. So thank you. I'll be leaving our contact details here. You can call Robin Yan, Ryan Turner, or me for any concerns for Enphase, or for in case you want to purchase Enphase microinverters or system, you can call our distributor, M Spectrum, headed by Patrick Pandillo, and our account officers would be Antonio Roman Paulo Caparas, Jeremy Nares, and Jocelyn Liconsunga. Thank you.
That concludes our presentation. Thank you, Engineer Ariel Miranda. So I hope our delegates learned a lot from you. So for the question and answer portion, may we call on, again, the member of the TCPDC, Engineer Jonathan Midalla. Sir Jonathan?
Okay, thank you po, Ma'am Yela, and to Sir Arnel, Engineer Arnel, thank you for that very informative presentation. So let's proceed for the Q&A. So the first question is, I think napakita na to kanina. Do you have solar installation in the Philippines? Siguro na-present mo na to kanina, Sir Arnel. So I want to maximize time. So the next question is, ang AC output po ba ng inverter na nasa sine wave na siya?
Yes, sir. So it's a completely pure sine wave na. So it is compatible to our grid setting in the Philippines. It is ang ginagawa niya is synchronize niya yung output niya to kung ano yung supply ng system, yung supply ng bahay or supply ng building. So ima-match niya yung frequency niya sa frequency ni grid, ima-match din niya yung voltage niya sa voltage ni grid.
Okay, thank you, Sir Arnel. I think we will be entertaining 2 to 3 questions lang because please bear with us because we're running out of time na. So next question is a rapid shutdown question. Is RSD required on a concrete roof or roof deck for commercial building?
Yes, sir. So for rapid shutdown, it is required for any building or solar installation that is dwelling buildings. So for any either it is a rooftop building or roof deck building, is still required.
Next question, what is the difference of overall installation between using conventional string inverter and in-phase?
So the main difference there is Enphase is a purely AC system. So you don't need to have a DC breakers, you don't have DC cables, and you don't operate at a very high DC voltage. So it is as if you're just installing regular power outlet on a single house. Yeah.
Okay, so another question is, this solar system of in-phase can also be installed in water?
Yep. So we have one installation somewhere in Hawaii, which is a floating solar. So yes, it can be used in that kind of application as well.
So, okay, bonus na lang siguro. Last one question na lang. Can you say estimated price of your system in per kilowatt?
For the pricing, I would recommend reaching out to our distributor because unfortunately I'm not allowed to disclose any pricing from them. Sorry.
Okay. I think nakikita ko dito si Sir Jaime Mendoza raising his hands. Sir Jimmy, may question ka ba, sir?
Good afternoon. Good morning. Pwede ba yan sa hybrid?
Yes. Yes, sir. We have an hybrid system which is currently available in the North America region. So we have our own battery system.
Hindi, paano lalabas? Kasi 220 volt na yung lumabas sa string.
Yes, sir.
So paano niya charge yung battery ng DC?
So our battery package po is a AC battery, just like Tesla Powerball. So inside that battery has its own bidirectional inverters.
So ang charging niya from AC to DC?
Yes, sir. Opo.
So medyo special yung battery.
Yes,
so,
sir.
May sarili siyang battery connected sa in-phase, kaya gano'n.
Opo.
Okay. Sige.
Sige. Thank you so much, Sir Jimmy. I think interested si Sir Jimmy nito.
May solar ako sa bahay.
Okay.
Solar rooftop ako
Sige, Sir Jimmy. So, I think yun na yung last question natin. I-gather na lang namin yung mga question, then i-forward na lang po namin sa sa in-phase energy through Engineer Arnel. So, I think yun na yung yung Q&A natin. Ma'am Yela? Back to you, Ma'am Yela.
Jonathan, for facilitating the Q&A portion of our program. So again, our apology for the unanswered questions. No? Rest assured that it will be answered in a similar fora. So now, I would like to call on again Engineer Jonathan Medalla for the awarding of the Certificate of Appreciation to our speaker, Engineer Ariel Miranda.
Okay, please present the certificate of appreciation. Okay. So this certificate of appreciation is presented to Enphase Energy Incorporated for imparting valuable insights as a sponsored technical presenter on the topic how Enphase provides smart, safer, and reliable solar rooftop solution to people. During the first Mega Technology webinar, in conjunction with the 46th Virtual Annual National Convention, with the theme Got One IIEE at 46, Transcending the Challenges in the New Normal by Embracing Resiliency and Complementarity. Held on November 22 to 27, 2021 in Manila, Philippines via Zoom video conference. Given this 25th day of November 2021, signed Engineer Alberto P. Herrera Jr., National Secretary, signed Roland P. Vasquez, National Vice President for External Affairs, signed Engineer Lyndon Bagge, National Vice President for Internal Affairs, and signed Engineer Alan Anthony P. Alvarez, National President. Back to you, Ma'am Yela.
We request Sir Arnel for a photo op po. Sir, can you open your camera po? Ayan, okay, sir, okay. In 1, 2, 3. Okay, sir. So, Sir Arnel, thank you very much for gracing our occasion today. We are very sure that we learned a lot from you. Okay, thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. And
Thank you. Thank you.
okay, from one speaker to another, we will now proceed to the next part of the program. May I call on, of course, the TCPDC member, one of the active members of the TCPDC and technical sessions, Engineer Brian Pasilan. Sir Brian?
Yes, Amiela, good morning. Can you hear me, Bob? Am I audible enough? Yes, Mamiela. Okay.
Yes, sir. You're audible.
Okay. So thank you and good morning to everyone, all the participants and attendees of this 46th Virtual Annual National Convention of IIEE and first Mega Technology webinar. And we thank you everyone for this participation and for your attendance. So to move on with our sessions this morning, so our next speaker is from the Luzares Solar Power Engineering Services and one of the renowned solar PV suppliers. And they'll be talking about grid applications of a battery energy storage system, BESS. So our next speaker is also a former regional governor of IIEE and is a known renewable energy electrical engineer. So everyone, please help me welcome Engineer Virgilio Gil Lozares. So sit back and relax and enjoy his presentation. So take it away.
Thank you very much, Engineer Brian. Thank you. Direct from Cebu. Okay. So, good morning to everybody. I will go directly now dun sa presentation ko kasi na-delay tayo ng konti. Yeah. Okay, I will share the screen. Yeah, okay na po ano?
Yes, very clear na po.
Okay.
Go, Will.
Okay, so this topic, in fact, it is not an STP, no, sponsored, but a technical presentation will share to you about one of my experience in battery energy storage system, no, for grid application. Okay, so I thank you. You have heard about this, no, now in smart grid, no, integration. So there are several applications and uses cases, no? One is what is happening now all over the Philippines. There are so many installation now, no, that has already finished and more to go. That will be on the application and use cases of frequency regulation. Okay, and with the renewable integration, peak shaving, microgrids, no, and black start capability, no, which is with respect to this, no. So the integration of distributed energy resources into traditional unidirectional electrical power systems is challenging, no, because of the increased complexity of maintaining system reliability. Okay, despite the variable and intermittent nature of wind and solar power generation. Ngayon dito sa atin sa Pilipinas, na ba, we are more on the renewable integration. Ang ano natin dito is solar, no, photovoltaic, and the wind generation. So alam natin they are BRE, no, variable renewable energy sources, no, and intermittent kasi hindi naman all over the day that they have that, no. So both of that, no, the solar and has those limitations, and that is the key to overcoming such challenges, no, is to increase power system flexibility, no, so that occasionally periods of excessive renewable power generation need not to be curtailed, or so that there is less need for large investment in network expansion that lead to high consumer prices. Kaya ang answer dito is the battery energy storage system, or a storage system that offers one possible source of flexibility. In fact, kapag sa solar, now, no, we have so many installation all over, no, with this pandemic, no, sa mga residential, then ngayon pati sa commercial and industrial setting, no? So and with the new battery chemistry, no, the emerging technology, no, of batteries, no, we are now on this na sinimulan ng Tesla, yung modular form, and nag-start tayo dati yung mga BRLA, di ba, variable bulb regulated, no, liquid lead acid, no, yung mga AGM, yung mga gas mat, no, lead acid. Ngayon we are now going to lithium ion, no? Nag-ano na tayo ngayon, pati ngayon sa electric vehicle, and one of the lithium ion batteries that we use, no, in cell phones, no, in recreational vehicle. Ngayon pumunta na tayo doon sa lithium iron phosphate, no, LiFePO4. In fact, pati sa mga vehicle ngayon, no, meron lumalabas ngayon, ang ginagamit natin, di ba, lead acid din, di ba? Tapos yung mga maintenance free. Ngayon pinapalitan ngayon na na we have already in the market yung lithium iron phosphate battery in the car. Yung it is not a commercial, I'm not connected with that. It is the ready go battery, yung sabi nilang battery with na may utak, no. It is already there already, no. So okay, so these are the challenges, no. That is the long term drivers for energy storage, the challenges of the future power grid. So one of that is the effectivity, no, that is electricity consumption on the rise, lalo ngayon, di ba, since the pandemic started for the COVID-19, yung nag-ano tayo no March 15, di ba, nag-lockdown 2020. Yan na po ngayon, di ba, we have this electricity consumption on the rise. No? That is the electrification of everything moving towards electricity as the primary source of electricity. And economic and population growth will lead to increasing demand of power. Then another is we're going now no to the parang to reduce base load of coal plant. No? So we're going to coal plant retirements. No? That is reducing base load power capacity and limited resources for ancillary services on the utility grid. Okay? Then another is again, as I mentioned, the integration of renewable, no? The growth in renewable renewables. So government, no, is an industry moving towards no solar and wind. Yan ngayon ang pinakaano natin. And intermittent generation sources can reduce reliability on the electric grid. Kasi intermittent to no arbitrage kaya that is one thing no na kagaya ng nangyayari ngayon sa solar no sa Negros Island nandoon ang maraming solar then pag nagkaroon ng clouding so bagsak no so para hindi mo bagsak ang grid kasi this yan solar diba? Pag hindi para bumagsak ang grid with respect to that no we have now the battery no these challenges now we have this battery energy storage no? Which is the main the solution. Then with the electric vehicle no? Electric vehicle okay which is that is in the very near future or ngayon malangyari na baka by next year may makikita na tayong marami ng that is pool no full electric vehicle roaming around the streets all over the Philippines. No? Ngayon may mga hybrid na, no? And that is the electrification of transportation. More users of EVs can increase peak loads, placing more strain on the electrical grid. No? So ayun isang challenges, naman. If that will be the case no, for the grid application. And the increase in high-speed rail. No? And yun nga sabi ko kanina, in terms of replication of smart grid technology, bidirectional flow of power requires additional coordination between power supply and demand. And of course, we're looking forward, kagaya nangyayari sa ibang bansa, especially in Europe saka sa America, no, particularly in California, yung dapat we have these tax and regulatory incentives. No? So again, it is on the electrification of everything moving towards electricity as the primary source of electricity. Okay? And if we will that is for residential, commercial, and now on the utility, ito pinaka niyan, diba? In terms of this behind the meter, no, which with the battery we have peak shaving, BRLE, no, variable renewable energy, smoothing, no, the time of use, and the power quality. Kaya kasi ganito nangyayari, no, wherein ang natin let us say 4-hour solar no for this PV generation, as you can see no you have this no graph no so during the day yung pag magsisimula ng 6 AM doon pa lang papasok yung araw no okay so grid electricity consumption is on this period no from 0 to 6 AM or that will be 12 midnight no or 12 AM 12:01 AM to 6 AM. Then papasok na siya on that thing. Then pagdating ng hapon, yan po yung di ba? Yung lalakas na naman yung consumption natin. Una-una kasi di ba mga galing sa trabaho o uuwi sa bahay. So more on that. And ngayon nangyayari nga sa atin ngayon, di ba? During the pandemic because of the quarantine pati sa virtual learning. So hindi lang dito. In fact, all over the day, no, yung direct load consumption natin lumalakas. So if we have battery storage, that will pitch in. Okay? So on this example, parang etong normal condition, papasok ngayon for that battery. Kaya para maano natin, etong tinatawag na duck carb. So the battery will be direct feed in on that, then there will be the battery discharge from that. Okay? And also pag natapos yung battery, naubos yung battery or kaya during power outage, pasok na naman yung grid, no? Or kaya if we have still those charges from the battery will fits in. Okay? And that is this one. Again, you see from that duck curve, as I mentioned, that it has emphasized its ability, no, to time shift solar generation to hours of peak demand with solar energy storage. Kasi pag nakatulong yung battery natin na malakas ngayon ang consumption, nakakatulong tayo na hindi mag-init ang grid. Okay? So that will be sabi ko nga sa inyo, yung mga naka-install ngayon, it is more on frequency regulation, para sa on these things. Kasi any shift, no, of yung backfeed, no, pag ano ng frequency, di ba 60 Hz tayo, just 1 Hz affects much, no. There is a backfeed, no, that will ano sa system. Okay? So we have these components, no, of the battery energy storage system. So we have okay, so we have the battery system of the battery pack, no, consists of the battery pack which connects multiple cells to appropriate voltage. Okay, so we have those battery pack on that, no, and capacity. Then we have the battery management system, no. Okay, that will be, and the battery thermal management system. So the BMS, yung battery management, protects the cells from harmful operation in terms of voltage, yung tatlo nating inaano na parameters: voltage, temperature, and current. That is to achieve reliable and safe operation and balances varying cell sites of state of charge, no, within a serial connection. Then yung battery natin, thermal management, siya naman yung nagko-control ng temperature, kasi alam natin ang temperature pati nga sa solar panel, di ba, it is a very significant parameter, di ba, kapag ang voltage nag-i-increase kapag bumaba ang temperature, o kaya that is during the cold weather. Pag naman kapag hot weather naman, bumababa ang voltage, di ba? And it has something to do with also with the reagents. Yung standard temperature condition natin, if we integrate it with solar photovoltaic system, ang standard natin 25 degrees C. Pag bumaba on that, no, at tumaas between that, then there is an effect, no, on our power harvest, no, or the power output, no, in terms of kilowatt peak, no, or watt peak, no, kilowatt peak, megawatt peak, and so on. Okay, so the battery temperature thermal management system, no, controls the temperature of the cells according to their specification in terms of absolute values and temperature gradients and the peak. Okay, so you have those the cell, the module, then the junction box, the battery pack, and we have now this power conversion equipment. And this is schematic of a utility scale. Well, we have the power conversion. This is a 4 megawatts times 5. Then we have the battery per megawatt, no, on the battery pack, and everything on that. Okay, and we have this grid connection of utility scale battery energy storage system. So it gives an overview of the connection topologies for utility best, okay, for the battery energy storage, which typically consists, no, of multiple battery packs and inverter units, okay, all adding up to the total system energy and power. So makita mo diyan in this particular figure, no, that is the power electronics, no, yung PE, no, dedicated to individual battery packs can be installed, kagaya rito sa this one ba, individual, or the battery packs can be connected in parallel, kagaya nito in letter B, no, to direct current bus. Okay, then we have in C, we have example of grid connection to allow voltage level. Okay, to a low voltage level, ito yung low voltage level. And this one, sa D, makita mo meron siyang transformer, no, so that will be connection to higher levels via a transformer. Okay, so we have this grid application now, no. I go to that, no, with the battery energy storage system. So what will be the scope of the best usage, no? The use cases, no? That is the services provided by the batteries, no? It can be divided into groups representing the primary stakeholders. So one is the network owners, no? And this we have this best uses, no? So network owners, we have peak load management or investment deferral in system reinforcement. Then we have network operators, ancillary services such as frequency regulation or voltage support. Then we have the behind the meter customer services. Ito ngayon nangyayari ngayon sa ano natin, di ba? Sa mga pati sa residential and commercial. Increased self-consumption of solar PV, backup power, peak time charge reduction and so on. So nandito ngayon, kagaya pag dito sa atin sa Manila, we have already the services for time of use, di ba? Na pag meron tayong solar, then meron tayong storage, no, battery, no, yung mga modular form na ngayon, then pwede tayo mag-apply ng time of use, no, yung off-peak and peak hours. So you can charge the battery during off-peak, that is sa gabi. At the same time, we can use that kapag nagkaroon ng power outage sa grid, di ba? Then, pagdating ng umaga, gagamitin natin ang battery to provide AC output. Okay? Kasi ngayon, ang battery energy storage system ngayon is combining both the AC and the DC coupled. Okay? So you can now provide, you can configure your inverter system to provide AC output. Kaya tutulong siya to the solar natin or sa wind natin na nakalagay kung ngayon kasi sa ano wala pa masyado sa residential, di ba? To provide output, AC output, no? At the same time. So, para nakapag ano ka ng net metering, hindi na natin iaano yung sa net metering. Pwede mo nga yung storage mo yon, di ba? For your self-consumption. Okay? Then, we have this major advantage, no, of battery storage. As you can see, the flexibility addressing the full range of active and reactive power needs, and translate this capability into discrete services at the generation, transmission, and distribution level. So you have those balancing storage, no, bulk storage, distributed storage. Then we have the residential storage. So ngayon, sabi ko nga, kasama na ngayon yung pag meron kang solar, meron kang battery, no? Then you can have those, yung ano natin sa electric vehicle for the charging. You have your own charging station at home, no, with respect to that. When we have the distributed storage and we have the commercial storage, no? Okay? So yung system kagaya sa commercial and industrial, yung for residential storage, yung mga battery ready ngayon na ano na inverter. Then also, there is also those battery inverter na nakahiwalay, no? That we have. Then we can make use of that function. Then sa commercial, may lalabas na ngayon in terms of this, na pati yung value niya mas mataas. Then for the commercial, as I have sent the presentation of Engineer Arnel, no, from NPACE. Ano na tayo, di ba? You can have also from that, no, from the NPACE inverter, pwede natin mag-ano tayo connected to the generators, no, or kahit na yung diesel generators. Okay, for the hybrid system. Okay, so that is the connection, no, of that application, which I will just because of the lack of time or the minimal time that we have, then I can just go directly on this, no. So you have this. We have the conventional central generation. Then we have load leveling. We have the spinning reserve. Okay, as you can see. Then we have this for the load center. Then we have here in the integration of renewables, no, we have the ESS. Then for the microgrids, no, which is now happening, no, for the community. Okay, we have this. Then we have this in the smart grid integration. We have the frequency regulation. And we have on the houses, no, or residential and commercial, we have the solar PV time shift, no, which is now na inaano natin, no, for residential, small commercial, that is the time of use, no. And we have the peak shaving in terms of in the industrial and commercial thing. Okay, So I really go on that on this general application, no, the grid application or consideration, the technical consideration of this grid application of the best, no, the battery energy storage system. Okay, so one is the electrical time shift. Ito yung sinasabi natin na it involves purchasing in inexpensive, no, electric energy available during periods when prices of system marginal costs are low, no, to charge the storage system so that the stored energy can be used or sold at a later time when the price or costs are high. Ito yung PAC, no, peak and off-peak, no, rates. Okay, then we have that is alternatively, you can provide similar time shift during by storing excess energy production, which would otherwise be curtailed from renewable sources such as wind or photovoltaic. Okay. Then another is electric supply capacity. That is depending on the circumstances in a given electric supply system. Energy storage could be used, no, to defer or reduce the need to buy new central station. Kaya ngayon yung ginagawa natin, inaano lang yung kagaya ng isa namin sa norte na inano, and I know that there is from that company their engineers are here, no, attending to this, na we just, no, have that, no, na this battery energy storage, no, to going to the grid. Iaano mo lang yung yung substation niya, that is i-upgrade mo, no, the substation in order to come up, no, with this system. Okay, then another is regulation, no? That is this is one of the ancillary services for which storage is especially well suited. It involves managing interchange flows with other control areas, no, to match closely the schedule intercharge flows and momentarily variations in demand within the control area. Ano primary reason of this regulation? That is to maintain the grid frequency. Ngayon, ganito po ngayon yung nangyayari na marami ngayon installation of BESS all over the country with respect to this regulation. That is frequency regulation. Okay? So, you have that, no? Na kagaya sa electrical time shift, ang storage system range from 100 to 500 megawatt. Ang discharge during range is 1 hour and minimum cycles per year, so 150 plus. No? Pag sa electrical supply naman, ang ano natin is storage size 100 to 500 megawatt, 2 to 6 hours ang discharge duration. Minimum cycles 5 to 100. And sa regulation, ito po yung 10 to 40 megawatt. No? Discharge is 15 minutes to 1 hour, target discharge, and we have the minimum cycles 250 to 10,000 cycles per year. Okay. Then another of this is spinning, no, non-spring and supplemental reserves. That is the operation of electrical grid reserves capacity can be called on when some portion of the normal electric supply resources unexpectedly become unavailable. So generally, okay, the reserves are at least at large as a single largest resource. Okay, and reserve capacity is equivalent to 50 to 20% of the normal electrical supply. Okay, so we have also the voltage support. This is designated normal power plants are used to generate reactive power. Ito yung express and VAR, no, to offset reactance in the grid. That is another grid application. So the power plants could be displaced by strategically placed under storage within the grid, no? Placed with the grid at central locations by multiple VAR support storage systems. No? Then another is the black start, no? That is storage systems provide an active reserve of power and energy within the grid and can be used to energize transmission and distribution lines and provide station power to bring, no? Power plants in line after the catastrophic failure of the grid. So isang magandang ano po ngayon to para maging talagang sustainable tayo. In fact, the renewable energy, since they are intermittent and variable, So in order to have 24 hours, no, 24 hours sustainable energy, no, we have to integrate those renewable energy sources with this energy storage system. So storage can provide similar startup power to larger power plants if the storage system is suitably sited and there is a clear transmission path to the power plant from the storage location, no? Then you have this storage, no, from the spinning, no, 10 to 100 megawatt, discharge is 15 minutes and ano. Then we have the minimum cycles. So voltage support naman, we have this storage system 1 to 10 megawatt mega bar, no, and target is not applicable kasi on bar, and then the minimum cycles. Then the black start, you have the storage from 5 to 50 megawatts, no, and so on. Okay. Then ano pa yung isa? That is this grid application. We have the load following ramping up renewables, no? That is characterized, though, by power output that generally changes as often as every several minutes. The output changes in response to the changing balance between electric supply and load with specific region or area. That is, the output variation is a response to changes in system frequency, timeline loading, or the relation of these to each other, and of course as needed to maintain the scheduled system frequency or establish interchange within the areas within predetermined limits. So nakita nyo rito pa yung storage system size range niya in duration and maximum. Then another is the transmission upgrade deferral. So with the battery energy storage, pwede mo i-defer yung transmission na pag-upgrade, no? So it involves delaying utility investment, no, in transmission system upgrades by using relatively small amounts of storage, or in some cases avoiding such investments entirely. Consider a transmission system with peak electric loading that is approaching the system's energy storage downstream from the nearby overload transmission node could upgrade for a few years, no? So that could defer to the need for the upgrade for the new year. So that will few years. So this is the storage system size range, no? Then we have the transmission and congestion relief. Transmission occurs when energy from dispatched power plants cannot be delivered at all or some loads, okay, because of inadequate transmission facilities. And electrical, when transmission capacity additions do not keep pace with the growth and in peak electrical demand, the transmission system become congested. Okay, electricity storage can be used, okay, to avoid congested related costs and charges, especially if the cost becomes one use because of significant transmission and distribution, upgrade, deferral, and voltage support. Okay, so you have this another thing which involves the distribution upgrade delay, no, of using this delay, no, and avoid investments that would otherwise be necessary, no, to maintain. So the deferred upgrade could be a replacement of an existing or of an aging or overstressed distribution transformer at a substation, or the reconductoring, no, yung pag ano natin of distribution lines with heavier wire. Okay, so you have those things. Then another application, no, for this is the power quality. Ito yung isa nating ano, no, ito marami tong ano, that is the electrical power quality service involves storage to protect customers on site loads downstream, that is from storage, okay, against short duration events that affect the quality of the power delivered to the customer loads. Some manifestations of poor power quality are the following. Yan yung mga variations in voltage magnitude, no, short-term spikes, no, dips, longer term, and so on. Variations in primary, no, that is from 60 Hz frequency at which power is delivered. Ito yung pinakaano natin. Just a 1 Hz variation means a lot, no? Then low power factor, voltage and current excessively out of phase with each other. So pag nagkaroon ng out of phase, nagba-backfeed na yan, and that will be the problem. Mag-iinit ngayon yung ano, di ba? Harmonics, no, this is the harmonics, no, the presence of current or voltages at frequencies other than the primary frequency. So that is a poor power quality. sa ano natin, di ba, pag sa mga residential, ang the Philippine Distribution Code, that is, dapat hindi ka tataas ng 5%. So, pag bumaba ka, pag tumaas ka dyan, then, that is now a problem on the power quality of the system. Then, interruption of service of any duration, ranging from a fraction of a second to several seconds. Okay? Then, we have this demand charge, no, management. Electricity storage can be used by end users, no, that is the utility customers, to reduce their overall cost of electrical service by reducing their demand during peak periods, specifically by the utility. So to avoid demand charge, load must be reduced during all hours by the demand charge period. Kaya kalimitan, di ba, that will be 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. or on specific days, most often weekdays. Okay? Then another is yung round trip efficiency. So this is it takes into consideration energy losses from power conversion and parasitic loads. Yan yung mga sa electronics, heating and cooling associated with operating energy system. This metric is a key determinant of the cost effectiveness of energy storage, no? As the lowest energy efficiency 42 yung inaano natin compressed air, no, isa yung ang lithium ion batteries, they have the highest, no, in terms of 87 to 94% efficiency. Okay, yung ginagamit ngayon, ba? So for energy storage coupled with photovoltaics, efficiencies of less than 75% are unlikely to be cost effective. Then another is response time. This is the need for a fast response time is expected to be more important for variability damping than the load shifting applications, and hence most relevant to utility scale photovoltaic generation in this evaluation. Ito yung naka-integrate. Yung mga sinasabi ko sa inyo, passing clouds are the primary source of rapid changes, no, in ito yung clouding, no, in photovoltaic power output. Solar insolation at a single point can change by more than 60% in seconds. Kita niyo yung di ba? And changes in power output from the utility scale photovoltaic systems are expected to occur within minutes. So yan po yung mga natin. Okay. Then we have the lifetime and cycling, no? As in this case, for efficiency, the cost effectiveness of energy storage is directly related to its operational lifetime. Okay, now in terms of the technical requirements, no, sizing methods for powering energy, we have these two, no, that is frequency, that is size by power converter capacity in megawatts, then size by power storage capacity in megawatt hour. So frequency, no, regulation and black start, no, best grid application are sized according to power converter in megawatts, no. These other grid applications are sized according to megawatt hour, no. Renewable energy integration, peak shaving and load leveling, and microgrids, no. Timely operation and maintenance of the facilities required to minimize loss of energy yield, damage property, safety concerns, and disruption of electric power supply. Maintenance is both preventive and corrective to maximize, no, yung best output and ensure uninterrupted operation. Okay? So, ito ngayon yung natin, no? As an example, you have this best capacity in megawatts. Okay? For this particular quotation or this equation. So, we have a 41.66 megawatt per hertz, no? So you have multiply it by 4%, no, yung governor drop, then the 60 hertz we have 100 megawatt, no, of the best capacity. Then in terms of megawatt hour, we have that the power required in megawatt times the duration required, no, in hour. So divide by the depth of discharge and battery efficiency. So you have here the depth of discharge at 80% and the battery efficiency at 95%. Ngayon nga po sa lithium iron na phosphate ang ginagamit, nag-aano sila ngayon na 90 to 100% depth of discharge. Hindi kagaya po ng lead acid that will be just 50 to 60% depth of discharge. Okay? for that example. So another is on this is the for the operation and maintenance, no? That is timely operation and maintenance of the facility required to minimize loss of energy yield. Okay, damage to property, safety concerns, and disruption of electrical power supply. So maintenance is both preventive and corrective to maximize best output to ensure. So here you have this, no, the O&M, no, of the battery energy storage system. So operation, that is monitoring system management, operation status check and repair. The corrective maintenance, components of equipment wise check and repair. Okay, work following expiration. Then we have the environmental management. Okay, vegetation abasement, waste and garbage dumping, battery disposal. Safety management, protection of the ESS facility against criminal acts such as vandalism, theft, and trespassing. Hindi lang sa system, this is on the ano, diba? Then we have the transmission line management. That is the transmission line, no, check and repair work, and the spare parts, no, with suitable safeguards is crucial. Meeting the performance guarantee, maintaining higher level of best uptime than the plant availability agreement. Okay? Kaano po yan? So ito po yung ngayon mga uses and cases. So ito nga yung sinasabi ko sa inyo in terms of frequency regulation. Ito nga yung inaano natin, di ba? That will be the constant second by second adjustment of power, no, to maintain system frequency at the nominal value of 50 or 60 Hz to ensure grid stability. So sa atin, di ba? So if demand exceeds supply, okay, the system frequency falls and brownouts and blackouts are likely. If utilities generate more power than consumer demand, the system frequency increases, possibly damaging all connected electrical devices. So battery energy source system can provide regulating power, no, with sub-second response time, no. This makes it an extremely useful asset for grid balancing sources. So nakita nyo po dyan, di ba, in terms of this frequency containment and subsequent duration. So you see, kapag bumagsak siya, nag ilang seconds lang, then makaka-recover siya within that thing. Then we have this cases on the, okay, or this is the stability, no, for short variation of power. That is the primary, okay, frequency control. Ito yung secondary, then that will be the tertiary control, no? Okay, with respect to this stability of the batteries. So the battery energy storage can provide regulating power with sub-second response time. This makes it an extremely useful asset for balancing the grid, no, for that particular purpose. Okay, and we have these cases about renewable energy integration, and we expect, no, in the nangyayari na, and also in the more in the near future, we rely significantly on renewable energy sources such as wind and solar. Ito ngayon yung po inaano natin, ba? Especially ngayon pati sa climate change, di ba, para ma-deplete na natin yung mga fossil fuel. So all over the world, man, nag-aano sila by 2050 it will be 100%, no, in terms of that. Sa Pilipinas, tayo ngayon dito 2020 yata ang renewable energy ang RPS natin is at 21%, no, and we are looking by 2030 at least mga 35% tayo, no, para hindi tayo magkaroon ng problema, no, for that problem on the climate change. Kaya nga because of what is happening, pag wala tayo niyan, then yung mga floods, no, yung mga inaano natin because of the climate change will affect, no, our system. Okay, so however, yung ang ano sa renewable, di ba, kagaya ng meron dito sa atin na wind and solar, the variability and intermittence of solar, photovoltaic and wind power present challenges for safe and reliable grid integration. Okay, dito nagkakaroon ngayon ng ano, di ba, yung problema, di ba, on those two things of the renewable energy sources. So energy storage provides the power system with flexibility. It's very useful in increasing the volume of renewable power that can easily and securely contained in the grid. So more grid connections can be made under existing network capacity as surplus power can be stored. Okay, so you have those things here, no, when we have, okay, on this graph, no, in terms of that integration. So you see here rise in solar energy variance as cloudy days. So makita mo rito, ba? The difference when we have a cloudy day with a clear day, no? Kaya ang laki, kita niyo interference, di ba? With respect to that. Yun yung solar PV generation natin, di ba? So you see what will happen, and that will be affecting, no, the grid capability. Okay? So sa wind naman, you have these things, no? For this illustration, the forecast is more challenging than those solar photovoltaic. No? We have the main challenges, no, presented by the wind power is the power intermittence, no, the ramp rate, the limited farm output, and the best, no, can improve wind energy dispatch by reducing forecast errors and improving the utilization of transmission capacity. Okay, and it can also, no, the best can also be used by the system operator for providing ancillary services to mitigate the variability and uncertainty of wind power on the grid scale. Okay? Ito naman po yung another is peak shaving, no? Which helps the utility meet demand without having to ramp up expensive peaking generators. Okay? So in the long run, peak shaving allows investment deferral in the buildings of new power plants. So as customers can install on-site power generation, share in those savings by receiving reduced power tariffs or in some cases capacity payments. So the reduction of electrical power demand during times when the network capacity is stressed. So you have this, man. So charge ESS during this time, okay, for the storage, then for peak shaving, di-discharge mo ngayon siya, no? That will be, sabi ko nga sa iyo, nangyayari 11 to 5. 11 a.m. to 5 in the afternoon for the peak demand. Okay? And we have the load leveling. That is refers to the process of shifting demand away from peak hours on off-peak and off-peak hours. So ito yung inaano ko sa inyo kanina, di ba? In order that we can make use, no, of that energy system for load leveling. Peak shaving and load leveling are applications of demand-side management. So this is energy consumers benefit in various ways. Reducing peak time usage, no? We have that. No? Then it saves energy cost as the battery is charged at night. Then when grid tariffs are lower and supplies power during daytime peaks. So that is one that is reducing peak time usage of grid supplied electricity. Okay? And it complies with peak time electricity usage rules. Another is reduces the use of electricity beyond contracted, no, amount, thus reducing overuse changes. And it complies, no, with the carbon emission, carbon dioxide reduction regulations, no, and prevents blackouts by means of the UPS future of generators. And ito yung sa microgrid natin, miniature electric power networks can operate independently or while connected to the larger utility grid. So marami na po tayo ngayon, may mga lalo ngayon nagsisimula na rito. We have parang an independent that will be can be taught, no, of a miniature electric power networks that can operate independently or while connected to the larger utility grids. Microgrids connected, no, to an external grid are defined as the interconnected loads, no, kagaya nakita natin dito from this, no, and distributed energy sources within clearly defined electrical boundaries that acts as a single controllable entity. So microgrids have traditionally been used in the industry for the purpose of power quality enhancement for critical loads and for cogeneration of heat power. And with using RES ngayon, ba, yung renewable energy sources have increasingly been used to power remote communities. Ito ngayon yung mga remote area na hindi na anuhan ng natin, di ba, na linya. Okay? So you can have these microgrids. No? However, a downside to inverter-based renewables is the lack of inertial response capability, which the mechanical response of traditional synchronous generator, no, to abrupt changes in system frequency. Yung community microgrids using inverter-based renewable energy sources are as important step towards energy security and sustainability. So we have energy storage and many benefits for the microgrids, as you can see, no, on this graph, no. So you have this providing ancillary services, no, such as frequency regulation, voltage control, as I mentioned before, no. Then we have this enhancing the integration of distributed renewable energy sources, no, the RE integration, storing energy for use during peak demand hours, then enabling grid modernization. So ito na yung sa smart grid natin, ba? And meeting, no? Or that is integrating multiple smart grid technologies and meeting end users needs by ensuring energy supply for critical loads, controlling power quality and reliability at the local level. Okay? So ayan po yung usually ano natin itong stationary energy storage. We have residential, modular form na, then we have for the commercial, and we have the utility scale battery energy storage solution, no, from kilowatt to megawatt range. Kagaya po ngayon sa mga single phase, no, sa mga residential, meron na tayo nagsisimula ng 5 kilowatt hour, then you can have it in an inverter na hanggang one inverter with 2 MPPT, you can have 30 kilowatt, no, 15 kilowatt hour per ano. Then you can parallel, you have a 30 kilowatt for each inverter. So you can multiply it, no? You can use it for self-consumption, you can use it for time of use, and you can also have it purely off-grid. Yung tinatawag ngayong hybrid grid type inverters, no? So you have these solutions for utility scale. So the advanced control algorithms, electrical balance of plant, and the grid turnkey solution. So you have flexible, no, modular solution to fit customer requirements, and you have advanced algorithms for full asset value of optimization, minimize risk due to proven technology, and we have expertise in grid operations and system, that is the utility grade robust design. Okay, and these are the overview of the system components. You have the power converters, the batteries, the control system algorithms, the protection equipment, no? Ito isang importante nga nito, then the transformer switchgear, and the modular and scalable, no, systems to facilitate easy and safe operation. So yan na po ngayon yan, diba? Modular form. Kaya we have this kagaya pati itong state of the art equipment na nangyayari sa atin, okay, na with the emerging technologies. Okay, so you have these flexible layouts, as you can see. Okay, that is you have this containerized, no, in a 40 footer, 24 things, no, then you can have those flexible output. Okay, so thank you very much, no, and this is that ends my my presentation. Thank you.
Yes,
I can stop sharing na.
yes po. So that
Hello?
we can see your yes, go Phil. Yeah. Thank you for that very extensive presentation po of battery energy storage, no? And with that po, Gov, marami po tayong questions dito sa Q&A. But I think we have to go lang with 3 questions, no?
Yeah. Ano na lang, you can send it to me yung mga ibang questions, so I may be here, no, all up to hanggang mamayang hapon, then I can answer it in the Q&A box. Yeah.
Okay po. Sige po. So we have to select
Okay.
lang muna, no?
Ang select mo yung yung may pangalan. Wala, hindi yung anonymous.
Yes. So hindi tayo mag-accept ng anonymous po na
Yeah. Okay.
attend questions, no? So for batteries from Engineer Raul Chavez, no? Good afternoon, sir. How long will the battery last? Kung may bagyo and cloudy for about a week, can the battery function week long?
yung ano kasi kapag may bagyo po, we are speaking here no of ano po ito, naka-integrate sa RE or sa solar mo, and yun yung or this is a grid tie. Can I ask that person? Thank you for that.
Yes,
It is grid tie or purely off grid.
Hindi niya na specify po.
Okay, kung grid tie kasi, ang ano nito, para during pag hindi nagaano, if you want to relay, no, if you have that solar plus storage, no, let us say you are in that solar plus storage. So, i-compute mo yung yung design mo, if you want to make sure much of your battery energy storage system, no, is yung antimony, diba? So in fact, dinedesign yan all throughout the year. Kaya po pwede mong gawin na based on our climate, di ba, here in the Philippines from January to the December, makikita mo na ang solar natin para anuhan mo yung battery mo is kapag on the month of March, April, and May ay yun ang pinakaano. Pagdating ng October, November, December, doon bumababa, di ba, in terms of that. Kaya you have to para mag-last long yung battery mo, depende syempre, no? If you compute it na kaya ako tinanong na kung off-grid, pag off-grid kasi, you will not rely on the grid. So, self-sufficient ka. So, you have to consider, no, those factors like antimony, then ilang kilowatt hour, diba? Yun ang inaano ngayon in terms of kilowatt hour na, diba? Yung dati sa mga lead acid, ang natin ampere hour. Kaya lang multiply it natin by the voltage on that. Ngayon yung mga high voltage ngayon na the lithium iron is on kilowatt hour, 48 volts. So it depends on the battery, no, maglalast long. At ang kagandahan nito, I think it has something to do yung question yan. Magandang this is a very nice question. Kaya lang tatagal. Kasi yun yung sinasabi natin with the battery chemistry nowadays, no, kagaya ng lithium ion batteries specifically, no, yung dalawa ngayon na ginagamit pati sa electric vehicle, lithium iron phosphate saka yung nickel magnesium cobalt, no, NMC, which ang pinakamarami ngayon lithium iron phosphate is siya, diba? That is 90 to 100% drop of discharge. Kaya that will it last long. In fact, ang ngayon in the industry when that is supplied, no, by bibigyan ka sa battery mo ng 5 years, kaya lang it will last 10 to 12 years on the battery ngayon, no? on that lithium iron phosphate. Okay, thank you po.
Thank you for that very elaborate answer, Govil, no? And next question is from Engineer Conrado Pinondo. So, do you have any idea or any plans for our country for a network electric vehicle that can convert energy in the vehicle back to the grid when it has excess? And he's talking about vehicle to grid technology. Hope this will be discussed by proponents of EVs. And as far as installation is concerned, there is existing tech standards. IEC standards pala 60364-2 on what's this, prosumers, product and consumer installation.
So yung unang niya, Engineer Brian, yung
network electric to grid po.
hindi ko masyadong na yung tanong niya on that.
Do you have may alam pa tayo, sir, na plans for our country for a network electric vehicle that can convert energy from the vehicle back to the grid when it has excess po, no? So he's talking about vehicle to grid technology.
Yeah, in fact sabi ko nga sa inyo, yung natin ngayon yung electric vehicle natin, di ba? Meron na tayo from DTI BPS na technical committee working on that. Then there is now the Republic Act to support electric vehicle. Then ang problema na lang ngayon natin, there are already those companies, no, na mag-aano rito ang inaayos na yung infrastructure. Sabi ko nga kanina, and also the presentation of NPACE, no, with regards to that. Kita nyo, no, in terms of the RE integration with the battery system, then there is the charging, no, of the electric vehicle. So ang kailangan lang natin ngayon, kasi depende ngayon, no, yung sa charging na ginagawa, you can have that system if you have those RE, no. So solar plus storage, then you have the charging station. Ngayon depende rin kasi in order that the electric vehicle will ramp up to convert it, no, pwede nating gamitin yan kasi sa ibang bansa ganyan na ginagawa, no, na you can make use, no, of that integration with that electric, kagaya ng mga plug-in battery, PHEV, no, electric vehicle, no, plug-in, no? So that will be may charge mo siya sa bahay. Then it depends ngayon yung infrastructure, kung yung charging system mo, how many kilometers will it last. Okay, so inaayos na po yan. Sooner or later papunta na po tayo dyan. And in fact there is another plenary on this, no, na discussing about an electric vehicle. Merong isang kumpanya rito na ano ngayon ng charging station that will be integrated, kasi nandiyan pa rin yung ICE natin, di ba, internal combustion sa mga gasoline. So may makakita tayo sooner or later na sa gasoline station meron ding electric vehicle charging station at the same time sa bahay. Papunta na po tayo dyan. And there is already from our Bureau of Philippine Standards under DTI, no, na nag-aasikaso ng mga ano natin, no, standards regarding the Philippine setting. Okay? Kasi ang isang ano diyan, in order to push forward infrastructure. Okay? Nagsisimula pa lang tayo ngayon na nandito na ang solar plus storage. So papasok na ngayon ang charging station on your own, no? On your own home. Thank you.
Very good news. Hopefully in the next 10 years siguro fulfill, no?
Yeah.
Looking at that.
Ang problema lang kasi ngayon mas mahal pa, ang mahal pa ng ng electric vehicle, di ba? Sa kaya ng inaano nila. Kaya lang wag kayong mag-alala. Everything now will be going to that. Nandito na sa atin ng solar plus storage. So electric vehicle aprobado na ng Congress, no, that Republic Act, no, with the electric vehicle. And that will come through.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a lot of questions, but unfortunately, no, we have to have this last question na lang po, no?
Okay.
By the way, for those questions not answered here, we can email them to GoFil for some specific questions, no? This would be the last question, no, for this lecture.
Okay.
So from Engineer Jezreel Cabrera. So he's asking, is there an existing application in the Philippines where battery energy storage systems have replaced large diesel generators, let's say 2 MVA, as emergency power for a building?
Ngayon po sa residential meron na po tayo. Okay, sa residential po meron na. In fact, residential and also in terms of commercial, may nakabit na kami ngayon, no? And that is a Huawei technology, no, with the Luna 2000 system sa sa hospital, no. That is the battery energy storage is now directly connected to the ICU. Okay? And there are more, may mga bahay na rin ngayon, lalo yung mga bago, na they have come up with inverter na battery ready. So nilalagyan nila ngayon, lalo yung mga bagong bahay ngayon, nilalagyan nila ngayon ng battery. And there, ang isang pinakamagandang na rito, kaya gusto nila yan, it is ngayon, sabi ko nga, ang battery energy system is not just an AC coupling. It's now both AC coupling and DC coupling. So pag na-charge mo yung battery, you can configure, no, your battery inverter to provide AC output. Kaya yun po ngayon ang kagandahan ngayon. Pati nga ngayon we are looking forward sa net metering kung papayagan ngayon, di ba, yung solar plus storage, no? Nangyayari. So we have to look on that, and in fact, with IIE, it is one of my advocacy, no, in terms of the regulations and the standards. Kasi ngayon po, lalo po sa renewable energy, lalo sa solar, no, in the rooftop, wala pa tayong standards sa pinapalo when you apply for an electrical permit. Ang pangit nga po ngayon nag-install muna ng solar, di ba? Saka pa lang mag-a-apply ng electrical permit kapag nag-apply ng net metering, which is not a good practice. But marami na po ngayon mga LGU na helping on that, and also yung rapid shutdown system na inaano kanina ni Engineer Arnel, no, that is very good, no, with respect with microinverter na may rapid shutdown system. Then if you have a string inverter with DC optimizer, there is a built-in rapid shutdown, and there are rapid shutdown system to be implemented from our PEC, no, 2017, no, January 2019 pa dapat na lahat ng installation on that will be for the safety installation, that is for the emergency responder, lalo na po yung mga firefighters kapag may fire, o kaya maintenance people, na dapat may rapid shutdown system, and that is the thing. Okay, yung nga pala mga questions na nandito sa if I still have time, no, mamaya I can answer it directly from the chat, from the Q&A box. Thank you po.
Yeah, you can. Thank you din po, Gofield. Very insightful lecture, no? Talagang update talaga kami, no, sa PSS systems natin ngayon. So with that po, Gov, may we have the privilege to present to you this certificate of appreciation. Yes, Amiela, can we project it to the screen? Yes, okay. So IIE presents this certificate of appreciation to Luzares Solar Energy Power Engineering Services, represented by Engineer Perillo Luzares, for imparting his valuable insights as sponsored technical presenter on the topic grid applications of battery energy storage systems during the first Mega Technology webinar in conjunction with the 46th Virtual Annual National Convention. The team got one IIEE at 46, transcending the challenges in the new normal by embracing resiliency and complementarity, held on November 22 to 27, 2021 in Manila, Philippines via Zoom video conference. Given this 25th day of November 2021, signed by Alberto Herrera Jr., our National Secretary, Roland P. Vasquez, National VP External Affairs and Exhibit Bureau Director, VP Dindon R. Bagi, National VP Internal Affairs and Convention Bureau Director, and Engineer Alan Anthony P. Alvarez, our National President. So with that, may we give Engineer E. Luzares a round of applause. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Salamat.
So, thank you, sir. Thank you po. So moving on, Mamiela. Yeah. Shall we have a lunch break or shall we continue?
Photo ops daw yata, photo ops.
Yes.
Hello.
While waiting for
Thank
yeah.
you very
Okay.
much
Take it
for
over.
the presentation. Thank you, Sir Brian, for facilitating our Q&A and of course the awarding of certificate. We really appreciate your presence today. So moving forward, para naman po makapag-relax ng ating mga delegates, so we will have a short coffee break. afternoon, everyone. I hope you have enjoyed our morning session. And of course, I am your host again, Yela Miraran Santos. At this juncture, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you have enjoyed the morning session. Again, I am Yela Miraran Santos, your host for today. So, at this juncture, we will proceed to our next presentation. But just a reminder to our resource speaker, if you heard this sound, you only have 5 minutes to wrap up your presentation, and please stay with us for the open forum. To introduce our next speaker, I would like to call on member of the Technical Sessions Committee, Engineer Jonathan Medalla. Sir Jonathan?
Yes, Ma'am Yela. Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you have regained energy to absorb learnings again from our next topic. Very interesting po talaga yung mga topic natin ngayon. So, at this juncture, it's my privilege to introduce our next presenter. He is from Wheels Marketing Corporation, and he will be discussing about Huawei. So with this, I ask that you give your full attention. Though our cup is already full of learnings with the previous presentations at nakapag-coffee break na rin tayo. But again, let's empty our cup for the next speaker, set back and relax. And so my fellow electrical practitioners and guests, please join me in welcoming our resource speaker, Mr. Ken Huayi Wai. Mr. Ken, the floor is yours.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, thank you everyone. Really appreciate this opportunity for the presentation. So before I start, please allow me to make an introduction about myself. This is Ken. I'm the Senior Solution Manager from Huawei Inverter Business. And today, my topic is mainly about like Sir Luzaro just introduced, solar and also the battery. So I will make nearly 40 minutes for the introduction about this industry and also for Huawei, what we can do for our customer, for our end user. So my presentation includes 4 parts mainly. First, I will make a quick introduction about Huawei, and second is our business in the digital power, and third is our solution, and last is some success story, and it's really closely related to the solar and also the energy storage system. Yeah. So first, with Huawei, I think everyone is very familiar about Huawei company, like our mobile phone. But for Huawei, our business is much more than that. We define us as the leading ICT and smart device provider, and our vision is bringing the digital to every person, home, and organization for a fully connected, intelligent world. So Huawei is really a worldwide company. Right now, our employees more than 197,000, and nearly 53.4% are for the R&D. And our business covers more than 170 countries, and our R&D investment is ranked number 3 all over the world. So I think that is the most important reason that why we can have a very stable and fast business growth, and ranked number 44 for the Global Fortune 500. Yeah, and for Huawei, we also joined Philippine market for a long time. We established our rep office here in 2001. So right now, we have joined this market for more than 20 years. Currently, there are more than 500 staff, and 86% are the local employee. We are based in Makati, BGC, to provide our solution and service and the product to the end user to serve the local Filipino. So for Huawei Digital Power, this is another new business this year, because right now the carbon neutrality is really a very famous topic all over the world, especially in China, in Europe, in India. everyone is discussing about the carbon neutrality, about the carbon emission. And for Huawei, our unique value is at the R&D investment in digital and the power electronic technology. So we were really focusing on it, and we were trying our best to apply our advantage in the power industry, especially solar, to give the advanced technology and solution to the customer. So this is what we are doing right now to integrate our digital and power electronic technology to drive the energy revolution for a better, greener future. So what we are doing, I can share some data for your reference. First is about our sales revenue. For Huawei Digital Power, for the past 5 years, we achieved a very stable and fast business growth. Last year, our sales revenue is $5.5 billion US. And in some industry, we also get a very good grade, like the smart TV for the solar industry. Right now, our accumulative global shipment was 200 gigawatt for the solar inverter. Is ranked #1 and 22% for the global market share. And we have also been the #1 for 6 years already. And for our prefabricated modular data center, we are also the #1 all over the world for 6 years and 31% for the market share. And for the site power, we will also provide our technology and our solution to support the telecom, to support the site, to ensure a very stable energy supply. And in this industry, site power, we are also #1. So we really do a lot and use our advanced technology to ensure that the end user, to ensure that for the generation part and also for the power consumption part, the efficiency can be the best, and also the application can be the best. So this is what we are doing right now. We are applicable to more than 170 countries and serving 1/3 of the world's population. And for Huawei Digital Power, this is also our R&D's strengths. Right now, for Huawei, we have more than 6,000 employees for the R&D job. And we have 12 R&D centers all over the world, in China, in Japan, in Germany, Sweden, in different regions. And every year, we will invest 10% more sales revenue to the R&D, ensure that our product and solution can be competitive. So this is what we are doing right now. So let's go back to the topic today, which is the solar and also the energy storage system. So this is our main business. So this is the digital power portfolio. If you see this, you can see today's topic is mainly about smart TV and BESS, but we can do more than that. Like our data center facility, like I said, we are the #1, and also the site power. And besides this, we also have some solution for the electric vehicle, motor power, and for the integrated small power for some facility, and also the embedded power for some industry. And all will be monitored and managed by our energy cloud. So this is our solution structure, and this is our business scope. And let's focus on the PV and the BESS. So in the solar scenario, what we are covering is mainly this 4 scenario: utility, CNI, residential, and off-grid microgrid. So in this 4 scenario, we have different solution and product to support our customer. In the utility scenario, we have our string inverter, which have already more than 200 gigawatt application, and also our energy storage system. I will introduce it later, which is a 2 megawatt hour LFP energy storage container. And in the CNI scenario and residential, we also have our own solar inverter and also the energy storage system, which we call it Luna 2000. And for the off-grid microgrid scenario, our inverter is also compatible. So you can see that in different scenarios, actually the business mode is different. Like in the utility, right now in Philippine market, there's so many big players, so many big developers, and the key concern for them is about the LCOE. How to achieve the lower LCOE, especially right now, the modules price is very high. So for Huawei, we have our smart energy we have our smart solar inverter, we have our fusion solar solution to achieve a lower LCOE. And for the CNI and residential scenario, the business mode is different. For the end user, their main concern is to how to achieve a very stable and safe energy supply for their local consumption. So you also have some features like the rapid shutdown, like the AFCI, to ensure that using our product, your system could be safe. And the last scenario is about mainly the off-grid. So how to achieve a very stable energy supply to ensure the backup time. So this is their requirement. And for Huawei, we combine the PV plus the AESS for the power backup. So this is what we are doing. We will continuously reduce the LCOE, improve the system security, and enhance the grid support capability to support our customer. And it's very proud for us to say that right now, for Huawei, our solar inverters market share was #1. Our accumulative global shipment already reached 200 gigawatt by this year first half. And from 2015 to 2020, we have been #1 all over the world for the market share. And also in different countries, we also get a very good grade, especially in China, in Europe, and in APAC. Right now, the biggest solar farm is in China, 2.2 gigawatts, and we are using it's using our Huawei solar inverter, string inverter, for 1.6 gigawatts. So this is the biggest single plant all over the world using the string inverter. String inverter is very proud for us to say that it's already been the mainstream in the utility scenario, and we can predict, for example, maybe after 3 years or 5 years later, maybe in the utility solar farm, there will be no any more central inverter, or will be the string inverter. This is the tendency. Because the string technology, it can really achieve a higher yield, and also for the maintenance, it's much easier. Yeah. So this is the data to prove this conclusion. You can see that for the this is the string inverter and central inverter's market share. Before 2017, the central inverter was still be mainly used. But after 2017, we can see that string inverter already being the mainstream in the utility scenario. I didn't mention the rooftop. It's just the utility. String inverter's market share is higher, and we predict that it will definitely really be the main choice for the big developer. We can see in China, there are some big utility projects which are gigawatt level. For those big utility projects, 80% more are using Huawei string inverter rather than the central. Because for those big developers, they can really recognize the value of the string inverter, which is the higher yield, easier maintenance, and is really for a long-term business, 25 years plant, but rather than the central one. Yeah, and here are some big cases all over the world which use our solar inverter, like this project I mentioned. This is the biggest all over the world, 2.2 gigawatt, 2,200 megawatt single plant, all using Huawei string inverter. And in Europe, in APAC, we also have many big applications, like in India. This is a 450 megawatt project sealed last year. In Europe, we also have a very huge application. And same happened in Philippines. We have more than 200 megawatt application right now in the Philippine market. Like the biggest is in Ilocos, 100 megawatts, and also General Santos, 26 megawatt, Cabanatuan, 10 megawatts. So we have many applications all over the world and provide our value to the developer directly. So this is our Fusion Solar version 6 smart PV and the solution. You can see that what we focus is mainly about the solar inverter, string inverter. Now for the utility scenario, we provide 200 kilowatts, and it's close to the module, convert power from DC to AC, and do the maximum power point checking. So this is the biggest difference between string inverter and the central inverter. For the string inverter, we do the maximum power point checking per MPPT. Each 2 MPPT, we have a string level maximum power point checking, which means that our efficiency, our yield definitely could be higher than the central inverter. So this is not related to the brand. It's not related to the quality. It's related to the design. And at the same time, you can see that for this architecture, string inverter connect to the transformer, and the transformer is coupled with a BESS, with an energy storage system. So this is the second topic I want to share. So for the energy storage system, what we can do, how we can cooperate with the solar or other energy to ensure a very stable energy supply or ensure the usage of the frequency regulation. So this is the second point I want to share, how to really combine BESS to other energy source. So for Huawei, we launched this solution. Because why we want to do this, we know that for the conventional power generation, like the thermal power, their generation is very stable. The energy can be stored, and it's also very easy to control it. But compare with the renewable energy, especially for the solar energy, it's very hard for it to be controlled because it's really related to the to the weather, to the irradiation, to the sunshine, right? So the energy, it cannot be stored, and also it's not easy to be controlled because it's a current source, not a voltage source. So if there's any fluctuation for the irradiation, the solar plant's generation will drop down immediately. So it will have a risk for the grid, right? In one grid, if the renewable energy's proportion is too high, definitely for the grid stability, for the grid's operation, it will be a challenge. There is a definition parameter to value this, which is the SCR, short circuit ratio. So if the proportion of the renewable energy is higher, the short circuit ratio, SCR, will be lower, and it will be a very big challenge for the grid. So this is why right now for DOE, for NGCP, for all this grid, they need the battery to support the grid. So for Huawei, we launched our own solution, our AC coupling and also the DC coupling solution to support grid. For the AC coupling solution, it's not difficult to understand, right? It's because the coupling point is at the AC side. So actually, it's not just for the solar. Our energy storage system can couple with any kind of energy at the AC side. And another solution is the DC coupling. For the DC coupling, it's different. We can couple with the solar at the DC side. So what's the advantage for this? You can see if we coupled with the solar together at the DC side, right now, it's really a hybrid solution. So in this scenario, you can enjoy for the battery and also the solar panel, they can enjoy the same inverter. So the first point, at the CAPEX side, the developer can have the saving. And second, for the energy storage system, they can directly enjoy the energy from the panel, from the module. And also the energy part is very short, so the efficiency could be higher. The energy loss could be lower. So this is the second point. For the charging, for the discharging, it will be faster, and also the energy loss could be lower. So these are two directions. One is the AC coupling, another is the DC coupling. So this is what we are doing right now. So this is Huawei's definition about the solar and also the BESS. Because for the traditional solar, it's not so stable. It's not so easy to control. So we hope we can enjoy the renewable energy like the solar, but at the same time to achieve the effect like the traditional energy. The energy, the voltage and the frequency is very stable. They have the very stable inertia to support grid, and it will not be affected by the weather or by the irradiation. So this is our target. So we will combine our solar and BESS and management, both of them, by our smart AI algorithm to achieve this target. We call it smart PV generator. So this is our architecture. We will use a plus minus 1500 volt architecture to do this. So this is the solar part. This is the the solar part, and this is the BESS part. Both of them were coupled at the DC side, and then enjoy the same smart PV inverter, and then finally output to the transformer. So this is our target right now, and this is also our solution. What we can do for our end user, we call it smart PV generator. So what is the detailed solution we can provide for the customer? First is about the BESS, the energy container, the BESS container. So for our BESS container, this is a 20-feet energy storage container, and the battery cell we are using is LFP. For each container, it's only 20 feet, but the capacity can reach 2,000 kilowatt hour, which is nearly 2 megawatt hour. And in one container, there are several key components like the battery pack, battery rack, smart rack controller, and also definitely the PDC, the fire extinguishing system, and also the aircon. So all these essential components form this energy container. And why we use the AFP is because in the renewable energy, AFP is the front runner for the application. First, they are very stable, and second, their energy density is also good. We can check the flash here. Here are two comparisons for the LFP and another material, NCM. So we can see that if we do the piercing test for the NCM, if the needle go into the battery, there will be a very serious burning. But for the LFP, only smoke happen. So in the solar plant or the other plant, the safety is, I think, is the biggest concern for everyone. So we really need to consider the correct material for the application. So for Huawei, we choose the FP. We believe that it's also the mainstream in the industry right now. And the second is our power conditioning system, conditioning system, PCS. Right now, our PCS is the modular design. It's using it's like the string inverter. Each PCS is 200 kilowatts, and its input is from the DC box. So this is the PCS, which I draw it here, and this is the DC box. So in the solar plant, the BESS container, they can connect it to the DC box first, and then connect to the PCS. The PCS will handle the convert the energy from the battery, from DC to AC, and then transfer the energy to the transformer. So this is the PCS. The structure actually is not complex. In this picture, you can see it. This is our smart energy container, and also the DC box. So you can see that this is the container. There are totally 6 battery rack in one container. This is a 2 megawatt hour container. This is the 2 megawatt hour container, and also the smart rack controller. So for the container, for the battery, it will output to the DC box first. And then connect to the PCS. The PCS handle the converting. And because in this DC box, you can see that there are totally 9 switch here, but only 3 switch will be used for one container. So the rest, the 6 switch, can be used for the battery augmentation. So this is also a concern. From the developer, because for the BESS, it's not like the solar. It's not a very standard scenario. We know that for the BESS, for the battery, definitely they have the duration, right? So how to ensure the availability, how to ensure the applicable capacity after 3 years, after 5 years, this is a big concern. So we have the solution like this, the augmentation. After 3 years, after 5 years, we can use the DC box for the augmentation. So next is about the SCRT. If we consider a 6 megawatt project and 12 megawatt hour, the SCRT will be like this. There will be totally 6 battery container. And connect to the DC box. And then there will be totally 32 PCS in one project, which is 200 kilowatts, or which is 200 kilowatts. So all of these were connected to the transformer, and then this is a system. So for example, if you have a 100 megawatt hour project, or you have a 150 megawatt hour project, this will be one block. And then there will be many blocks, dozens of blocks, and form a big BESS project. So this is our solution. So this is the layout. You can see that the energy container, they are really close to the PCS and the DC box. They are close to it. And we can reserve the area for the augmentation in the future. So you don't need to change anything for the PCS, for the DC box. You can enjoy the same PCS. Just directly connect the new battery container to the PCS existing right now. So this is our solution. It's very flexible for the augmentation. So this is the some basic introduction about our solution, where we can provide the product, the SLD, and also the layout. And next, I will share some features about our design in the BESS. It's also related to some key concern right now in this industry. So first is the container itself. Our container is a prefabricated solution. Why I would say that? Because for the other solution, sometimes for the battery pack or the battery rack or even the...
How many people are?
Yeah, let me continue. For the battery pack and battery rack.
Only Hamza?
Yeah, I think somebody is speaking. Yeah, let's proceed. Why? Because right now, for the delivery, sometimes the battery and the container, they are separated. So sometimes it's not so easy.
Yeah. I think CJ did forwarded the invite to Uma.
Host, can you mute it?
The PU representative will be Umar. The TS representative will be Oliver. And the maintenance representative will be Yudi.
Unmute, please.
So one people from the whole.
What is that? Is it for?
Yeah, let's proceed.
Rango, Oliver.
This is for the solid, right? Yeah.
Rango, Oliver.
My rate is supposed to be every year.
Yeah, now it's good. Yeah. So let's proceed. Now it's about the delivery. Yeah, because like I said, for the shipment, sometimes we need to, sometimes for the other solution, the battery and the container, they are separated. So this will be a limitation, right? But for our solution, it's a prefabricated solution, which means that all this battery energy storage system, it will be installed in the factory and shipped directly hold the system to the site. You don't need to do any on-site installation or on-site wiring because all are finished. It can really save the developer's time. So this is the first point. And second is about the pack level optimization. Because we know that for the traditional solution, the battery's SOC mismatch is a really big concern. For example, for the left side, like at the picture I'm showing here, the battery, now there are 3 batteries. Their SOC is 10%, 16%, 4%. So if I'm charging the battery, the second one will be fully charged first, right? And if it's fully charged, the charging will stop for the first one and the third one. Why? Because they are in series. If they have a mismatch for the SOC and they are in series, if we don't do anything, then for the first and the third battery, they cannot be fully charged, which means that for the end user, you cannot make full use of the battery's ability. You cannot make full use of the battery's capacity. So this is the challenge. So for Huawei, we have a unique design here, which is the pack level optimization. Each battery pack, it have an independent battery optimizer. This optimizer will control the voltage and current of the battery. So it seems that the battery, they are still in series, but actually it's not. It's in parallel. So like the flash I'm showing here, It doesn't matter what the SOC it is. Each battery, it can be fully charged or fully discharged because we have the pack level optimization. So the usable capacity could be higher than the traditional solution. And this optimizer, actually the principle is also very similar like the optimizer in the residential scenario, because we know that in the residential rooftop, we also have the optimizer. They can control each panel's maximum power point, right? They can connect with each panel and do the optimization. Ensure that each panel, they can work independently. They will not affect each other. So this scenario, this philosophy, we apply it in the battery also. So in the battery pack, we also hope each battery pack, they can work independently. They will not affect each other and make all of them can be made for use of. So this is why we do this thing, pack level optimization. And second is the rack level optimization. The background is also very similar like the pack. Why? Because in the one battery container, it's very obvious, definitely the battery rack, their SOC will be different, right? Because every battery pack, their resistance will be different. So every battery rack, their SOC will also have the difference. So during the charging or discharging, if we directly connect all the battery rack together in parallel and connect to the central PCS, then the SOC will have a difference. Like the fourth rack is only 4%, a second is 10%, third is 12%. So which means that when you are discharging the battery, you can make full use of the fourth one, but you cannot make full use of the second and third one because their SOC is not equal. So this is related to the internal resistance. So we have an optimization for this concern. We use the smart rack controller. This unit can control each battery rack's voltage and current. So you can see in Huawei solution, our product, each battery, their voltage and current will be different. So with the help of this, all the content, all the units, all the battery rack, they can work independently. Each rack is optimized with one smart rack controller for the optimal battery rack operation. And it can ensure that every rack can fully charge and discharge. So this is the optimization. It can really increase the lifespan discharging energy by 7%. We have the evaluation. So this is the second point. How can we achieve more energy? And the third point is about aircon. So for the aircon, this is also a very interesting topic because for the traditional battery container, the aircon is the central aircon. So for the central aircon, the battery which is close to this central aircon, the temperature will be higher, all right? But for the battery which is far from the aircon, the temperature will be higher. The closest one, the temperature will be lower. So which means in one container, they have a temperature difference, which is nearly 4 degrees. So what does it mean? It means that during the operation of the battery, they are under different temperature, and definitely their working condition will also be different. Their working condition will also be different. So then the mismatch happen. It's not good for the battery's operation. But for Huawei, each rack, they have an independent aircon to ensure that each rack, the average is even, the average is same. The temperature is even, the temperature is same. To ensure that every battery, they can work in its best condition. So this is our multimodal smart cooling design. This is the third point for us to achieve a higher yield. So the third topic I want to share is about the design. It's about the design, right? Because we know that for a battery, it must last 5 years or even 10 years. So during the operation, we have the replacement about battery, right? So in one container, sometimes in one container, the battery, some are old, some are new. And if the battery, their lifespan is not different, some are old, some are new, this will be a challenge because for the old battery and the new battery, their usable capacity will be different. But if we directly connect them together, couple them together, then the usable capacity will be limited by the old battery rack. So for the new rack, even if the battery is new, but you cannot make full use of it because it's limited by the old one. So for Huawei, since we already have the smart rack controller, so each battery rack, they can really work independently. It doesn't matter it's new or old. So you don't need to worry about the SOC. You don't need to worry about the heresy. Just directly use that. Our smart rack controller can control each one independently to let each one make 100% usage. So this is the third point I want to share. The fourth point is about the smart maintenance. Because at the traditional scenario for the battery, if you want to replace a new battery in the existing container, you need to ensure that the battery you want to replace, the SOC is equal to the existing one. So this is the situation. But it's really wasting the time, right? Because you need to, for example, if the container, the SOC is only 50%, but the battery you have is 100%. So you need to discharge the battery first to let it be 50% SOC, equal to the existing system, and then can you install the battery? It's really wasting the time. But for Huawei, since we already have the pack level optimization, so it doesn't matter how SOC it is, they can balance each other. Our BMS can do the control. So it can really save your time for the on-site maintenance, for the on-site operation. And the last point is about the PCS. This is the point I want to share. Because at the traditional solution, the PCS is mainly the central PCS. The limitation or the challenge is that for the central PCS, if it's shut down, then all this block will shut down, and the availability will be very, very bad. But for Huawei, since we are modular design, so even if one PCS failed, only 200 kilowatt will be affected. But for the other component, they can still work normally. So with the help of this, we can ensure the availability of our system. So this philosophy is also similar like the string inverter. I think this is one reason why right now the string inverter, it can be applied in the utility scenario for such a big market share. This is a very important point. The modular design and high availability. So with the help of all these features and design, with Huawei's technology and also our AI algorithm, we can really ensure that your system, BSS system, you can earn more energy and it can reduce your initial investment. And for Huawei, we also have our own management system, which is the BMS. We have the 3D lip view. It's very obvious for your monitor. And if you want, you can even click it to check each battery pack or each battery rack status. Each battery rack or rack status is very convenient. So Huawei, we are very, very strong in the inverter scenario, in the solar farm. But in the BESS scenario, we are also the front runner. You can see this is a case of Huawei. We cite the biggest BESS project all over the world, which is the 1300 megawatt hour and the 200 megawatt BESS plus the 400 megawatt solar. So this is a project in the Mid East. The developer is Aqua. And this is a purely off-grid scenario, a purely off-grid project. All this Red Sea new city, the energy supply will come from the renewable energy and also the energy storage system. And Huawei, we are their energy supplier. We are their solution provider for all this city. So it's really proud for us to say that. Let me make a brief summary. For Huawei, like I said, we are not just a component provider, but also a solution provider. We have a very strong team for the R&D, like the inverter BESS team, like the module study team, and management system team, communication team, transformer team, and solution optimization team, and grid code study team. And we will also cooperate with the third party, with the OE, the owner engineer, to lead this industry. To cooperate with the consultant company, launching the technical white paper and leading this industry. We will also join customers' project, help them optimize their design. So this is what we can do right now. It's very proud for us to say to see this happening. We are the front runner, like this one. This is the biggest solar plant in the all of the world, 1.6 gigawatts, using our Huawei Smart String Inverter. And this is the project I just mentioned, the biggest, the BESS project. It's also by Huawei. So we believe that with the help of us, we can really help the developer to build a high quality plan for both solar and the BESS. And we also have many successful cases all over the world. I will skip this. And let me highlight one more point. It's about the residential and the CNI, because we have a very strong team here, and also we have a strong local partner, which is the BUS. We are also cooperate with Sir Luzara about the solar system. So if you have any concern, if you have any requirement, you can directly contact us. When we are a very complete team, and we will fully support you. So yeah, thank you. This is my presentation, and I hope in the future in Philippine market, everyone can really enjoy the green energy. Thank you. Yeah, host, I think this is all my part, unless if there are some queries about this part.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ken, for the very informative presentation about your Huawei solar system products. So allow me to read some questions in the Q&A box.
Yeah, because I think time is limited, so maybe let's just pick one question and I can answer.
Engineer Brian, Sir Brian, andun sa may answer.
Okay, I guess there's no question in the Q&A box. Any questions from the attendees?
Doon sa answered, tinanong, meron doon, isa.
Answered.
Doon sa Q&A na naka-answered, meron doon isa.
Yeah, I think it's okay, sir. I think,
ito. Meron. So, to Huawei, good afternoon. Our plant has 8 units, a 36 kilowatt Huawei inverter installed for solar power grid, TAI, with a capacity of 270.4 kilowatt. Is this device can produce reactive power to compensate and improve low power factor of the plant during solar power harvest? Data gathered during solar harvest, power is equal to real power is 66 kilowatt, reactive power 165 kbar, then apparent power 178 kVA, power factor equal to 387. Normal power factors is more than 0.9 during nighttime. So that's the question, Mr. Ken.
This question actually is not related to the utility or BESS, but I can still answer. Yes, for our CNI and residential product, for our solar inverter, it's able to do the reactive power compensation, no any problem. It doesn't matter it's in the daytime or in the nighttime. If you want to do the provided reactive power in the nighttime, it's totally no problem. Just do the setting in the management system. And in the daytime, because the solar inverter is working, it's generating the active power. So you need to ensure that the reactive power will not like the sacrificed active power. So it depends on the end user. It depends on how much you want to compensate. It's very flexible for us. Yeah. So
okay. So any questions from the attendees, from the participants? So if you have questions, kindly write them in the Q&A box located below panel to have your questions answered.
And also, Sir Jonathan, kasi meron pang 2 o'clock na si Sir Ken. Kaya Sa answer niya na lang ano yan. That will be sa Q&A na lang. He has to leave now.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, thank you, everyone.
Again, thank you so much, Mr. Ken, for being one of our sponsors on our IIE annual convention. Looking forward for the next year ENC sponsorship again. So at this moment, please allow me to read the certificate of appreciation. Ma'am Yela, can you project it? Okay. This certificate of appreciation is presented to Brills Marketing Corporation for imparting valuable insights for sponsored technical presenter on the topic Huawei products. During the first Mega Technology webinar in conjunction with the 46th Virtual Annual National Convention, with the theme Got One IIE at 46, Transcending the Challenges in the New Normal by Embracing Resiliency and Complementarity. Held on November 22 to 27, 2021 in Manila, Philippines, via Zoom conference, given this 25th day of November 2021. Signed, Engineer Alberto R. Herrera, National Secretary. Signed, Engineer Roland P. Vasquez, National Vice President, External Affairs and Exhibit Bureau Director. Signed, Engineer Lyndon R. Bague, National Vice President, Internal Affairs and Convention Bureau Director. And signed, Engineer Alan Anthony P. Alvarez, National President. Thank you so much, Mr. Ken. Back to you, Ma'am Yela.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sir Jonathan, for the question and answer portion and the awarding of certificate. I'm sure our delegates have learned a lot from that presentation. From one presentation to another, I would like to call on the member of the Technical Sessions Committee, Engineer Brian Pasilan, to introduce our next speaker and our next presenter. Engineer Brian?
Yes. Thank you, Yela. And at this juncture, no, I suppose our attendees and participants a bit overloaded na po, but still, we still have 2 sessions to go. So I know you'll be bearing with us because of the very interesting topics we have this afternoon. No? So our next presenter, no, is from Clean and Green Technologies Incorporated. It's their company, and they'll be talking about helping Filipino business harness the power of the sun with solar financing. So this will be a very good topic, no, for Filipino entrepreneurs, for our engineering entrepreneurs, no, and how to maximize, no, the power of the sun through solar financing. So they are represented by their speakers, Mr. Timothy Wilkinson and Dr. Eugene Chong. So without further ado, please help us welcome our speakers for this afternoon. So take it away, Mr. Timothy or Dr. Eugene.
Sir Brian, good afternoon.
Yes.
So, Clean and Green will be presenting right after PT Sir na po. So,
Sorry. Yeah.
come first.
I got confused. Sorry po. Yeah. Before that pala, we have PT Serna, no? We have PT Serna. So it's me. I got confused, no, for a while. Okay. So our next presenter is PT Serna, no? So yeah. I have to check my files muna ha. Okay, Yela. My copy here is it's not so clear for PT Serna. Can you give me a different copy po? No? Okay. So let us
Hello, sir.
introduce
Ayan,
PT Serna. Yes, Yela.
introduction po is posted in our screen. You can read the
Okay.
introduction for Peticerna Corporation.
Okay, thank you, Yela. So for our next presenter, we have PT Serna Corporation. We have our speaker, Mr. Shoto Wu, Delta Power Quality Solutions Introduction. Okay, so Mr. Wu, take it away, please. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Wu Su Tao, and this is for Delta Power Quality Solution. And we know Delta is established in 1971, and this year is its 50 years, and its annual turnover is about $10 billion, and Delta have many electronic equipment, for example, VFD and UPS and power supply.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
This is Yala, sir. Sorry, sir. We are hearing you, but the presentation po is not posted in our Zoom meeting.
So can you see my screen?
Not yet, sir.
Oh, sorry. Wait a moment.
Thank you, sir.
Can you see?
It's sharing screen, but I think it's loading. No? It's still buffering, Mr. Wu. So it's waiting to be loaded, po, Mr. Wu.
Okay, wait a moment. I will try to try again. Okay, can you see my screen?
Not yet, Mr. Wu.
No, yes.
Yeah, still attempting to share screen.
Mr. Shutao, if this is not a problem, I can can share the screen for you.
You can stop sharing, Mr. Wu, so that
yeah, but I have share, but you cannot see it.
Yes, we cannot see the presentation.
Now can see it. Yes or no? Can you see my screen?
Still not showing, Mr. Wu.
Still not showing.
Or perhaps Engineer Carrera, sir, can we assist Mr. Wu? Or we can try Sir Carrera's screen sharing. Okay, that's good. Okay. So it's showing.
Mr. Wu, you can continue. Already have the.
Sir, can you put it to slideshow, Sir Carrera?
Yes, you can continue. Shutao.
Okay.
Okay. I'm located in Shanghai, and this product power quality solution is many APF active power filter and SVG static wire generator. And the Delta has established for 50 years, and its annual turnover is about 10 billion donors in the world. And we have many power quality products, for example, UPS and VFD and DC-DC and inverter. We have a premier partner in Philippines, PT Senior Corporation. They have many operational engineer and tools. Okay, if you have any question about a Delta product, you can contact PT Center Corporation. Okay, and our PowerPoint is only focused on APF and SVG product. So it has 4 parts. One is the power quality overview, and the 2 is for APF and SVG principle. And the 3 is the special failures, and the last part is our successful stories. Okay, let's go to the first part. And this picture is showing the basic structure of the electric system. The content generation. This is from distribution, and also have transmission line and for the customer. And the APF or SVG is used in customer side. It is normally the working voltage is less than 1000 watts. Okay, next. And for the low voltage power quality problem, I think there are many, but our product is mainly focused on the active power. And the harm is it needs up the power supply system unnecessarily. The second harm is harmonic pollution. Harmonic current is mainly resulted by non-linear power supply. For example, VFD or UPS, it has AC to DC rectifier. And for the last part is for load imbalance. For example, distribution give customer 3-phase voltage, but the load equipment only use 2-phase or 1-phase. So from customer side, there will be load imbalance issue. So what's the active power? It mainly focuses on competitive, inductive, and inductive loads. You can think it is the power on capacitor or the power on choke. Okay, next. And for the reactive power, we can get similar phase with beer. The force is similar with reactive power. It is unuseful, so we must eliminate it for the power supply. And we also can think the harmonic power is also can be contained in reactive power. What if harmonics? I think the equipment is very useful. For example, the VFD and the UPS and or other AC to DC rectifier. For example, the distribution give us the fundamental frequency is 50 hertz, and for the non-linear rectifier. It will have be 5 order, 7 order, 11 order, and 13 order harmonics. So the frequency is the fundamental frequency multiply the order. For example, 5 order, the frequency is 250 Hertz. So our product is mainly focused on harmonics, reactive, and imbalance. And for these 3 parts, we need to please help slide. Well, we need to overcurrent because I know reactive current and harmonic current is not useful. So in the grid, it will be without overcurrent. And the harmonic current, when it goes through the impedance of transformer, it will lead to voltage distortion. This I think it is THDU or THDV, and the value is limited by grid distribution. And for other is for voltage fluctuates. This is also result by reactive and harmonic current. And for the next part is for diode generator failure. This is a common phenomenon in data center. For example, there are many HVDC are used in data center. When they working on low load or low load, it will result many competitive reactive power. When supply is by grid and the grid is very big, so it will not have no harm. But if the grid have some failure and transfer to diode generator, and the diode generator, the capacity is small, so the too much competitive reactive power will lead to generator shutdown. So SVG and APF is common used in data center. And for the disturbance, I think many customers will encounter this phenomenon. For example, one main breaker is 630 ampere rated capacity, but the working current is only 400 ampere, and we found the breaker is tripped. And last, we will find this is mainly related with harmonics. And for neutral over current, and we know for zero sequence current, for example, fundamental zero sequence, 3 order zero sequence, and when goes through the equipment and back to transformer, and it will go through the neutral line. So the neutral line will be over current. It is harmful transformer. And the most important for resonance, because the harmonic current and the exist capacitor LC, and it will have a resonance frequency. And when the capacity the capacity is working, and it will be decreased, and so the resonance is easy to arise. So please help him next. So for the customer, the value of improve the power quality, we can get 4 parts. Number 1 is boost stability of power distribution system when use APF to eliminate harmonics, so the risk of resonance can be avoided. Number two is extend service time of electric equipment. So, and we know all the electronic equipment is easy to be affected by THDU. If high THDU, it is very harmful equipment. So if we reduce the harmonic currents, so the THDU will also be decreased. So it will extend service time of electric device. The third is we can free up transformer capacity because we eliminate harmonic currents and the active currents. So only active currents is remain. So the transformer or the grid liner can transport more reactive power for customer. So the last part is save energy and electric bill. When eliminate harmonic currents and the active currents, so the power loss on line and on transformer will be decreased. And also in some country, for example, in Australia and in some part of India, the electric bill is according kVA, not according to kWA. So it is very useful when use APF and SVG. Okay, next. So for power quality standard, I think for IEEE 519, and for voltage, THDU is less than 5%. And for power, reactive power factor, it will be much bigger than 0.9. Sorry, please next. For the harmonic current standard, and it is we can refer to the TDD or THDI, and the reference is 5% is very common. So for the next. And for the power quality problem in the past, it is mainly for inductive reactive power. Inductive reactive power. It is mainly resolved by motor and the lamp. So the capacitor will be the better solution for the past load. So next. For the current node, I think the equipment is upgrade. For example, the VFD and the UPS is widely used. So the past in capacitor bank solution is not suitable. Please slide. So there are many VFD and lift elevator and UPS is used. So this is our non-linear nodes. So there it will lead to harmonic currents and imbalance current. So we must upgrade our power quality solution. APF and SVG will be better. Please slide. So we can see the APF operation is same with the capacitor. So For example, we can use the CT to detect the current and send to APF. So this is its working serial. You can refer this diagram to know the working serial. For the next. So for the power factor or harmonic issue, we can see we have three solutions. One is traditional compensator banks, and upgrade solution is SVG. This is SVG can output comparative reactive current and negative current. And for APF, then its function is big because it have bidirection reactive current and imbalance current, and also with 2 to 50 order harmonic current elimination function. So for the character comparison between compensator and active solution, APF and SVG, we can see the harmonic mitigation. Compensator don't have, and SVG also don't have, but APF have a harmonic elimination function. And for every order, it can be selected. For the active power comparison, compensator banks are compensated for discrete because its capacity is stay safe. For example, one batch is 15 kVAR, and for SVG and APF to compensate the active power, it will be continuous. So it will be very accurate. For imbalance correction function, compensator don't have this function, but for SVG and APF can correct imbalance. So imbalance current contain negative and the negative sequence and zero sequence. APF and SVG can eliminate it. For response speed, compensator bank response is slow, and SVG APF will be faster. The most important for harmonic resonance problem, because compensator bank contain air and C, and it will have relation with the grid air and C, so it is easy to harmonic resonance. And for APF and SVG, it is current source, and its impedance, its resonance is big, so it have this. It will not result resonance. So for the output ability, the actual output capacity is less than rated for compensator because its rated voltage normally is 480 watts, and its working voltage is 400. For APF and SVG, it will be current source. So if the voltage is high and its kVAR, it will be high. So help next. So let's say the second part for delta APF and the SVG.
This driver is with him? Yeah. Up to morning?
Yeah. Next. And this diagram is showing the principle of APF. And actually, it is a 3-level inverter. And using current transformer to detect load current sent to APF. APF can get active current, reactive current, and harmonic current, and control the inverter to output operate current and the same size current to eliminate the node current. So the grid current will be perfect sine. So this diagram you show our modular design. Delta design the module APF and SVG since 2012. So we have almost 10 years about modular design. Actually, we have a 3-level inverter, and we use interleaved structure. So the switching frequency can be designed high, and from grid side, we can only limit the two times switching frequency for harmonics. And we use the LC-L circuit. So this diagram is our control logic. So for the one inverter, each harmonic is switching frequency. But for the interleaved inverter structure, and from the grid choke, we only need to eliminate 2 times switching frequency harmonic. Please help next. Yes, this current is show the grid size choke the current. So it will only list the 2 times switching frequency. So next. This picture shows the principle of imbalance correction. For this voltage is clockwise ABC, and we found that current its angle is not 112, and the size is different. So we can get positive sequence and negative sequence and zero sequence, and use APF or SVG to eliminate the negative sequence and zero sequence. So from the grid side, we will only get positive sequence. So this shows our specification of APF. We have rated voltage for 400 watts and 690 watts, and we have 3-phase 3 wires and 3-phase 4 wires. The rated frequency is from 55 hertz to 66 hertz, and for input voltage, input THDU, this is the background, and we can normally work less than 15%. And we can eliminate second to 50th order, and for every order we can select it and debug for every order. And our for response time is less than 20 millisecond. And for the current design, we will improve this function to 10 millisecond. For the thermal loss, it will be less than 3%. Next, thanks. And for modular design, so we can support parallel. And actually, we use the one HMI to control and setting all the power module. It can connect or control 8 modules one time. And for this is more than one candidate, and they can share one set of signal for city current. And we have some setting to control every candidate the output. So for next. Because we are focused on THDI and the power factor, so we can get 4 parts. One part is more common, compensate reactive and harmonic current, and we can supply 3 solutions: APF plus SVG mixed use solution, and also have APF solution. And the more common solution is compensator plus APF solution. Compensator is used to compensate reactive power factor, and APF is used to eliminate harmonic current. For the second part, you can see this is for APF and SVG installation operation. This is transformer. The first is transformer, then main breaker, then the APF or SVG or compensator, and the other is the other breaker for other node. So we are installed in low voltage distribution room. So APF and FCG is a key device in low voltage distribution system, which can be used to replace compensator compensation system, or it also can work with compensator compensation system. So let's see the special feature of data APF and SVG. Our unique features is modular design. We are the first to design the modular design. It's feature for flexibility. This is very useful. Many for big factory, there are many APF or SVG candidates. We can design the big capacity, but when the node is now, we can add needed capacity when the node is going on, and we can increase the power module. So its flexibility is very good. For the reliability, for 5 module, we can when one module is failure and the other module will share the load currents automatically. So it is easy to install and maintain. We also supply the hot sortable design. It will be very useful for customer. And for the next feature is a high switching frequency, because we use interleaved 3-level top. So the frequency, the switching frequency for every inverter is 30 kHz, but for the grid side, its switching frequency will be 60 kHz. So it will have better output capacity, and its response time will be less than 20 milliseconds, and the compensation will be accurate. So the importance feature is we have excellent EMC performance. So our output will be good than our competitor. So for modular design, we have high power density. So for the same candidate, we can install big capacity. It will be very useful. And for our another feature is strong environment adaptability, suitable for harsh environment. For example, the working ambient temperature, we can working on 50 degree. And for the high THDU background, we can working up to 15%. So our Delta our product is PCB have rubber coated, so it will avoid humidity and crossing. And for every candidate, we will configure the SPD. So it's 99 protection with Class C. We also do this semic resistance. We can withstand magnitude of 8 degree. So from the picture, you can see our airflow is use fan to flow out the heat sink and choke heat dissipation. Our product have do many environment test reports. For example, this is vibration and and high temperature and low temperature, and also for salt spray test. So we will have many environment test reports and certification. So let's see the last part for successful stories. We have many successful cases in the world. And also in Philippines, we also have many successful story. You can inquire PT Center to get more information. And Delta product is APF or SVG are widely used in India and Australia and Thailand, and also in Philippines and also in China. And we are used to many industry. For example, wedding industry, food and beverage, and shopping, and the data center. And this is for the Delta APA for SVG for data center, and it mainly focus on China operator and the China IDC for BAT, and the Delta IPF is what used in this in data center. So Airtel is India. So you can see this is PQC product is used in Alibaba data center, and the main harmonic load is UPS, and also for editor. This is VFD, and also for server. And you can see this is our product PQC candidate. So its color and its size can be modified with the other distribution candidate. And this is to introduce an offshore oil crop. And the main equipment is VFD. And VFD is Siemens and Schneider, and it will lead to many harmonic currents. So the THDI is about 40%. After APF working, and the THDI is decreased to less than 5%, and the power factor increased from 0.45 to 0.97. So it will it is very useful. So this project is on 2014, and we have almost 500 module working on BOC and the oil crops, and the failure is very less than 1%. So you can see for this is the compensation data, and for the data is get by Fluke for power analyzer, and our competitor is ABB and Nokia, and our modular design will be very useful because our installation and maintenance is very good, and also for the spare part will be less, and for the most part is our performance is also very good. So for the next. And this is a larger case for process industry or textile company, and the main equipment is also VFD. And after APF working, and the THDI is decreased from 21% to less than 2%, and the THDO is also decreased from 12% to about 3%. And for this case, I want to emphasize that there are many APF candidates are used in this factory, and the customer found and one transformer the capacity is enough, and another is not enough. So we can move them modular within the factory to match the node equipment for node requirement. So the modular design will be very useful for a big factory application. So for the next. So for the compensation effect, you can see the current waveform will be from distortion current to sine wave, and for THDI is from 20 to decreased to 2%. So next case is fundamental industry, and I must emphasize this is for imbalance issue, and the equipment only use 2-phase voltage, so the imbalance from the transformer side is very harsh. So after APF eliminate imbalance current, and from the transformer side, the current is almost balanced. So please next. So you can see this picture, and only use phase A and phase C, and after compensation, and the 3-phase current is almost same. So the unbalanced degree is from 102 and decreased to 6%. So the effect is very good. So this is my presentation. Thanks for your time and attentive of this presentation. If you have any question, you can contact PT Center to get support. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Wu, for sharing your wonderful technologies, no, of addressing power quality problems. So this is very timely for us, especially the advent of nonlinear loads. So yes, this is really very helpful, no, in managing our power quality issues. So
Yes.
If you may allow Mr. Wu, shall we have some questions? Let's check at the Q&A box. Okay. So far, I think I haven't seen any questions no, yet. About from the participants and attendees, you can directly, we can allow 2 to 3 questions, no? If you want to be heard, just raise your hands. We can, I think, we can accommodate, no? 2 questions, 2 to 3 questions. So let's see for raised hands. Okay. Let's see in the chat box. Okay. So far, I think being none, Mr. Wu. So I think they've really gotten your presentation very nicely. So for further questions, I think you can address it directly to Mr. Wu and to PT Serna.
Yes,
And their
thank
company.
you.
Yes. Yeah, for specific inquiries, no, about their products. So you can, I think they have a virtual booth here. So you can visit them and we can address your queries there. Okay. So
Sir
thank you very
Brian?
much. Yes,
Sir
Ma'am
Brian.
Yela.
Sir Brian,
Sir,
I
we
will
have
just send to the chat
questions
box.
in the chat box.
Yes. Yes, Sir Carrera. Yes po.
I will just chat to the chat box the email ad for the any requirement or inquiries.
Yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you, Sir Carrera. So you've heard that, no, from Sir Carrera. They will be accommodating queries on the chat box. Okay. So thank you. So can we present now the certificate, Ma'am Yela, to PT Serna? Okay, so IIEE presents this certificate of appreciation to PT Serna Corporation for imparting the valuable insights, a sponsored technical presenter, no, on the topic Delta Power Quality Reduction during the first Mega Technology webinar in conjunction with the 46th Virtual Annual Convention and the theme Got One IE at 46, Transcending Challenges in the New Normal by Embracing Resiliency and Complementarity, held on November 22 to 27, 2021 in Manila, Philippines by a Zoom video conference. So given this day, 25th day of November 2021, signed by Engineer Alberto R. Ejera Jr., National Secretary, Engineer Roland P. and Bureau Director, Engineer Lyndon R. Bagge, National Vice President for Internal Affairs and Convention Bureau.
Hello, Sir Shutawu. May we request po your presence for the awarding of the certificate? Okay, sir, in the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, PT Serna Corporation, and of course, the speaker, Mr. Shuta Wu.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. So we are down to the next presentation for this afternoon. To introduce our speaker, I would like to call on the members of the Technical Sessions Committee, Engineer Jonathan Medalla. Sir Jonathan.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Yela. So, okay lang, ma'am, no? I'm audible.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon once again, everyone. Indeed, it's an overwhelming learnings for today's mega technology webinar. I hope you still have maintaining your steady state condition and haven't yet reached the saturation point on absorbing very interesting learnings. So at this juncture, it's my privilege and honor to introduce our next speakers. They are from Clean and Green Technologies Incorporated, and they will be discussing about helping Filipinos.
Wilkinson.
Sorry. Okay. So again, they are from Clean and Green Technologies Incorporated, and they will be discussing about helping Filipino business harness the power of the sun with solar financing. With this, I ask that you give your full attention again. Therefore, let's demagnetize ourselves so not to be saturated with this last topic, but it's not the least. Set back and relax. And so, my fellow electrical practitioners and guests, please join me in welcoming our resource speakers, Mr. Timothy Wilkinson and Dr. Eugene Tong. Mr. Timothy and Dr. Eugene, the floor is yours.
Our speakers to be at the Zoom room today. So for now, sit back, enjoy, and we'll have a video to roll. Good afternoon again. For the question and answer portion, I would like to call on first the members of the Technical Sessions Committee, Engineer Brian Pasilan and Engineer Jonathan Medalla. Sir, please, the floor is yours.
Hello, Sir Brian. Hello? Okay lang ba?
No sound si Brian.
Hello, Sir Brian. Parang naka-mute ka siguro. Hello, Sir Brian.
Kahit silang dalawa.
Walang audio. Hello, Ma'am Yela.
Sir Jonathan.
Okay lang ba yung audio ko?
Okay, it's
Si
okay
Sir
na
Brian
po.
ba yung nawala? Walang
Hello,
audio,
Sir
Sir Brian,
Bri? Yes, lagi po si Sir Bri as of the moment, sir. You can facilitate po.
Okay, sir. So, while waiting sa next presenter natin, no? It's I guess 3:15 pa yon, Ma'am Yela. Papasok kasi nasa ibang bansa pa raw. So we'll be entertaining those unanswered questions. I think kung okay lang ba kang Sir Hill, available pa ba si Sir Hill? Sir Hill? Hello, Sir Hill.
Sir Hill, are you still
Yes,
in the room?
yes.
Sir, okay lang ba, sir, while waiting sa next presenter natin kasi 3:15 na pa daw papasok kasi nasa ibang bansa. Is it okay for you, sir, to entertain some unanswered question kanina?
Naglalans kasi ako.
Sige.
May context. Dali.
Si Sir Bry. Ano pa yung kanina? Hello, Sir Bry? Hindi pa ba available si Sir Brian, Ma'am Yela?
Sir
Saan yung
Bri?
last question? Saan yung last question niya kanina? Walang audio.
I think, sir, the questions from PT Serna Corporation, from Engineer Renato Gregorio.
Sige, Ma'am Yela.
Okay, sir.
Good
Allow
honor.
me to read the question. Is this effective in load balancing of three-phase systems? Sir Jonathan?
Yes, Ma'am Yela, for that question is for PT Serna.
Yes, sir. But upon checking, sir, no one from the PT Serna team is here in the meeting room.
Parang si Sir Hill lang ang andito pa.
Yes, sir. He's the only available.
Nagla-lunch pa kasi si Sir Hill.
Sir Jonathan.
Yes, Ma'am Yela.
While waiting for Sir Hill, we will be presenting a video roll na lang po.
Sige, sige.
Thank you po. afternoon again, everyone. So our speaker is ready. But before that, to introduce our speaker from Clean and Green, may I call on Engineer Jonathan Medalla.
Thank you, Ma'am Yela. So, I'm audible now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon once again. At this juncture, it's my privilege and honor to reintroduce our next speaker. They are from Clean and Green Technology Incorporated, and they will be discussing about helping Filipino business harness the power of the sun with solar financing. With this, I ask you to give your full attention to our next speakers. Therefore, let's empty our cup and to ready for this learnings from our speaker. Our last topic. This is our last topic, but it's not the least. And so, my fellow electrical practitioners and guests, please join me in welcoming our resource speakers, Mr. Timothy Wilkinsons and Dr. Eugene Tihong. Mr. Timothy and Dr. Eugene, the floor is yours.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. I'm Timothy Wilkinson, and with me here is Dr. Eugene Chong. And we're here to talk about solar financing and helping Filipino businesses harness the power of the sun with no money down and cutting their capital costs using solar embedded generation. Okay, so have here our presentation, and would like to once again thank everybody for joining us here today. So Clean and Green Technologies is a company that is focused on working with international funding partners in order to engage in what is typically called solar financing or leasing. Can also be referred to as build, operate, transfer in terms of the model. And it's essentially a very simple arrangement in where we work with large electricity consumers, whether that would be a factory, an ice plant, a hospital, and we essentially pair them with a funder who is willing to construct, operate, finance, and eventually transfer a embedded or self-generating solar facility for their facility in order for them to basically accomplish two main things. Number one is decrease the reliance on fossil fuel technology by injecting solar and power into their facility. And number two is to cut their operational costs. So our mission is very clear, is that we want to help Filipino businesses build a greener future with distributed solar, and we will help lower costs while helping save the planet. So the problem here in the Philippines, which is not unique to the Philippines, but it is a global phenomenon, is that we are experiencing climate change. Climate change affects everybody across the world, and it's largely because of CO2 emissions. Now, here in the Philippines, even though we have done a lot of good work to increase the renewable energy component and generation, we still are relying somewhere close to 70% of base load coming from fossil fuels such as coal, natural gas. Now, also another problem that's particularly prevalent here in the Philippines is the high cost of electricity. Currently, depending on the region, could be some of the highest that can be seen in Southeast Asia. And we obviously know that solar is a proven technology. It has been around for 15 years, almost 20, and 10 has had widespread adoption as a commercially viable solution. However, it is very capital intensive. And so we aim to solve that problem. And we aim to solve that problem with a very simple solution, is that we have investors, various investors, whether they be institutional, crowdfunding, or oil and gas companies, that are willing to invest into the construction of a solar power self-generated facility, enter into a financing agreement with the end user, and then at the end of the financing agreement, whether that be 10, 15, or 20 years, transfer the ownership to the end user, effectively giving a 0% down financing term, which gives immediate savings at no capital outlay. So what makes Clean and Green unique is that we actually are not relying or partnering with one funder, but we have a variety of international funding partners who are ready, willing, and able to fund installations of any size. Basically, we have a network of EPC contractors, which we can rely upon to provide quality installations that will last. And we also have flexible deal structures. So given that there are many different flavors, if you will, we can vary the rates, the terms, and obviously another important part is permitting. So the structure of which you set up the financing agreement has a lot to do with how quickly you can build, what type of taxes and vatable expenses that can be availed, and so on and so forth. So who are our funders? Basically, we have traditional renewable energy developers who typically like to engage in a build, operate, transfer style of financing, wherein they have set up an entity and they avail of certain permits and then sell the electricity from one entity to another. We also have institutional investment funds, so specific sectors of banks and investment firms who are focused on renewable energy and providing essentially this solution. And we also have crowdfunding websites, which is basically an internet forum or pooling website wherein small investors, which we can refer to as mom and pop, can invest from around the world into certain themes. In this case, the theme would be developing country helping with solar financing. We also have some individual investors who very much look at deploying their hard-earned investment capital into basically helping the economy and the environment at the same time as getting a return. So depending on the actual situation and what the needs of the end users are, we have different funders that we will tap for different circumstances. So there are more than 3 typical financing structures, but the ones that we would typically work with are chosen because they have specific advantages. So there is, of course, the lease to own. Okay, so a lease to own contract is essentially it's similar to what you would get for a car, for example. So with zero money down, we can give a fixed lease rate over the course of a term, which could be 10, 15, or 20 years. And essentially the payments that are calculated for the fixed lease include principal plus interest repayment, and basically can be fixed, or it could also be based on consumption. Now, this particular structure has an advantage that it does not require certain permits like a DOE service contract or certain other board of investment incentives, because it is pretty much just a lease and a financing structure. So the other is a build, operate, transfer. In a build, operate, transfer, this is almost the classical way that PPAs or power supply agreements or power purchase agreements are formulated, wherein you have one entity that basically establishes itself as a solar power project. It gets DOE registration. The owners or investors may seek to get sort of certain board of investment incentives for tax efficiency purposes. And then once they have availed of all the permits and constructed the rooftop solar system, they will then enter into a PPA where they sell from the rooftop company to the actual end user. So typically this will involve a lease to lease the space of the roof from the end user, and will typically involve availing of certain permits. And obviously for the owner, for the project financier, rather, they get certain incentives, so it's very tax efficient. A deferred payment plan is the third type, which is very similar to the lease to own, but it's just structured slightly different, wherein the system is sold at the beginning to the end user from the investor, and then upon commercial operation, and essentially the end user then has this solar system on their roof, and they consume the electricity as if it's from their system. They just have a deferred payment plan, meaning that the plan, the payments the ownership of the system is already in the hands of the end user. However, they have to pay over the term. So it's three different ways to achieve the same goal. The build, operate, transfer tends to be the longest before you can start construction, and tends to be reserved for bigger projects, whereas the lease to own and deferred payment plans can be constructed immediately upon contract signing. So those are the main differences and advantages of both. Now, how the process works is a multi-step process, where essentially Clean and Green will come in and do a project evaluation. So if one of you esteemed members here has a facility that consumes a lot of electricity, and you say you'd like to avail of this program, we will send in a team. Our team will do data collection and assessment. So from knowing the power location, the utility bills and the load profile, the usage characteristics, getting the roof plans to make sure that the building is structurally able to withstand the weight, and also is compliant with the National Structural Code of the Philippines. And we'll do also a technical inspection along with that, a technical site inspection, wherein we take a look at the infrastructure that's already in place, double check against the plans, and make sure what's actually there is still in the same state, and just look for any red flags or things that would prohibit the successful installation of a solar plant. At that point, CGTI will produce a preliminary design, a yield simulation, and discuss with the client or the end user a deal framework. So right now, for example, the most popular is a lease to own or a deferred payment plan with a 15-year terms. 15 years gets you some immediate savings, and a solar plant, if constructed if properly, will last 25 to 30 years. So once the client agrees to the framework, we will then go out to the funders and tap on them and give them essentially the information and say, we have a client here. Here's their load profile. Here's their characteristics. We think we can put X number of kilowatts, and in general, we know what the solar plant will yield for that particular area, and from that, we can figure out who is interested out of all the funders that we talk to participate. There are some, for example, institutional investors that are only interested in 500 kilowatts and above. Some are interested only in 300. And so therefore, when we find the right match, we will then come back and present the best option that we see to the client and the end user. Now, often we have 2, maybe 3 options that can be discussed. And once there has been an acceptance and the intent is that the client wishes to move forward, we will introduce the funder and the client together so that they can begin the contract negotiations. Okay, so in that stage, you will formalize the transactions. The investor always does a very detailed credit check and due diligence. They verify the technical information that we presented, the designs, the basically all of the details that we've collected and aggregated. And then they'll discuss securities, deposits if necessary, and move on to contract signing. At this moment, most of the contracts that we're signing are with companies that have good credit. So there's no really a need for a security or a deposit, but that also depends on the funder that we choose. So after the contract is signed, we move to project execution. Okay, so at that time, there will be a turnkey construction company that gets hired by the funder. And then basically the funder will produce a down payment and monitor the construction, ensuring that the EPC partner achieves commercial operations and energizations, and that the system has been built correctly. It's very important to note that even though there is a EPC contractor here, that it is the funder or the investor that guarantees the performance of the system to the end user. And in turn, it is the end user that guarantees that there is the consumption there during the operation stage. So after commercial operation, there's typically a 10 to 20 year period for which the system will be operated. And during that time, it's basically full operation and maintenance, a guaranteed availability. And if there's any warranty issues or issues with equipment failure or not producing, this is all responsibility of the funder to remedy. So essentially, for the end user during the lease period, it is hassle-free, and it is turnkey. There will not need to be any maintenance from the end user side, and all they have to do is just operate normally their businesses and their practice or whatever it may be, and enjoy the benefits of a reduced rate and a savings due to the solar electricity. Every month there'll be a reporting and billing, and essentially this will not replace your utility bills, but merely reduce the reliance on the utility consumption rather from the utility. And essentially, when you add up the invoicing from the funders and the invoicing from the utility, there should be a savings there. And that is what is stated in the contract. Now, after the term is done, whether it be 10, if you want to pay a higher rate, for example, and pay off the system sooner, and or if it's 20, or if you want more immediate savings and turn over the system later. After the term is done, the system is turned over, and now it is fully owned by the end user. So here's just a couple of examples of comparing a buyout to a financing arrangement. So we had a system here where it was about 500 kilowatts, and at the time, actually solar prices have gone up a little bit, so this is a rather conservative EPC cost at this moment. But the construction cost is about 19 million pesos here, giving you about 700,000 kilowatts per hour. And those who are from Pampanga would understand that they pay a pretty high rate, whereas compared to Manila. So about 12 pesos per kilowatt hour, including taxes, fees, and everything. And essentially, when you have a buyout, whatever you get produced from the solar system is now coming to you at zero cost because you've already paid. And so you would save about 6.5 million pesos a year. Now, in this case, in this particular example that we use, we were able to secure a 7 pesos 60 centavos per kilowatt hour rate from the funder, and this was over a 20-year period. And so basically the savings was 3 million pesos a year. So just as for a comparison, and this is really what this is to illustrate is you could invest 19 million pesos and get a nice almost 30% return on investment, or you can invest nothing and enjoy a pure savings, only to take advantage of ownership after the term is done. So there's an electronics factory in Laguna. This is another example. Now, again, in the Meralco area, you get a slightly better rate there. So again, just illustrating that on a larger system, there's some benefit there. You get a larger construction cost and generation, obviously. The savings per year is also increased. And in this particular case, we were able to offer the end user, again, around a 6 peso 20 centavos generation rate. And so you can see the savings here. So in general, when you pay more for the electricity as an end user, typically you're further away from the ports and in the province, meaning that the transportation costs and things like that to actually construct are a little bit higher. However, your utility rate is much higher. So you'll end up getting a better savings based on that. Now, if you are interested or in an outright purchase, obviously we have a network of EPC contractors who are all qualified, and we can definitely assist you there. But that's not the main purpose. But basically, whether you're in Cebu or Mindanao or in Pangasinan, we have partners there that can help you. And we also, and whether that be for the leasing or for an outright purchase. These are a few of our partners here that we'd like to highlight. So Renasource is a EPC EPC construction and consulting firm that recently completed a 80 megawatt facility in San Miguel, Bulacan for Meralco Power Generation as the consultant. One of our main suppliers is a company called Proinzo. Proinzo is a global solar supply company with over $1 billion in global sales, and has recently won the Philippine Solar Week 2021 Best Solar Developer. And third, one of our main partners is ETM Namine. Now, ETM Namine is a European and Asia-based project developer and finance company who has basically been in Hong Kong and Southeast Asia for about 12 years. So they're in different countries, not just the Philippines, whether that be Thailand, Vietnam, is the other main countries that they service. And they are basically a crowdfunding website and usually our go-to partner because of the flexible structures and willingness to act. And they're also willing to do smaller systems, whereas some of the institutional players are only want to do large systems. So here's a few members of our team. There's Trinette King, who is our president and a 40-year veteran of commercial and industrial design and construction. There's myself, I'm the vice president. I'm an electrical engineer from Canada who has come here to work on basically bringing solar and green energy to the forefront. And we have Tobias Preuss, who's actually the CTO of Renasource, who advises us in a technical capacity. He's a certified solar expert with over 500 megawatts of solar projects completed in the Philippines as a site manager since 2014. So with that, I guess I've concluded the presentation. I want to thank you to everybody who has bear with us, and like to open the floor to Dr. Eugene if he has anything to say, and also to you, to the audience, if you have any questions that you would like to ask.
Thank you, Tim. It's appreciated for the presentation. Hope everybody finds it very interesting. One thing we, of course, will say to the audience here, if you have see any opportunities either in your own organization, please get in contact with us. We're very happy to have a discussion with you and have a more, come up with some proposals. There's also incentive. We are a commercial organization. And if you know any other one of the people who might be interested in our solutions, our solar solutions, please get in contact. We have an incentive program in place to encourage people to work with us to install many more solar installations across the Philippines. Then we have some questions already online. So one question is, what can the government do to increase the RE penetration rate in the Philippines?
Well, I think RE penetration, when it comes to this solar financing that we're working on, I think the government has taken a lot of steps into making this easier to access. This is a very complicated topic when it comes to permitting and things like that. But essentially, why we are able to move quickly with our essentially our financing schemes is that we are basically making self-generation facilities wherein we're transferring the ownership, or we're just doing a financing leasing. We are not selling energy from one entity to another. Now that's great for self-generation, but I think if we want to increase RE penetration, I think that there's a few things that we could do. One, for example, would be to lessen the regulatory, essentially the number of permits and the steps needed to take to actually be one entity selling to another. For example, if I have just a warehouse that doesn't consume a lot of energy, but I have a lot of roof space and a lot of solar, a lot of sunshine and irradiance, it would be great if we could basically set up a plant there and then sell through the grid to either the spot market or sell to another user. So I think that there are some steps that can be taken to make that process easier. Having gone through a few solar plant developments in my time here, I can say that, normally if you're talking about large scale utility plants, it takes, 2 to 3, sometimes even 4 years to get all the permitting done correctly. So I think largely there is a lot of need. There is a lot of people who are interested in investing. We just need to basically figure out a way to make the process more efficient. And I think that's basically to answer that question.
Yeah. If I may add to that, is that we should not try to reinvent the wheel. In other countries, people are way ahead of us. Australia, Europe, the US, in promoting solar even at residential level. And one of the very simple things the government can do is to create tax incentives, whereby individual users, companies, individuals, when they commit to solar, they will get a tax incentive. For example, a reduction rate in tax, they can reduce it from their tax bill, which happen in other countries as well. Other reasons is that they don't apply the VAT rate, so VAT is not applicable on solar installations. And what Tim mentioned earlier, if the government would make it easier to sell back, so when you overproduce on your own roof or your own space electricity, make it easier to sell back to the utility, and therefore you save extra cost and you generate electricity for the general audience. These things are very complex in the Philippines right now. Even that legally you can sell it back to the utility, like for example Meralco, but they make it very difficult. In other countries, in Europe particularly, if you as an individual, even individual household, has difficulty with selling it back to the utility, like for example Meralco, and you report it to the authorities, to the government authorities, the utility will get a tremendous penalty of thousands of dollars per occasion. So therefore, it's a very big incentive not to hinder you selling it back to the utility. Actually, matter of fact, they make it easier. And what happened in Europe is that the utilities actually became smarter because they said, okay, instead of me generating electricity, of me building solar plants, I can use the public to build the solar plants for us. And so then the other way that the utility would initially very defensive, like here, we could, the public is factory building and financing their solar plants, and basically the individuals were selling it back to the utilities. So these are the few things the government can do to promote solar in the Philippines.
Yeah, great insight there.
Another question, Tim. How about residential? Yes, residential, absolutely. It depends on a case-by-case basis, but residential is, I think, one of the big opportunities here in the Philippines, not only for saving cost, but in the future, you start having battery power becoming, battery installation becoming cheaper as well. So in particular, you go to the outer layer areas, the islands in the Philippines, the combination of a hybrid solution where you have battery as well as solar can cover you for 24/7 power.
Right, and those are some great insights, Dr. Jean. Thank you for that. And at this moment, when it does come to the financing aspect, we are mainly focusing on commercial and industrial applications and projects, but we are actively looking for a solution for residential at this moment. So please keep in touch with us, and when we have an announcement on that particularly for financing, we can help. Now, we also do know many very capable installers. So if you are looking for residential solar for your house, we can refer you to some who have basically passed the due diligence and have the track record that would appease our funders. So therefore, they would be more than capable of handling a residential. Now, okay, looking.
There's another
here.
question we have. We are planning to put up a solar PV system in our cooperative. Are we qualified to seek your assistance?
Right. So this is an interesting point. Now, if it is a housing cooperative and there is a single, if there is a single business entity, which would be the cooperative, and there is the ability or the willingness for every homeowner in the cooperative to let the roof space be used. I have seen this model before in actually in North America, where in Canada, where I come from, where essentially we can treat it as a centralized power injection. So we will construct a solar plant all over all of the roofs, as much of the spaces that we can utilize that makes sense for the consumption. We will sell back at the point of entry into where the service entrance is, and it will be the co-op, the housing co-op, that will essentially charge each individual user the electricity. Now, the advantages of doing this is that now there will be a rate from the utility, a cheaper rate coming from the solar. And so in the end user should get a blended rate, which should provide some savings to each homeowner. And that would have to be done where the funder is directly contracting with the co-op. So there are a few things that need to be put in place there and in order for this to actually work. For example, if every homeowner in the co-op is individually billed by a utility, that won't work in this particular sense, because the way that the legislation is set up right now, it is for self-generation. Now, we are willing to look at an individual scenario and explore. There are constantly changes in the laws that are happening. The DOE and the ERC are very, very active in evolving the permitting processes and the rules of what's available. So by all means, my email is tim@cleanandgreen.ph. I can flash, I think it's on my presentation if that's still showing. But by all means, feel free to send us an email, and we will look at your situation and see what we can do. You know, our in general, our goal and the goal of our funders is to deploy as much kilowatt peak as we can, and to cut emissions and to save as much for as many people as we can. So we are definitely interested in exploring further. So I thank you very much for that question, Pierre.
If there are any further questions, please type them in the question and answer box.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Yeah. Good afternoon. This is regarding what you mentioned about Timothy, no? About the CNI, no? For the PPA, do you have any a cap, no, or a minimum project in terms of watt power for the commercial
Right.
industrial for your financing?
Right. So the limit that we have right now is around. It's not totally set in stone, but basically, depending on the funder, we're looking at about 100 kilowatts. We did just recently get an approval for 80 kilowatts. That being said, we're also have some smaller installations where the funders feel that it's a good, I guess, marketing opportunity. So we're looking at doing some LGUs and some things like that in order to get some presence. But in general, I would say that 80 kilowatts would be the minimum that we could do. And usually if you're in the Meralco area, for example, paying about 8 pesos a kilowatt hour, that's about 350,000 pesos per month of consumption, based on a 24-hour time period. So things are changing all the time. We're constantly reviewing, getting new funders. A lot of the individuals are willing to do smaller installations. So by all means, it never hurts to ask us to take a look at your particular scenario and your situation and see if we can help you out.
Okay, thank you for. Then, in addition, no, you are saying about residential, no? So that there is a plan for that, and in fact, there are so many now that is clamoring for not to have not an upfront, right? To have solar installation. So they are looking forward with like in the United States, particularly in California, no, where
Right.
You can have a loan then with their investment tax credit, no, and also going now, no, to not just for solar plus the storage system. So with the loan and the net metering concept, no, and also with the battery, so everybody can now enjoy, no, this clean power from the sun and this renewable energy almost free, right? That is the thing.
Right.
So for
Right.
the residential, you are looking or what is the plan of how many kilo, or that will be standard in residential is about 5 kilowatt, right? 5 kilowatt peak.
Yeah, 4 or 5 kilowatt is a normal system that you would see on a house with four people in it. Right now, there are, for example, some programs supposedly with the banks where they're looking to do this, but in reality, it's very hard to avail of those programs. We are looking for somebody that will take a say like an investment pool approach, where we can add all of these to a company or an entity that would be essentially worth the while of the investors. Because essentially between the end user and the funder and the construction company, there has to be enough to go around, and sometimes it's rather expensive to build here in the Philippines. Cost of importing transportation is something that's a concern. But for sure, we are definitely looking and we are in some talks with some investors to setting up a program. However, at this moment, we don't have something where we can say we would be gung-ho about it, but it's something that we really want to do, because obviously, yes, saving the businesses and making the economy more efficient and is good. But I think the individual homeowners would also benefit greatly from this. So we're definitely exploring, and if there is something that we can come up with, we will definitely make an announcement on that soon. So thank you very much for that question.
Thank you.
Right. There was another anonymous attendee who asked about the 100 kilowatt cap on net metering. I think personally that if we went to a megawatt of net metering, I would be great with that, because then we could sell back to the grid and it would look very, very similar to the topics and the discussion that Dr. Eugene brought up, wherein, you know, basically you could sell back power and start contributing to the grid. I think that there are some technical challenges with that. Everybody just injecting large amounts of power during peak times is definitely something which could potentially lead to some systemic instability. So we have to be careful about that. I think that the way to really go about this is essentially what Doc Eugene has outlined, which is to take an approach where we lessen the red tape, we increase the incentives, and we really look to build in a smart way. I mean, we do have to make sure that we do the right distribution impact studies, facility studies, and things of that nature to make sure we're not overloading the infrastructure. But aside from that, technically that can all be done. We're really looking for the increased evolution of the legislation to help us move forward with putting more solar out there. I mean, it makes sense. Distributed solar cuts out the transmission losses, you know, and basically allows for a lot of a decentralized approach, which is key. So we're really excited that there is a big push for solar, and we're looking forward to the changes that we sure are coming down the pipe. So if a prospective client is okay. All right, so this is from another anonymous attendee. Right, so so basically the nature of the question is if the prospective client is a contestable customer and already has a PSA, how can we integrate with that client? Well, we would have to take a look at the demand, and we would have to take a look at the power supply agreement. So some power supply agreements are flexible, wherein they are allowed to, they may have a base guaranteed, and then maybe as their usage increases, they are allowed to purchase more power at a different rate. Some are take or pay, where they've signed up for a megawatt, for example, and that's what you have to take. So we really have to take a look at the PSA first and say, where is the flexibility with this power supply agreement? After that, we'll look at what is available in terms of excess consumption that is not being met by the demands of the power supply agreement. We also have to look at that flexibility and see, okay, if we start putting a solar power, and everybody understands that solar works with the sun. So 6 a.m. you get nothing, 12 noon and back down to 6 p.m. So we have to take a look at injecting that power onto the system technically, but also commercially, and ensure that by doing this, the end user is not paying for energy twice, and they're not getting penalized in any way, shape, or form. So again, this is a very specific scenario, and we really have to take a look at this and do some due diligence to give a specific answer. But for example, I have a client right now that we're working with in Manila. They are in Makati, actually, in the old industrial district, and they're looking at a solar leasing financing plus a PSA. So if we do them together, that's obviously very, very easy, because we can make sure that it's spelled out. But if it's an existing res customer that has an existing PSA, we'll really have to take a look at that flexibility and make sure that we can get the results without basically engaging in a redundant power consumption, because then if you don't consume it and you have to pay, it would be a penalty basically, and defeat the purpose. So I hope you've answered that question. Mr. Anonymous attendee. And again, if you have any questions, you can email me about your particular installation or your particular project, and we can take a look and evaluate and see if we can help you guys out. So there is another question. Oh, thank you guys for all the questions. Seems the more we go, the more questions we get. In the computation savings comparison, did we consider? Yeah, that computation was a very high level savings. Obviously, if we're talking with a specific customer and a specific client, rather, we would give a detailed computational saving. For the computation, the way that the savings is derived is essentially you will have a simulation that's done by a professional PV expert that will tell you how many kilowatt hours per year, and this can be actually broken down and modeled monthly, that we can generate. Now that rate times the price you pay for electricity and the discount that you're paying is basically how you derive the savings. So just to speak roughly, if you're paying from your utility 10 pesos a kilowatt hour, and you consume and you're consuming at a rate that's been arranged for 8 pesos, then whatever you consume, you're saving 20%. Now, the computation for a fixed lease works a little bit different, because basically you're looking at the power generation that you get, and then what you're saving from the utility, and then you subtract the lease cost. Now, in both of these cases, when we do this leasing or financing, it's very important to note that all of the operations, maintenance, plant, panel cleaning, warranty claims, et cetera, that is all covered by the financier. So basically, for the end user, this should just be a savings without any hassle and without any work on their part. This is also important to note that we will still be connected to the grid. So essentially, when you're looking at the all-in savings, there are some payments you still have to make for a grid connection and different fees. Whenever we evaluate a project before we give a specific cost-saving analysis, we always ask for the 12-month utility bills. So for a client, when we give a detailed breakdown, we do essentially, to answer your question, we do consider all of the details, and that's why we ask for the bills themselves. I hope I answered your question. Thank you very much, Rodolfo. Okay, another question from Rodolfo. How long? So, okay, so I guess I'm a little, I just would maybe want to clarify, and perhaps you can type here. For the investors that are investing in the financing scheme, their rate of return varies. They have their own models, but it's pretty much like 10 to maybe at the most 12 or 14%. That's basically the range for solar. So it's not something, super exciting and that would get, the Wall Street crowd involved, but it's something that's also very stable, right? I mean, the agreements that we're entering in are 15 years typically. And for solar plants, for utility scale solar plants, they're usually 20-year power supply agreements. So it's a good return over that length of time. And obviously, security is very high, because we know the sun will always shine over the course of a year. We are very predictable generation results. And obviously we vet our clients and the end users to make sure that they're also going to be credit worthy enough to get back the investor their investment, because we want them to keep investing. So that's kind of what the role that Clean and Green really does here, is that we're accredited by our investors to do this technical and commercial due diligence to make sure that it's a good deal for everybody. So, if you're an end user that's availing of a leasing program, there is no investment. So I don't think that that's what you meant. But I will say that obviously purchasing solar for commercial and industrial, especially for a 5 megawatt capacity, such as you're saying. Now that could be ground mount or rooftop. Depending on the prices you're paying, it will be anywhere from a self-consumption point of view of looking at a gross return of 25 to as much as 40% return a year. Now that is if you build it yourself with your own cash and just start consuming. So I hope I broke down the different possible scenarios there for you. By all means, if you want to clarify, and if I didn't answer your question, I could clarify further. We have another question from an anonymous attendee here from a state university. Okay, so state universities are an interesting standpoint. If the investor, sorry, if the end user does not consume, but the investor still expects payment, there ends up being a situation where there may be a contractual dispute, essentially. You know, the same way we don't try to put too much solar versus the capacity, because we want there to be a savings. The problem with the state universities is that they have all been closed, and so there's no, you know, last track record that shows a good consumption. And even as we move past COVID, we are looking at different rules and all of that. Now, I would say maybe next year, when things are back to normal and the consumption is back, we would certainly look at building something. But I will say this, that in this case of a university, if the university is willing to put a security or some type of deposit, then I think that I can get some funders to be interested. And the reason of that is that usually a state university has a good notoriety, and you know these funders are all trying to advertise, and so that's good word of mouth. But number two is if there's a deposit or a security that's involved, then basically if for some reason the contract gets canceled, we can actually have the flexibility to move the system somewhere else and recover some of the equipment that can't be recouped, like cutting cables of certain sizes and certain mounting structure components, things like that. So again, this is an area where I'm sorry I can't give a direct answer right now, but for sure, if you would like to email me with your particular potential project, so that we can evaluate and discuss this with the funders, we would love to be able to help, especially in the education sector, as we look forward to educating the next young, bright minds to further the growth of the Philippines. Okay, Neil. Okay, I'm giving Neil my email address. Sorry, we're doing this live here. Once again, for anybody wondering, my email address is tim@cleanandgreen.ph. So that is TIM@clean and the word and green.ph. And if you look at the question and answer tab, I've been spamming and putting my email address there many times, but feel free to ask again, no problem. Right, this is from Rodolfo. Rodolfo, no, this is not a lifetime contract. Basically, what Clean and Green does is we find different funding entities, and we will work with the end user, but it is a fixed term. So usually it will be 10 at the worst case if they want to pay a higher rate, or 15 to as long as 20 years. But after the term is done, the full ownership and full benefits of the solar system get transferred to the end user. So it'll be almost like they have a free solar system, but it's not free. They've just been paying for it for the last 10 or 15 years. So I hope that answers your question. It is not a permanent lifetime arrangement or a contract. It is only for the financing term. Okay, anonymous attendee. Yes, Perwinzo is a partner that supplies us material. They are not the manufacturer, but those that are familiar with the solar global supply chain understand that when you buy in bulk, there are certain relationships that you can get that basically enable for better pricing and better terms for our builders. So Proenzo is basically a project developer and a supplier. They use only top tier panels and have had a lot of success, but most of the equipment these days comes from China. China did a great job of taking over the industry and essentially producing the best panels at the best prices, best inverters. All of the top suppliers in the world, virtually all of them, come from China, with the exception of a few from Singapore and Japan. Even a company like Canadian Solar, which is, I'm Canadian, it manufactures in China. So I hope that answers that question. Okay, so I think we have answered verbally all of these questions or in writing. So if there are no further questions, I'd like to thank everybody for making the time here today. I know it's been a long day full of a lot of great presentations. And so we really appreciate that. Thank you, everybody. Take care and be safe.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Timothy and Dr. Eugene, for the very informative presentation and wonderful discussion about helping Filipino business harness the power of the sun with solar financing. So I guess there's no more question since Q&A have already facilitated by them, Ma'am Yela. So
Yes.
Again, thank you so much, Clean and Green Technology Incorporated, for being one of our sponsors on our IIE 2021 Annual National Convention. So looking forward for the next year ANC sponsorship again. At this moment, please allow me to read the certificate of appreciation. Ma'am Yela, can you please project the certificate of appreciation? So this certificate of appreciation is presented to Clean and Green Technologies Incorporated for imparting valuable insights as sponsored technical presenter on the topic helping Filipino business harness the power of the sun with solar financing during the first Mega Technology webinar in conjunction with the 46th Virtual Annual Convention with the theme Got One IIE at 46, Transcending the Challenge in the New Normal by Embracing Resiliency and Complementarity. Held November 22 to 27 in Manila, Philippines via Zoom video conference given this 25th day of November 2021. Signed, Engineer Alberto R. Herrera Jr., National Secretary. Signed, Engineer Roland P. Vasquez, National Vice President for External Affairs and Exhibit Business Bureau Director. Signed, Engineer Lyndon R. Bague, National Vice President for Internal Affairs. And signed, Engineer Alan Anthony P. Alvarez, National President. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for having us, and we greatly appreciate the opportunity to sponsor and participate in your wonderful event.
appreciate your presentation for today. While we are waiting for other plenaries to end, and of course, the most awaited closing ceremonies, may we request everyone to sit back and relax, and the video will roll, and we'll be back during the closing ceremonies.
No sound. No sound.
Sir, wala ka pong sound? Sir, walang sound.
Walang sound, sir. Wala.
Sir, walang sound, sir. Technical, pakiayos ng sound ni sir.
community, team. The nation erupted into scenes of chaos.
Dalawang suicide bomber sa hulo.
whether ayaw niya magpapanggit po.
Have any mechanism or even initiative or
Anybody else want to turn on their camera? Possible?
on!
Magandang araw po mga kasama natin sa IIEE. Ako nga po pala si Fritz Agusila ng IIEE Metro Manila Region. At inananya po kayo na makilahok at bumili at mag-support po sa IIEE Auction for a Cause po natin. Ang layunin po nito ng auction or buy and sell for a cause, makalikom po ng pera para ma-donate po natin, ma-support sa charity, lalong-lalo na po dun sa mga pumanaw sa COVID-19 na mga member natin. At yung ilan po, maging fundraising na rin po ng IIEE namin na organization. Bigyan ko po kayo ng example. Baka meron po dyan mga kasama natin na may mga lumang gamit, lumang equipment, kagaya ng lumang tester, lumang power tools, basta gumagana, baka gusto nyo pong i-donate at ibenta po natin sa kapwa member natin ng napakamurang halaga para ang proceeds po nun may bigay natin sa IIEE at dun sa mga iba may tulong natin sa mga member na pumanaw sa COVID-19. So bibigyan ko po kayo ng isang example. Kagaya po, ako po merong signed Ginebra jersey. Signed Ginebra jersey. So lahat po ng player ng Ginebra, nakapirma po dito. Pati po yung coach ng Ginebra, si Coach Tinton. So idodonate ko po ito. Baka may gustong bumili at yung proceeds po nun, may bibigay po natin sa IIEE as a form of donation. Ngayon, naghahanap pa po ako ng mga donors kasi meron na po nag-donate ng microwave, meron na rin po nag-donate ng mga CD ng PlayStation para ibenta naman natin sa mga member. Yung mga member, pwede lang bilhin ito na napakamurang halaga. So, nasa baba po sa yung Facebook page kung saan po kayo pwede mag-join. Naka-banner po yan or hanapin nyo lang po yung IIEE Auction Buy and Sell. Nakita po nyo yun, nag-request lang po kayo ng join. Kung donor po kayo, pwede po kayo mag-post ng item nyo at yung item na yun, lagyan nyo lang po ng presyo. And then, proceeds po nun, mapupunta po sa IIEE. Ayun lang po. Maraming salamat po.
We are about to end this holiday session, and of course, it won't be a success without the support of our valued partners in the industry. And with that, we are very grateful. We would like to call on our Deputy Director for Technical Sessions to acknowledge the people and exhibitors behind the success of the first Mega Technology webinar. Let us all welcome Engineer Joseph, Darren, Claire Solicar.
Okay, once again, Monique, thank you very much. Okay, good afternoon. It's a long day.
Hello, Sir Joseph.
But it is productive. Okay, so we would like to thank our suppliers for the first Mega Technology webinar sponsors. So we have here In-Phase Energy. Then we have Lozares Solar Power Engineering Services. Brills Marketing Corporation, Huawei. Then we have PT Cerna Corporation. Then we have Plina and Green Technologies Incorporated. And we have Fuji Haya Electric. Of course, this is my company, Solicar Construction and Supply Incorporated. Then we have Westco Power Equipment and Supplies Incorporated. Then we have Prisma Electrical Controls Corporation. Is Zuki Electric Corporation Company Incorporated. Then Fully Phase 1 Construction Incorporated. Then we have Ipitax. Then American Wire and Cable Company Incorporated. Then we have the ABB Incorporated. The Aboitiz Power Distribution Utilities, Double Light. Then we have the Electrofab. Then Monarch Equipment Corporation. Then Shilin Electric and Engineering Corporation. Then Panasonic Manufacturing Philippines Corporation. Genicos Technologies Incorporated. Then we have Olive Air and Aircon Contractors. And of course, to my team, TCPD, my Vice Chairman, former Regional Governor Bong Ibrada. Then we have members for TCPD Committee, Engineer Julius Salaco. Then we have Engineer Brian Pasilan, Engineer Manny Di Guzman, Engineer Francis Del Mendo, Engineer Max Adarlo. Then we have Engineer Jonathan Medalla, Engineer Emmanuel Aliada, Engineer Glenn Cambre. We have Engineer Mark Eric Villanueva, and of course our very active overseer, our BP Tech, Engineer Feliciano Jujo Padua. And of course to the TCPD staff, Miss Yela Meraren Santos, Mr. Oliver Palad, thank you very much for your hard work and commitment to our TCPD. And of course, thank you to our former governors, chapter officers for supporting this first mega webinar. And once again, thank you very much to the suppliers. I hope you will always support the IIE activity. Thank you and good afternoon. Monique, back to you. And we have it also here, former Gov. Jidper. Sir, thank you for coming here. And of course, our Regional Governor, Villapania Orlando. Okay, back to you, Ma'am Monique.
Thank you very much again to our Deputy Director for Technical Sessions, Engineer Joseph Darren Claire Silicar. And now to officially close the program, I would like to call on the Overseer and the PP for Technical Affairs, no other than Engineer Feliciano F. Padua III.
Hi Monique, audible na ako?
Yes, sir?
Okay, good afternoon everyone. What a day for all of us. We have simultaneous 5 rooms on this event. We have also the unveiling of IA Emergency Response Information Marker in Bataan this morning, attended by our National President, Sir Tito, and Hero Voltaire. We have also the fellowship boat hosted by MCC, the opening and closing a while ago. So actually we are still traveling with our National President, Alan Anthony Alvarez, to Manila. So it's really a first mega technology webinar. So congratulations to the big effort and continued service to organization on our National Committee, Training and Continuing Professional Development Committee, headed by the Chairman, Joseph Solicar, Vice Chairman Bong Ibrada, and the members na napakasipag. Engineer Manny Guzman, Engineer Brian Patilan, Sir Jonathan, Medalya, Chairman, na laging nakasuporta, Mark Eric Villanueva, si Sir Julius Salakop, si Sir Francis Delmendo, si Gob Japet Mapa, and Engineer Max Adarlo. And siyempre yung mga staff natin na hindi na yata natutulog, na kasama nila Yela, Monique, Yasmin, SJ, Oliver, and others. And yung team ni Ann Gillian, salamat sa inyong sakripisyo sa ating beloved IIEE. So in behalf of our national officers po, maraming salamat sa ating mga STP speakers, mga sponsors at partners. Without you po, hindi po maging successful itong event na ito. And of course, thank you to all the participants. Please continue po to support our beloved organization. Marami pa pong activities for tomorrow. It's the opening program of our annual National Convention. We have the webinar, and in the afternoon, please attend our general membership meeting para po ma-inform po kayo lahat kung ano po yung accomplishment ng ating 2021 BOG, at kung may mga tanong po kayo, doon nyo po malalaman yung mga updates ng ating organization. With that, maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Mabuhay ang IIEE, mabuhay po tayong lahat, and good afternoon po to all.
Once again, thank you very much to our BP for Technical Affairs, no other than Engineer Feliciano F. Padua III. Thank you for inspiring our delegates for today. And of course, we are grateful to all our exhibitors, delegates who stayed with us until the end of this program. So once again, I am your host, Monique, and we would like to thank as well all our resource speaker and all the panelists here with us via Zoom. So this will be the end. That concludes our first Mega Technology webinar. I am Monique, your host, signing off for today. Thank you very much and keep safe, everyone. God bless you all.
All right. I forgot a special mention, member ng TCPD, former Governor Japit Mapa. Sorry. Gob. Sorry, Gob.
Buti na lang nabanggit ko, Chairman. Thank you, Monique.
Thank you, Monique. Pwede kumanta ka muna. Dito pala si Idol Hill Lozares, sir. Thank you for your support for the first mega webinar.
Thank you, sir. Thank you too.
Congrats, Lodi.
Lodi ka dyan.
Wala ka ngayong sayaw-sayaw ngayon. Dapat mag-virtual dance ka na lang.
Wala na. Ano na. Laos na.
Mag-TikTok ka na lang, TikTok.
Laos na. Gob.
See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Okay, see you tomorrow. Okay.
Bye-bye. God bless.
Dapat partner kayo ni Gobjad.
Basta sasama si Gob Hill, walang problema.
Huwag na face to face tayo.
See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
See ya. Bye.
All right. Okay, that's the end of our first mega webinar. Thank you very much for suppliers, sponsors.
Thank you.